Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Circuit Finals. I'm Mies, that's Nurse. We are going to be your hosts and commentators for the first part of this bracket, and we have some of the best and brightest collegiate Smash Bros. Talent from across the country participating for a number of fantastic prizes today. But before we get to that, Nurse, how are you doing, my brother?
I'm so good, man. I'm excited to be back. These collegiate Smash tournaments always prove to be some of the most fun and exciting tournaments that we get to cast, man. There's no doubt about it, and it wouldn't be a collegiate Smash tournament without some fabulous prizes for these guys. We're looking at, the spring finals here, a $2,000 prize pool.
Damn.
With $1,000 going to first place, $500 going to second place, $250 going to third place, $150 to fourth place, and fifth and sixth coming home with $50. So pretty generous prize pool across the board for these guys. And with tuition prices looking how they are right now.
I was about to say, man, that $1,000, that's just enough to pay like 10% of your tuition for a year. That's one textbook. That's also one. No, I'm like, but in all seriousness, again, once a very, very generous prize pool. So shout outs to our sponsors for that. And if you are not familiar with how these players were chosen, we have 352 players across 4 regions. That's East, Texas, Central, and West. They competed in 8 qualifier tournaments, 2 in each region during the fall 2021 semester. And the 32 players in today's tournament are the top 8 from each region. So we have people from all over the country fighting for school pride, fighting for personal pride, and fighting, like you said, for a very generous prize pool.
Yeah, man. And what's so exciting about these tournaments is it wasn't just one qualifier. Everyone played through 2 qualifiers worth a various amount of points. And then depending on how you did in the qualifier, your accumulated points are what actually got you into the Star League here. And looking at these qualifiers, what's most interesting about them, in every single qualifier, except for the West qualifiers, somebody different won.
Really?
Yeah, so
That's crazy. And yeah, I'm just looking through the list of players right now. And yeah, you are right. And we have so many different schools being represented here. Oh my goodness. I'm seeing Texas, I'm
yeah,
seeing Central Missouri, Arizona State,
Florida
California State,
Atlantic, yeah,
like Florida Atlantic, Dallas Baptist University, like so many
University of
universities.
Hawaii.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my, University of Health and Sciences and Pharmacy in St. Louis. So those people are really smart. Must play Dr. Mario for over there. But that being said, like I said, a bunch of different schools being represented here, a lot of different players, and you know what? Some pretty decent names too. A couple of names that I am recognizing. Um, I don't want to say we talked about it before that the person we think is gonna win. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Not gonna be biased, but there is a pretty clear favorite here. I'm not gonna say who it is, but yeah, there's a lot of talent here. And the one thing I really like about these tournaments, about collegiate tournaments, is that you get to see those names that you might not hear at the big tournaments, at the Gommels, at the let's make big moves, at the Evos, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You don't see those names, but you see a lot of people who have talent who are the next ones up. Maybe you don't know about them now. Maybe 2, 3 years from now, you're going to see some of these names popping up in those big tournaments.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about that too is it's hard to put the time in to play competitive Smash when you're in university. I say that as someone going into a master's program right now. You don't have a lot of time,
Yeah,
you don't have a lot of time, especially if you're, trying to keep grades up. You need to keep a certain class average, whatever. Smash doesn't take as much priority in those cases. And so what's also great about these tournaments is it gives people who have a passion for Smash a chance to shine as well while, representing these university teams.
and it also gives people in smaller regions, again, like a Missouri, maybe, like uh, like like Guam, like Manchester, people in smaller regions who aren't a New York, who aren't a Toronto, who aren't like a SoCal or a NorCal. It
Yeah,
gives them the opportunity to put themselves on that big stage and have hundreds, if not thousands, of people watching them and again getting their name out there. And a lot of these people you may not have heard of now, but trust me, in 2, 3 years, these might be some of the names you see on that PGR. That's all I'm saying.
absolutely, man. Absolutely. And that's such a huge thing too, that, I think players in bigger regions tend to take for granted
Yep.
is is how hard it is to get the practice, how hard it is to get your name out there, how hard it is to attend these tournaments. either due to price, time commitments, area, all that sort of thing. And so when we have events like this that bring these players together and give the smaller regions a chance to compete, and even if they don't win, get that practice
Yep.
or have their first chance to show up,
Yep.
it makes all the difference, right?
Mhm. And a tournament like this, I do got to shout out the sponsors. Would not be possible without our sponsors: Gummy Shot, Corsair, Maxiv, Medify, Twitch Student, Gunnar Optics, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and shout outs to Dunkin' Donuts as well. Fantastic coffee over there. Whenever I'm in America, I always go to Dunkin' Donuts. Fantastic coffee. But yeah, this would not be possible without our sponsors. So big shout outs to them. And yeah, like I said, this practice is amazing because you get to practice against people that you would not have played anymore. Again, if you're in a small region, you're probably playing relatively the same people over
Yeah.
and over again. But then it's like now you're gonna play maybe someone from California. California, much bigger region, a lot more character diversity. Whether you're NorCal, SoCal, whatever. Same thing with places like Texas or et cetera, et cetera. You're just going to be playing so many different people because of those other regions. Those bigger regions are so much more, I guess, diverse than maybe the smaller ones. It gives those people so much practice. So I'm just really excited to see the smaller colleges get a chance to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and what's also like really cool about seeing players from so many different regions is we get playstyle diversity. Certain regions tend to cultivate certain playstyles based on what's good, and
Yep.
especially the smaller regions become kind of download antis of each other,
Yeah.
where,
Yeah.
because you're playing the same guy every weekend, that's
Yeah.
who you gotta beat. Um, then when you kind of have this compilation of schools and regions, you get to see, oh, this region's general play style, this region's general play style. Are
Yep.
they able to adapt outside of, their locals? So
Yeah.
that practice is really good if anyone plans on attending a major after this, but it's
Yep.
also really good for kind of leveling up your region and being like, well, this is where we're lacking, or this
Yeah.
is where we're lacking, and finding out not only like as a whole, but also as a player how you can improve.
Because a lot of people, I think, when they're in their region, they might be top in their region. They think they're hot stuff. I remember when I first started playing Smash competitively, I was like one of the best people in my school. Like 10, just like Smash 4 10 years ago. I stepped out to one
Yeah.
tournament, went 0-2 5 weeks in a row. I was like, wow, that was a wake up call. So I feel like a
Oh
lot of
yeah.
people might also get that wake up call. Maybe you're good in your school, maybe you're top in your region, but then you face someone else. Like I keep mentioning the bigger regions, but maybe you go and you face someone else from a different school, from a different region, and you realize, okay, you know what? I have a lot more work that I need to do.
Yeah.
And this might be that wake up call for you to start putting in that work, to start maybe diversifying your character pool, diversifying characters that you'd like to fight against. Maybe going to the forbidden wasteland that is online Smash, quick play, and just getting that practice against random characters. So again, I keep saying it, I'm really excited to see how this goes. And one thing about collegiate tournaments, I've done quite a few of these, is you always see some random character that this person you ain't never heard of is just godlike with, like a random Wii
Yeah.
Fit, random Duck Hunt player, random Dr. Mario, or I've seen it all, who's just
And they just have
completely
it. Yeah.
godlike. Yeah, they just have it, and they just got it. And so I'm excited to see who that person today is going to be.
Yeah, I think the last tournament I did, there was the snake player from Texas who absolutely surprised everyone by just being an animal for no reason.
Yep.
And so when you say that, you're 100% right. There's always someone who just has something in the back pocket that you haven't seen before.
Yeah. And it's just like I love watching unorthodox characters. I love watching the big Smash tournaments, but seeing MKLeo beat everybody 50 times in a row, sometimes it gets a little bit boring. So you know what? Seeing these unorthodox characters, seeing the Wii Fits and seeing the Dr. Marios, the Kirby's, the Duck Hunts, whatever the hell it is, kind of, characters not everyone likes fighting, but as a commentator, I don't gotta play against them, so I don't care. I like watching it. I
Yeah,
really like
I
watching it.
I feel like you're kind of in a privileged position as opposed to as a commentator as opposed to a player. I do both, and so
Yeah.
there's a couple characters I like watching a lot more than I like playing
Yeah,
against.
it's
That's
funny
for
because
sure.
I'll see people on Twitter being like, "Oh man, I hate fighting Steve." I'm like, "Damn, could it be me?"
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. I love it when he takes you to the sky, man. I love
Oh,
that.
oh yeah. So seeing those characters like that, which I assume we're probably going to see quite a few of in today's tournament, is going to be something to definitely look out for. And you know what? A couple notes that we want to talk about. One of the best players we have in today's tournament, sensational. The only player to place first in both qualifying
Yep.
tournaments
Yep.
in
That's the
his
only
region,
player.
which is absolutely insane. Sensational, fantastic player. Falcon, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
Um,
he's playing Sephiroth as well now.
oh, is he? Oh, don't you know what? Two really solid characters to play. Don't fault him for that. I feel like Sephiroth definitely can contend with some of the characters that Falcon might struggle with, especially because of that range. Much better recovery, in my opinion. A couple things like that. So you know what? Definitely a very, very solid character pool if he is playing
Yeah,
Sephiroth
I
as well.
think the biggest one there is Mr. Game and Watch, where
Yeah,
Falcon absolutely gets mollywopped. But Sephiroth does pretty good against Game and Watch, and so if there's one matchup that makes the difference, it's probably that one.
yeah, especially online. Oh my gosh, y'all thought Game
Oh
and Watch was good offline. Oof, wait till you're
yeah,
in
man.
13 frames of delay.
I think we're probably gonna see a pretty fun Steve. We're probably gonna see a pretty fun Rob. We're probably gonna see a
Hey, fun
pretty
for
fun
us.
Game and Watch.
Fun for us. Maybe not fun for the viewers and the players, but fun for us. That's going to be really, really, really good. And a few other notes: Dovito and Omnilax from MCC and FAU tied for first in the East region, but Omnilax took first place because they did win the first tournament. So a couple names to be looking out for.
And now we are getting into our first match. NC from AFU and FT Pre from UMBC are hitting it off with Sephiroth and Bowser Jr. And when you were talking about funky characters, we're getting one right off the hop. The Bowser Jr. is absolutely coming out right now.
I told you, and speaking about Bowser Jr., a quick 47% on FTP. The Sephiroth, but now 63 and still going. Got to watch out for that Mecha Koopa almost on the ledge there, but finally FTP managing to get a little bit of damage on, though. 63% unanswered. Going to be
Yeah, and I think
hard to come back.
you can point out the most obvious thing in this matchup. Sephiroth is going to want to stay away from Bowser Jr. Bowser Jr.'s up air combos at low percents get him to about 160 or about 60-70%, and because Sephiroth is so light, he's not going to be able to hang on to that stock much longer than that.
Yeah, and we saw that DI was pretty suspect, but again, Sephiroth being light, your DI has to be on point or you will die at 100 just like that. And my goodness, MC, this Bowser Jr. is going absolutely bananas right now. And honestly, Nurse, I always thought Bowser Jr. was a very underrated character.
It's interesting, right? Because we're seeing now Yoda Cage at a top level make things happen with Bowser Jr. and definitely making a case for that. So I think maybe that take isn't as unpopular as you might think it is now, but definitely a little while ago it was. And we're seeing now from ASU putting a lot of pressure on the Sephiroth. You know, we haven't seen FTP kind of be able to play at that range that he wants to very consistently, and that's been making the difference this game.
Yeah, MC's doing a really good job of using both the Mecha Koopas and the Koopa cart. Talking about the Koopa cart right there, using that upbeat to get a really cheeky kill. But yeah, MC using that Koopa cart and those Mecha Koopas to play that to keep away game. Whenever Sephiroth gets too close, uses that side beat to kind of just zoom away. Like you said, just staying right out of that range.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing it. FTP is trying to get these fairs, trying to get these F tilts, but NC is doing such a good job of, running in, being in his face that, if you fair right in someone's face or if you F tilt right in someone's face, those moves are not safe.
But then doing a very, very good job of it. And this is looking like it's probably going to be game really soon. 96% for Sephiroth. And that last hit of forward smash might have been going for the parry there. Not quite sure, but either way, that last hit of the forward smash is going to do it for NC. So now NC up 1-0 with that Bowser Jr., like you said, we were talking about unorthodox characters.
Yeah,
and
man.
Off the bat, Bowser Jr.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that we saw that game was FTP did not live past 100. He tied sub 100 every single stock, and it's because NC was willing to throw out the Mecha Koopa, apply a little bit of pressure, run at him, and then wait for FTP to throw an unsafe aerial, right? As I was saying before, forward air on shield, at far range, very safe. Close range, not safe at all. Same goes for F-tilt, and so NC, knowing this, was willing to play around it, and he got the combos off, he got the early kills. FTP just... He never really got comfortable, never really got into his space.
like you didn't really see any long combo strings or really any form of advantage from FTP there. Everything they got was really just a straight hit. They had maybe one combo very, very early on. That was a quick 42%. But beyond that, again, straight hits, even the up smash that was the KO for them. Kind of just a straight up
Yeah,
smash,
it
if we're
was
being
raw.
honest.
Yeah.
It was pretty much just a straight up smash. So yeah, definitely needs to clean that up a little bit. Let's see where they go. Oh, but switching to the young lane. Okay, fighting range with range here.
Yeah, I like it, right? You know, he kind of recognized what the problem was and tried to alleviate it with a character pick as opposed to a straight up playstyle switch. You know, he was getting outspeeded. He wasn't getting to play in his range. So, you know what you do? You play a character with a couple more projectiles, a little more speed, and see where the world takes you.
Basically saying, look, hey, if you can do it, I can do it too. And you know what? It's working out relatively well. Pretty even game. Does unfortunately with the up B, and this is kind of where we saw MC do very well last game, just keeping the opponent on the. Hey, I have no words. That was like 360 no scope Call of Duty sniper, man. That was crazy.
Man took him back to the middle of the period and said, "In and out."
Man, see me in Nuketown. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
But this character switch definitely not working out too much for FTP. Might be even worse. Oh my goodness, I thought it looked pretty good early on. And one part of this game.
Oh my gosh, man.
MC just keeping him at the ledge.
Dude, it's just everything going wrong for FTP right now. Just he doesn't really know when it's his turn. And what I mean by that is, you know, when you're playing against characters who have safe aerials, which is pretty much everyone in this game, you have to know when it's your turn to swing. What's happening to FTP right now is he's jumping out of shield, or he's trying to attack out of shield before it's his turn, and NC is getting, you know, damage, full combos, combo breakers.
Oh no.
It's just not going right for
Honestly, NC
right
ain't even giving him a turn. Oh my god, NC's not even giving him a turn. Do you see the jab with the Mecha Koopa too? But no, you are totally right. I feel like FTP right now is maybe trying to force it a little bit. When you're playing from this far behind, it's definitely a trap a lot of people fall into. You're trying so hard to kind of dig yourself out of the hole that you try to force options that aren't really there, kind of like that. And you got punished, and they got punished for it immediately. That's probably gonna be a KO there though. Yep.
That's the third time he's been hit by that up B off stage. Once his Sephiroth and twice his Young Link here. You kind of got to know it's coming, but there's only so much you can do about it. And again, caught swinging out of shield there. We saw, you know, hitting the shield, jumping. FTP trying to down tilt out of shield, doesn't know it's not his turn yet.
Yep.
And unfortunately getting back aired.
That was unfortunate. We are going to get a quick replay from that last game. And one thing I do have to say about NC, what they did very, very well with this right here, both games as Sephiroth or
That's
as Young Link, just that was nuts. Did a fantastic job of just keeping the opponent on the ledge and punishing them every time they tried to recover. I think about maybe 3 or 4 of the 6 KOs that they got were just ledge traps like that. Just jumping off stage, getting the Koopa explosion, or that amazing cannonball like we just saw. So did a very good job of pressuring the opponent at the ledge, which is why they won.
Yeah, and I think part of it too is that Bowser Jr. is not a very common character.
No.
And so if you haven't seen the cannonball setup, if you haven't seen the up B setup, if you didn't know that he could up air you 9 times for 60%, you know?
9 times is being generous.
Life comes at you fast when you don't know that thing. It's a good effort from FTP, and I think he can go back and watch that VOD and realize, oh, this is where I can swing. Oh, this is how I can try and mix up my recovery. But unfortunately, you know, you don't get a second chance right away. You know?
Yeah, got to make that losers bracket run, unfortunately. But yeah, like you said, I feel like there were a lot of moments there where FTP, if they go back and watch, will be like, yeah, that's where I shouldn't have mashed the near there, or I shouldn't have done this, or shouldn't have done that. But that's how the tournament goes sometimes. So big ups to NC repping Arizona State University. Shouts to Arizona. Moving on to the next round of the tournament. And like we said earlier at the beginning, so much talent we saw right there. NC with that unorthodox Bowser Jr. character you don't see often. There's like honestly maybe 2 or 3 that people really talk about. So really happy to see that character get represented at this high of a level.
Yeah, man. Oh, it's all best of 5. Oh
Oh,
my
best of 5.
gosh.
Oh man, we should probably read the graphic. Oh man.
Tuning into best of 5 in the cloud switch.
Yeah, it definitely says it right there on the graphic. If only I could read. With that being said, the cloud switch coming through right here. Shout out to Smash 4. I feel like that's what everyone did back in the day. You lose game 2 and 3, switch to cloud.
Oh, absolutely, man. And honestly, shout out to NACE Starleague for running an entire best of 5 top 32. That is a great opportunity for everyone. And in a game with this many matchups and this much of a learning curve, you best of 5 is the gold standard. So absolutely props for that.
And honestly, that point you made about so many matchups is super, super key. Honestly, there are characters I honestly have never played in a bracket yet, and I've been playing this game we've been playing this game for how many years now? And there are characters that I legitimately have not played in bracket, and having to fight them in a best of 2 at a tournament like this would be very frustrating for me. So again, having that extra couple games potentially to kind of figure things out, very, very, very good. So again, shout out to NACE Starleague for running a best of 5.
Yeah, and we're seeing again an early stock from NC, but a more competitive game for FTP, I think. You know, he got a big combo off the start, and he's been keeping that range a little bit better and making good use of that up B. I think Cloud's up B is such a nice tool when you're not totally sure when it's your turn, as that's been something we've been talking about this whole time. Kind of alleviating that weakness with a strong counter pick here, but he's gonna have to take the stock off sooner than later.
Another thing that FTP definitely has to do as he doesn't get that KO is watch yourself off stage. Oh, okay, fantastic drop down back here there. Ooh, good. Very good readiness right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say if that missed, he was done. Like
1000%. Went for it all. But yeah,
I love the
FTP has to be very careful off stage. Well, yeah, you could tell he had way more confidence in that back air than any other back air they threw out in this set.
That's something that's so big too. Even if you're down 2-0, you know, you're on a fresh character, fresh mindset, you've got to stay confident. You know, taking advantage of opportunities like that when you see them is how you get yourself back into games.
And right now, FTP looking to hang on to this last stock. Has NC at 84%, but with Bowser Jr., that damage gap is really nothing. Like you said, like what, 5 or 6 up airs, and the game is pretty much tied up again. So so FTP has to be very careful right now. Oh, offstage.
Unfortunately, he's got no jump here, but the early up B will do the trick. He's caught NC at the ledge, but a get-up attack is going to get him back on stage. He needs to make use of this limit, preferably a limit cross last at the ledge here, but NC not going to give it to him easily.
Nope. And man, one thing NC is doing, NC did not care about that limit at all. Stayed aggressive, stayed just on FTP's butt that entire time and wasted the limit, because typically you usually see people kind of camp the limit out. But NC doing the complete opposite.
Yeah, man. Hey, people don't realize when Cloud has limit or Joker has Arsene, if you combo him for 15 seconds, they don't get it anymore. And unfortunately, the buffer system rearing its ugly head.
That forward air you saw there. Yeah, I'm just looking back at the stream right there. Yeah, that forward air, that was definitely a buffer. I would imagine in online, the buffer system is bad enough offline. In this game, online where you have that extra like 5-6 frames of delay, it gets alleviated even more, or it gets brought to the prominence even elevated, not alleviated. Sorry, elevated even more. So we are going to see a replay of that right now. But man, shouts to NC, Arizona State University once again, a dominating 3-0 over FTP.
Got yoinked with that back air. That's devastating. He died at 65% to a reversal off stage.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough.
And these up Bs just came through the entire set. That cannon snipe was something else, man.
I honestly, when I watch this, I can't help but think that FTP probably doesn't have too much Bowser Jr. experience.
Yeah, and it looked like he didn't know that Bowser Jr. could swing so fast after his air dodge there either.
A lot of people get caught by that swing out of the air dodge or that swing out of the up B. It is incredibly fast, it's incredibly strong, very cheeky. The animation for it is because Bowser Jr. is so small, sometimes it's even hard to see until you're hit by it. Then again, I feel like a lot of that I would attest, or I would give to just FTP, my bad, not having too much Bowser Jr. experience, which I felt like really bit them in the butt there.
Yeah, and honestly, the character switches too. There were some good ideas there, and we saw the cloud come out at the end with kind of the biggest sign of life.
Yeah.
If he had started with the cloud, maybe it could have been a different set, right? There's adapting to the player, but there's also adapting to the player using your character's strengths. And when you switch every time, you don't necessarily get to do that unless you're a really confident counter picker.
And that's kind of the curse when you play multiple characters.
Yeah.
There's always in the back of your head, man, maybe if I didn't switch, I would have won. Or maybe if I switched earlier, I would have won. Or maybe if I picked this character earlier, I'm probably, FTP is probably thinking, man, maybe if I played Cloud that entire set, like you said,
Yeah.
maybe I would have won a game, something like that. And that's kind of the curse when you play multiple characters. I know a lot of people who kind of fall into that trap as well. It's a very
Yeah.
good thing to have if you're able to switch on the fly and just stay and just keep that momentum going. But in a situation like this, again, I feel like the lack of experience potentially definitely came back to bite FTP. And so unfortunately, they're moving down to losers. But NC again, Arizona State University repping, moving on in the bracket. And I can't wait to see some more of NC as well. That was a really clean Bowser Jr.
Yeah, I'd like to see what happens when a little more pressure is put on him, when he's got a little more juice, a little more adrenaline flowing in his veins. See what we see out of NC, and I'm sure we will later in this tournament. And honestly, man, next up we have Choka from UT Tyler and Trix
Okay.
from University of Guam. So Choka, I believe, was one of the highest placers in the circuit. Yeah, he actually won the Texas circuit.
Okay, fantastic. So we're going to see them definitely one of the better players in today's tournament, finally getting to showcase. And people from smaller schools, we said it before, this might be the first opportunity that they have to put themselves on that big stage where we have thousands of people watching, getting their name out there, getting a couple Twitter followers,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited to see how this goes, and I'm really excited to see again what wacky characters we might see.
Yeah, and I feel like we were talking about kind of counterpicking and stuff like that, and I feel like we're gonna see a lot of that throughout the day as these people trying to find their groove. And I think the best advice I can give to anyone who is heavy counterpicker is you mentally always have to be ready to reverse 3-0 someone.
Oh
That's
yeah.
just you have to go in at 0-0 ready to reverse 3-0 someone.
Not everyone has the mental fortitude to do that. Reverse 3-0ing somebody is very tough mentally. Not everybody
Or yeah,
has that. But
at the very least go into game 5
yes, at least
because
win a
yeah.
game. Win one
Yeah,
game at the very least. Yeah.
it's because when you're counter picking, right? Like there might be some games where you just get washed,
Yeah.
and it's because your idea didn't work.
Yeah.
But you have to be ready to forget that game, go to the next one. Forget that game, go to the next one, and that oftentimes means one, going to game 5, or two, having to reverse 3-0 someone because you just figured out what character they're bad against.
And that's the thing. Again, when you're fighting characters that are players that have so many characters, it's just like I don't. You have to change up your game plan at the same time. They're changing up their game plan, and it
Yeah,
gets really weird and awkward sometimes. But in the last game we saw, it didn't really it didn't really seem to matter that much. But maybe we'll see a similar thing hopping into this game again. UTT, University of Texas at Tyler, Choka, and UG, which is the University of Guam, I believe. So again, two very small universities that you honestly don't really hear too much about. And Trix over representing University of Guam. So this is going to be a very, very interesting match. Where is University of Guam? In Guam, obviously, but where's Guam at?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's in Guam. If I had to guess, I'd put my money on Guam.
Like, what state is it?
I don't
Oh,
know,
it's in Guam,
man.
Guam. Oh, it's in Guam, Guam. I just googled
Yeah.
it.
Bro, I live in Alberta. I don't
I know.
know.
Hey, man, I was in Toronto, man. I don't know that, but it's in Guam, Guam. Okay. So again, play people from just every corner of the world, really, or every corner of the Western world, at least, playing in this tournament. Guam is a place that you don't hear much of at all,
No,
because
not from
that's
the
like,
Smash scene for sure.
because if I'm remembering, Guam is out near like the Philippines, if I'm remembering correctly. If I'm remembering correctly, which is pretty crazy that that we have someone from over there. Um, Again, a school that you don't in a region you don't really hear much from. So I'm
Yeah,
really interested to see where their what their play style is like. And we talked about it earlier. A lot of different regions have different play styles based on the prominent characters in that region. So I'm really interested to see how people from Guam approach this game, as opposed to someone like Choka, who's going to be from Texas, again, a pretty big region when it comes to Smash.
Yeah, and I think what's also so exciting about this game is going to be our first taste of
Mhm,
kind of the top level of this tournament, the higher seeds,
mhm,
and seeing what they're going to be able to do as this bracket continues.
mhm. And everybody, if you are just joining us, this is the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Circuit Finals. I'm Mies, that's Nurse. We just had a very good match on stream, and we're gonna have hopefully another great one. But before we get to that one, big shout out to our sponsors once again: Gummy Shot, Corsair, Mavix, Medify, Twitch Students, Gunner Optics, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Dunkin' Donuts, some of the best coffee in America. Don't at me. So again, this tournament will not be possible without them. And if you're unfamiliar with how the qualifications work for this tournament, we had 352 players from across 4 regions: East, Texas, Central, and West, competed in 8 qualifier tournaments, 2 in each region. And this is the top 32, or the top 32 players, or the top 8 from each region playing here. And so we have a lot of really good university and college talent from across everywhere here right now. Again, somebody from Guam, which is crazy to me because that's a place you don't think of when you think of Smash.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head with that. And we've been talking about it all day, but the smaller regions getting a chance to show up. I would love nothing more than to see University of Guam make an upset
That would be
today.
amazing. That would be amazing. Look,
And honestly, I'm sure they made an upset to even be here. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm not like I don't want to be biased, but I love rooting for the underdog.
who
If
doesn't,
you,
man? Who
I'm gonna
doesn't?
say if Trix wins this match, I'm not gonna be upset.
I'm
You know,
not gonna-
I'm not
Tears
gonna
won't
be
be
upset.
shed.
No.
Tears won't be shed. No.
Oh yeah. So again, yeah, University of Guam, another again place. There's a lot of small schools. I'm kind of just looking here at the list of schools that we have: Montgomery Community College, Northwood University, UTT, Texas at Tyler. It's another small one. We also do have some relatively big schools as well. Like Florida Atlantic. I saw another one that I. Oh, we have a bunch. I'm not looking through all the lists. We have a bunch of big schools here as well, along mixed in with the smaller ones. Arizona State, another really big school as well. We just saw them play. So just having this mix of people, this mix of talent, mix of schools, again, schools that you may not have heard of, with Smash talent you may not know just yet, getting to represent not just themselves, but their schools, their states, all that kind of stuff. And one thing I love about collegiate tournaments is there's always that extra level of kind of rivalry because you have that school pride as well.
I think that's one of the things that's so fun about it, right? Is seeing these schools go against each other, because it's not just player versus player anymore. It's school versus school. Whose school is better? And um, seeing Texas with its own division,
Yeah,
that's a lot of rivalry
yeah,
for one division, right? And
yeah,
I'm sure all the schools in Texas are absolutely nipping at the bud to prove that they're the best.
yeah. And we are going to be beginning the next game once again. UTT and Choka with the University of Guam and Trix. This is going to be another really good one. Big shout outs to Guam for making it this far. We see Roy versus Hero. Oh, God.
Hero!
Okay, look. Okay,
Oh
okay.
no!
Now I'm going to be hella biased. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm
no!
about to be biased. I was rooting for University of Guam, but I saw Hero on the screen, and I love Hero. Okay, controversial
I'm
opinion. I love this character.
opposite.
I love this character. Okay.
It's the worst thing. We need Guam to win.
It's just so goofy. It's
For
just so goofy.
justice.
Oh my gosh, man. I'm just waiting for the stray critical hit. I'm waiting for the
man.
stray critical hit.
We saw Hero and had the complete opposite reaction.
popped off.
You're popping off because you're hyped. I'm like, oh no. He could have killed him. Oh, Trix going for the swag instead of the actual kill.
You know what? Hey, when you're Roy, you gotta be a little bit swaggy at sometimes.
That's definitely true. And I think this matchup should, in theory, be hard for Hero. Hero, he's got the sword, but, so does Roy, and Roy has a lot of speed on him, including those kill confirms.
speaking of kill confirms, just like that one right there, getting absolutely blown up. And you know what? Hero using that sizzle and blowing them up right back. We have a dead even game. But to further on your point, like you said, I feel like on paper, this is really good for Roy. Frame data is a lot better. Kill power is a lot better. But Hero has the RNG.
Yeah,
and you know, you can never doubt that.
You can't say enough about it. When we saw Choka come down from that platform and get the sizzle, that was faster than Trix could have reacted to the menu.
Yep, 1,000%. I don't.
He would have had to. He didn't top deck it, but because Hero knows when he's gonna press, like the Hero player knows when they're gonna press down B, they have an advantage in reacting to what pops up on the menu compared to what you do. And they win box on Kaboom, pulling in Trix from downtown, and a near perfect spot from Choka with just what he needed on the menu.
All I'm saying is, I know people are probably mad watching this. I'm happy as hell. I am a Hero stan. If you play Hero, me and you can be best friends, all right? Oh man.
Awesome reset from Trix, but getting a little hasty with these forward smashes. Choka's realized that Trix is willing to press buttons and is kind of fading back with these side Bs, which do 25% a pop.
Ridiculous. And Choka there using that bounce, not going to help you against Roy, who has no projectiles.
Now I think he might be top decking. That's crazy.
Hey, sometimes you just got to pray to the RNG gods and just top deck and see what you get. As we see Trix get that KO right there, evening up the stock count.
All right, now he's going for the bust. And this is typically what you see out of high-level heroes, is you see them kind of fading back, and when they have a second, they'll start looking for these buffs, because the buffs make stuff like that happen.
Fantastic forward air there for UTT. Choka taking that first game with my favorite character, Hero. So to kind of analyze that game just a little bit, like you said, you see typically with good Hero players, a few that really are there, they will wait until their opponent is at 80, 90, and then they'll start looking for those buffs to kind of get a quick back air, a quick forward air, or whatever like that, just to get the KO. And we did see a lot of good projectile usage as well. That Kaboom that just vacuumed Trix in from, I feel like, halfway across the stage.
That move is ridiculous.
It's honestly, I think it's the best projectile in the game, if I'm being 100% honest.
It's up there for sure.
It's 1,000% ridiculous. The sizzle KO at the beginning as well. If I'm Trix, I think you kind of just have to play a bit ignorant and just go in and just rush and kind of just play the mashy, annoying Roy that everybody hates, because when you give Hero time and give them time to pick through the menu and look at their options or charge their neutral B, etc., that's kind of when they start to get momentum going, and that's when they body you. And I saw Trix kind of play a little bit passively in that match, again, giving Choka some time to look through the menu and pick the option that they wanted.
I think you're right on with that. And we saw a couple of interactions that were kind of the TSN turning point for me, if you will, where...
No one in America is going to get that reference.
Where instead of, continuing advantage or going for true combos or something like that, Trix actually took his foot off the gas and did like a dashback F smash or a dashback F tilt or, a fadeaway aerial. And when he chooses to do this, it works really good, like we saw in the first stock when it works. Mm-hmm. But when Choka catches onto it, which we saw in the second and third stock, now he's giving up advantage for free, right? And so we saw him get hit with, a level 2 charge side B. Mm-hmm. That put him in disadvantage. We saw him miss a potential jab back air. That put him in disadvantage. It's stuff like that where you take your foot off the gas to go for a big read, and the person doesn't fall for it. And now you're required to play neutral again against the character who you can't really react to in neutral.
You really have no idea what the next thing that's going to be popping out of that character is. It's very hard to do, which is why I think you just have to, you can't give them the opportunity to use that menu on you. You have to just stuff everything out, be aggressive. Hero does not have great frame data on anything that isn't the down B menu moves. Everything else, frame data is pretty bad. And you're Roy, you have great frame data, great frame data, amazing speed, amazing aerials. You kind of just have to rush them down, stuff them out. Don't give them that chance to play the keep away game, and you have to force Hero into a boxing match with you if you really want to win. Because, like we saw in that last game, you brought it up. If you give that character time to do anything, you are going to lose.
Yeah.
You are going to
Yeah,
lose.
it honestly, Valley, even if you don't give them time and they just top deck something, that sucks
Yeah,
for you too.
like top deck a
Yeah.
whack or something. Like I'm waiting for it. If it happens, I'm gonna pop off. I'm telling you.
I was talking about earlier why the hero menu is so good, because I feel like a lot of people look at the hero menu and don't really understand why it's so good for hero.
Yep.
But the biggest thing is the hero player knows when they're gonna press down B, which means they can look in that.
Man. You know what, man? If I had to play Hero 2, I'd probably do the same thing. Not gonna lie.
Which means they could be looking in that bottom left corner as they're pressing down B, which means they're reacting to whatever's on the menu faster than you are. And that gives them an advantage pretty much any time that they pull out the menu, because they know what's possible and they know what they can do, whereas you have to hope that whatever's coming next doesn't hit.
Yeah, and you don't even know what's coming next. That's the thing.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You can't play around in neutral because you don't know what it is.
Yep. And that's the unfortunate thing when you're fighting Hero, and the reason why this character is so controversial, even like 2 years after the character's release. A lot of people still just really don't like this character's availability in tournaments, even though it's not too prominent, but still it's just things like that, the inability to really make a game plan around this character, because you literally have no idea what they're going to be throwing out at you next.
Yeah, it's a little crazy, but getting back to the match and not just the hero controversy in general, we saw Trix drop a stock early, but he's done a decent job at getting himself back into us. This is definitely Roy kill percent here. He just went for it, man. He just went for it.
I freaked out.
And I believe around 75% is when Thwack has about a 50% chance of killing you. You're kidding me, man. What?
Wait, I thought he got side beat.
He did. Imagine thinking it mattered, Mies. Imagine that.
Nothing. It's Hero. Nothing actually matters. For being honest. But,
oh my god.
That 0% thwack. If that happened, I would have been screaming my head off.
Oh, man.
But yeah, I think right now Trix is doing a better job of just stuffing Choka out a little bit. Definitely not fading back and running away as much as they were in the first game. Oh, okay.
Oh no!
I don't think it matters.
Oh no!
No way.
Okay, if that crit, he was dead.
If he got a crit, I would have ended the tournament right there.
Anyway.
If that crit, the tournament would have been over right there. Give him the money. Give him the whole prize pool. I don't care about second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth. Give him the whole prize pool. If that ever landed, I would have left my chair. I would have quit the game. That what?
So mad.
After, and we're gonna be seeing that replay after getting styled like that, in front of this many people.
That was actually a really good sequence, but Hero makes me not want to admit it.
I just want to see that one more time, please and thank you.
Oh, this is where he falls off the side B. That's a Smash Ultimate moment. So basically,
really is.
When he hit him with the side B, Hero's body shifts a little bit and it shifted him onto the other side.
I wish that crit.
I don't. This was sick though. He actually misses the tech, gets the jab lock, immediately realizes he has snooze and tech chases with it. That's something I actually don't mind on Hero there, because there's so many moves that can tech chase there. Like if he got sizzle, kaboom, sleep, bang,
even whack.
Thwack would have tech chased there, right? And so those are situations where I don't mind the menu as much, because he's getting a random tech chase that he would have got anyway.
Yeah.
But
the presence of sorry, go ahead.
But at least you knew he was gonna get the tech chase.
Yeah, and the presence of mind to just see snooze that quickly and immediately just scroll down to it and pick that in less than a second. If we're being honest, really, really good option there. I really wish they got that crit. I'm probably in the minority. I really wish they got that crit after the teabag.
Here's the thing. Let me explain. Let me explain myself. Let me to anyone who's pissed. I'm a notorious Hero hater. One of the most notorious that there are.
You and Max.
Yeah, like I post monthly about how we should ban Hero since he released. So, and then whenever I Twitch stream and there's a Kagaribi on with
Mhm.
Akakisu in
Yeah,
attendance, everyone
yeah.
forces me to watch it, and we just mull together. So,
Anyways, we're in this game 3. We're seeing Trix switch to the Crom instead. Oh my gosh.
interesting pick. I don't know what the difference he feels is going to make here. And this is another thing I kind of like about Hero is we're seeing Choka go for the bounce, even though Roy and Crom don't have projectiles. The reason he does that is because while bounce is active, you can't get it on the menu. So he's increasing his odds of something he's actually looking for.
Yeah, absolutely big brain. That's actually something I completely forgot about, but that's 1000% a big brain. So Hero players, even if you're playing a character that doesn't have projectiles, that is a very good option for you. That being said, Trix doing a way better job. This man just got whack back to back. That was a bar, by the way. Anyways, Trix just going in right now, keeping this a lot closer. A bit of a random forward smash right there.
Yeah, and that's something we've been seeing pretty consistently from Trix. It's these kind of Hail Mary options. They've worked a couple times, but it's not as consistent as, it needs to be. And every time he goes for one and it doesn't work, he gives Choka a chance to take a stock.
Yeah, that's absolutely the truth. And we're seeing the Flame Slash. Wow, got hit by the very tip of that Flame Slash. Able to get that KO, and that move is incredibly strong.
It's a great 2-frame as well. The actual slash part of Flame Slash goes kind of well below the ledge. So if you get it near the ledge, obviously he was probably looking for Magic Burst, which is just a, you don't get to recover kind of move.
Yeah,
but Flame Slash will do the trick as well. Again, equipping the bounce to increase odds of something better.
50% here on Trix. Using that ether to break through the whoosh, very good option right there. Getting that forward smash as well. Oh, you know what? Only 50%. This is pretty much one good Chrome combo. Never mind.
I am so mad that he just let that rip and it killed him 50.
I love it. Y'all can't see my face right now, but I got the biggest smile on my face. I got the biggest smile.
Come on.
I love it. Every second of it, I love.
Dude, University of Guam is pissed about that one.
Oh, I would be too. Now, all we need is Choka to end it with a whack or a thwack.
Dude, please no.
A whack,
please no.
Or a crit.
Dude, he's going for it too. Choka seems like one of those guys once he has a big enough lead that he just starts going for the cheese. You know what I mean?
After that teabag, 1000%.
Yeah.
And that has to be demoralizing. But with that being said, Trix isn't even that far behind, really. This is really one good forward smash for side B away from being a close game.
Yeah, and honestly, we've seen really great resilience from Trix throughout the entire set where he hasn't really been up, but his pace hasn't really changed either. He seems confident.
Yeah. There it is.
Going for that?
There it is.
And we've been talking about it the whole time. The forward smashes, when he keeps going for them, and when they work, they work. But he needs to win 3 games, not just 1. And so I don't know if those forward smashes are going to get the job done throughout the whole set. But I guess it's one at a time for Trix right now.
Yeah, again, like you said, those forward smashes might work now. They might do. Oh, what's happening? Oh no!
He still got hit.
What is going? No way. Okay.
He slowed himself down and got a hit because it lingered.
Because I can't you commentate this character?
He just topped us kaboom!
How do you commentate this character, Nurse?
Dude, I don't. I give it up. He gets
probably gonna be getting
armor from Crom if he goes through it. But
you know what? I like the option of using the ether there because he knew it was gonna armor through. Unfortunately, it didn't work out as well as hoped.
You know what else is messed up about that? He might have been in ledge range, but the kaboom actually pulled him backwards while he was using the ether.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't in ledge range. So very, very cool move that you have to play around at all times.
Beautiful.
Very cool. Very
Beautiful.
cool.
Perfect character.
Lots
completely
of counterplay. Lots of stuff you can do about that.
I'm a completely balanced character. I love it. Every second of it. I am smiling ear to ear. I love Hero. Okay. I love it. You know why I love Hero? Because I don't compete anymore. That's why I love Hero.
Bro, we're trying. We're trying to
that's
start
why
a
I love
war
it.
in the chat right now.
Oh, man,
Which
but I think,
side are you on, pro or
hey yo,
anti-hero?
hey yo, press one if you love Hero. But in all seriousness, I think we're gonna get a replay of that last match, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, here we go. Yep, this is that game one where
Yeah.
Choka just kind of came out after losing that first stock and getting a sizzle. Pretty much just controlled the entire set from there.
Yeah, he did a really good job. Like we said, Trix was doing a great job of staying resilient, keeping himself in these games.
Oh,
But unfortunately, that happened. And that. Yeah, this is just a compilation of unfortunate moments.
a series of unfortunate events.
Oh man, and just that didn't crit, which is a blessing.
Is it though?
Is it though? Yeah, it would have made for a great clip. This is the worst thing that happened all game.
That's the best thing that happened. That's the
So
best
is
thing.
this.
I wish that spiked. I wish that spiked. Oh,
Oh my
honestly,
god, man.
I wish that slow-mo down air spiked. I would have lost my mind if that ever happened.
I hate that. The craziest part, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing.
Man.
And I'm gonna leave it up to you. But he was ready for the hocus pocus to slow him down.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, if this slows me down, we're throwing out a down air.
They knew.
Like why?
They knew.
Why'd they have that on deck?
They knew. Honestly, Hero players probably know the percentage of chances of everything happening. And they're like, okay, cool. It's probably like a 10% chance I'm going to slow down here. So if I use it down here, it's probably, or some crap like that. But in all seriousness,
I like those odds.
Yeah, that's pretty good odds. But in all seriousness, very solid hero play right there. Definitely knows how to utilize the character in two matchups with Chrome and Roy that I personally would have thought were Hero would have struggled in.
Least. Yeah.
At the very least, was even or struggled in a little bit. But I think because Chrome was playing and Roy was playing a little bit too passively right there. Again, we mentioned that in the first game, gave Choka too much time to use the menu, et cetera, and then once they got a lead, never really looked back.
Yeah, and I think they did a good job of keeping the pressure on at the low and mid percent.
Yeah.
But once we started getting to that like 80, 90, 100, 110%, that's when we started seeing those F smashes come out. Mm-hmm. And a lot of new players fall into the, not even just new players, but mid-level players will fall into the trap of, oh, this F smash got me a kill. That's why I'm in the game.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a fallacy almost where, yeah, that F smash might win you one game, but that F smash is what lost you the other three.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And it's not about winning one game. You know, it's about winning three. And so
go ahead.
I'm just saying, so like characters like Roy, Crom, even comeback characters like Terry, Joker, whatever, you know, if you're getting that huge hit every now and again and you're like, that's why I'm good. And like, I got these big reads that hit sometimes, like that's why you're losing. It's because when they don't hit, you get owned.
It's like you miss 9 out of 10, but then you hit the one and think you're, oh wow, finally I did it. I'm so good at the game.
Dude, the dopamine hit is so good. When
it's
you hit
amazing.
The dash back F smash, you're like,
and you forget that you missed 15 of them before, and you're down 3-0, and you're down 2 stocks in game 3 because you missed 15 prior.
Yeah,
but yeah. In all seriousness, like you said, they never really had that big of a game plan. I feel. Tricks. I mean, I really feel like when they got behind, like you kind of said, their game plan was like, I'm just gonna forward smash my way back into this. And kind of beat my head against a brick wall. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but we did see in that last game when they threw that plan out the window and said, look, I'm just going to stuff them out. I'm going to play aggressively. I'm not going to go for these hard reads. I'm going to play Crom's game.
Yeah.
Did way better. Unfortunately, too little, too late. That kaboom at the end was just too much for that character to handle. And kind of just, figured everything out a little bit too late. Honestly, I feel like if they had another game, I think Trix probably could have won another game or so, but best 3 out of 5. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, and they are moving down to losers.
And I mean that magic burst was certified unlucky. I mean, like, it killed him at 50%, just clean. And so we saw stuff like that happen where stocks were the SD at 39%, the straight up the magic burst kill at 50. stuff like that. It doesn't happen every time, but when it does happen, it's hard to put yourself back in the game after that. And then kind of like we were saying, we saw that really good mid percent from Trix, where they were always in it, right? They were always kind of making that comeback. But then we saw the F smashes come out when Roy and Crom have really great tech chasing options in down tilt. Roy and Crom have really good kill confirms and jab back air. I don't think we saw a single jab back air that whole set, which is uncommon for those characters for sure.
Yeah,
and so
it was kind of definitely the bread and butter for that character.
It was the more risky options that we saw as opposed to the safer ones.
Yeah. So I think, are we going to have our next match up? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. Choco, once again, we are getting more hero.
If you haven't had enough.
Oh, wait, buddy, get your lottery tickets ready, man.
Oh my gosh, man, I'm Buy now.
Oh man, Choco, once again, I am so happy about this. I am smiling ear to ear. This is gonna be great. But this character is so weird to commentate, like in all seriousness, because it's like you don't know what's going to happen next, and you literally cannot.
Neither does he, bro. Like
you can't.
Neither does he.
Oh, I want the top deck thwack at like 0% so badly, because dude, I am going to pop off.
We're gonna see one. It's maybe not at 0, but we're definitely seeing a thwack come out.
And one thing I loved from Choka, especially, is I can tell that they are a very disrespectful player, which I love. We saw the teabags. We saw in that last game when they had a lead, they were just top decking things. Got a hocus pocus top deck. And we're just going for things, trying to style and just trying to put on a show for everybody. So the fact that we're getting Choka back to back, I am incredibly happy right now, because we need more disrespectful players, if I'm being honest.
I honestly like that. If you're going to play hero of all characters in this game, like, you got to be a little disrespectful. Like, come on.
You have to. It's almost disrespectful picking heroes from me.
Dude, it actually is. The most tilting thing, one of the most tilting things you can do as hero is if you top deck something that kills, you just look at the opponent. This is an offline thing, and you just go, lucky me. Lucky me.
I'll probably put someone in the face.
Lucky.
I can ban from the tournament if that episode ever did that to me. Not letting me back in that venue, bro. Like, oh, whoops. Oh, man, they really thwack you and critical hit you twice. Oh, man. Oh, hoopsies.
Lucky me. Lucky me.
GG's.
Lucky me. Like, so mean. You just say it with so much spite and just hate.
Oh, and then tweet about how good you are.
I made an upset, baby.
I upset MK Leo by critically hitting him 5 times.
Oh my gosh, man. That's just...
Oh, man, but no.
Don't speak that into reality. That's going to happen.
It's going to happen. And the Smash roll is going to be on fire, and all the ban hero chants and all the ban hero cries are going to come right back up like they were back in 2019 when the character...
Dude, Akakisu already does it, man.
Oh my gosh.
It's crazy. It's hard to watch.
Oh,
it's like one of those things where but you also can't look away.
Oh, it's like a train wreck. 1,000%.
Because you're like,
you hate
what's
the
happening next? Like
you hate the character, you hate watching the character, but at the same time, it's like, damn, what if this next one critical hits? It'll be really funny. But we do have...
His name is XDXD, by the way.
Oh, XDXD. That is a name representing CSULB.
Come on, man!
Man, oh my goodness. Hey, viewership just dropped down about 56%. 91 already. Oh, with the accelerator. Oh my gosh. Not even 20 seconds into the match.
Yeah, at first glance, it looks like Hero, not this match, like not these players, but at first thought it looks like Hero would not be very good in this matchup. It seems like Pac-Man could play the range game, could kind of set the pace, but bounce makes all the difference in this match. When Hero has bounce, Pac-Man's like kind of not a good character.
because you basically get rid of every single option this character has with that bonus fruit, with the fire hydrant. I think it might even reflect some of the pack pellets from the side B, if I'm not mistaken.
I have no idea if it does that. I've never seen that interaction. That would be crazy. But I think the biggest thing is you can't get hit with Galaga, you can't get hit with Bell, you can't get hit with Hydrant, and all of a sudden Pac-Man does not have the kind of pressure that he wants to have. Another big thing is, as we're seeing, is that side B. 25% every time you let it rip, and that'll go straight through the Hydrant.
Yeah.
And so there is a pressure option from a distance for Hero.
Oh, no way.
What is he doing?
I thought he was going to psych up forward or midair. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. But that was almost crazy. It's got CSU LUB. It is California State University at Long Beach.
That is a very long name.
Yes. Not saying that again.
Dude, and honestly, man, if I had to guess who someone named XDXD was playing, I would pick Pac-Man.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a Pac-Man player type of name.
It's Pac-Man or Steve. It's gotta be.
Oh gosh.
Pac-Man or Steve.
If I lost to a Steve with that name, I'd be triggered. With that being said, very good Hydrant confirm off the ledge there for XD finally putting himself on the board, and the Wax are coming out into the Kaboom already, 54%.
Yeah, and honestly, this has just been absolutely dominant for Choka pretty much across the board this game. XD hasn't really had a chance to get anything of significance going, but that orange actually
blocking the Kaboom,
Kaboom. Can we talk about how many Kabooms we've seen this game? That's the third one.
Too many. Oh no, the Thwack.
He's gonna try and two-frame.
The Thwack. I love this game. Nurse. This is my favorite game. This is my favorite game of all time. Nurse. This is my favorite game.
I can't breathe.
I love it. This is the best game I've ever played. This is the best game I've ever played.
Help.
Oh, I love this game.
Okay, so XD obviously was not as intimately aware as me that Thwack hit below the wedge.
Oh, you're gonna learn today.
Yeah, he didn't know. He didn't know it did that.
Absolutely just deleted. Absolutely just deleted.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, sorry, go ahead. Okay.
Sorry, we were talking about the Thwack percentage. 75, around 75%. I don't remember I think the exact number is something like 72. Is what it has a 50% chance of killing, and
that's
so
insane.
You'll take that any day of the week for sure.
Yeah, and I honestly in that last interaction there, I really feel like the best option for XD would have been to try to up B around the ledge, and maybe use an up B and a side B to get around the ledge or something like that, because a Thwack just covers so much room. But I don't know if they were looking at the hero menu as well and saw that they were on Thwack, and also you brought up the point they might not have known that Thwack hit below the ledge, and got punished for it.
It's a hard thing to avoid too, because while Hero has the menu out, if he C-sticks in the opposite direction, he can actually switch the direction of whatever he's throwing out. So he could cover going around because Thwack is so big. It's honestly a pretty just solid option at the ledge, which is weird to think about.
It really is. As much as the move is like is a meme, it is actually just a very good ledge option.
Wait!
That hit?
Not only that, but he just menued right in front of him.
Disrespectful as hell.
Just said, what about it? What about it?
I'm telling you.
Let me take some time to read.
Choka is a disrespectful player, and I love it.
Honestly, though, we're seeing a much better start from XD, who honestly never really even got a foothold the last game, but is looking great off the hop here.
May have just needed that first game to kind of just get the toes wet, kind of just get, warmed up and all that kind of stuff, because they're looking like a brand new player right now, 100% lead, and this is really the first time in both Choka sets that we've seen them on the, with their back against the wall.
Absolutely, and honestly, the pace from XD, it's like you said, almost looking like a brand new player, using these hydrants pretty sparingly, but keeping, the heat on with the projectiles and the Pac-Man's really solid aerials.
Unfortunately, unable to kind of confirm this kill, and we're seeing Choka slowly kind of climb back. It's going to be a back throw. Not going to be quite enough. And not being able to use projectiles off stage because of that bounce just nerfs Pac-Man so much. Like that. Oh, better watch out for that.
Oh! And
okay.
The bell goes straight up when you hit it with bounce. Good to know. And then he just gets a kaboom right on the way down, man. That's 35 right to the chrome dome. And that's going to kill.
And just like that, the very big lead that XD got vanishes in a split second.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, Choka hit him like 4 or 5 times that stuff.
Yeah, no, if we're being honest, yeah, maybe 6. And we saw how much work XD had to put in just to get that KO.
It's so tough, man, because, you know, moments like that are really demoralizing, even if you are in the lead, because you're like, oh man, I got the stock, I got this lead, and then he just like 2 hits your stock, and you're kind of back out of it. And now Choka, who is down a sizable amount, just absolutely thrusts himself into the lead off that second stock.
And honestly, if Choka gets one more bounce right now, I feel like it's probably going to be game, because you basically eliminate every good option Pac-Man has. But XD doing a really good job of keeping it close, about 1 good hit away, maybe a back air near the ledge from taking a KO. That's not going to kill.
There's something about bounce I'm trying to remember, and I don't want to get it wrong because I'm going to get flamed if I do, but I think you can only get bounced so many times per stock.
Oh, okay. If that's true, I didn't know. Didn't have another bounce right there. Couldn't quite get it.
I could be wrong.
I thought he was on the kamikaze.
It's that or heal, or maybe both.
Maybe both.
But the menu has some weird properties where some of them you can only get so many times.
Oh, and look at that. Just like that, game all tied up. Definitely looked like Choka was going to start running away with it. Had a lot of momentum. But XD keeping their composure, bringing it back. Now, this is very doable. Just can't get hit with a random thwack or a random hatchet man or something like that.
And you saw Choco actually thinking about that hatchet man.
Yep.
It's really funny. You can, when you look at the menu, you kind of get a slight glimpse into the mind of the hero player.
Yeah.
And what their eyes immediately go to. And when Choco popped that menu, I saw the cursor fly straight down to hatchet man.
They want to end this in the most disrespectful way possible. Hatchet man is like beating someone with a falcon punch. Is that a crit? No, I don't think so.
No. A crit. If that was a crit, he was long gone.
It would have vanished.
Is he?
What? Is he just waiting?
What?
Oh my god, yo. Disrespectful, I am telling you, and I love every second of it.
Dude, what's ledge trapping, man? We stand AFK in the middle of the stage.
Oh my gosh. Popped off and probably put the controller on the ground.
It's called mana regen. Look it up, honey.
It's called mana regen. I'm resting for my turn, everybody. Come on, don't worry. But the kaboom is going to do it for Choka, taking that in another dominating fashion.
Dude, how many kabooms has he gotten?
Too many. Too many.
It's starting to look like that move is just on the menu.
Yeah.
You know?
Hacks. But Choka representing the University of Texas at Tyler, coming through with this fantastic hero. That was the closest game we've seen. That was really closest we've seen. That's the only time in all the matches we've seen of Choka where I thought, okay, maybe they'll lose this match. Because in the previous set and in the first games of this set, it was really never in question. So fantastic to see that this is someone who actually can get some pressure
sweat on the brow, if you will.
Yeah, a little bit of sweat. Luck only runs so far. And here we go into this game number 3. XD just trying to do whatever they can to just put something on the board, or is Choka gonna be 6-0 in their first 2 sets?
Yeah, man, I really like that game, the kind of change that XD made where, you know, he was putting a lot more pressure on Choka just using Pac-Man's pretty strong normals, right? You know, he's got the forward air, he's got the back air, he's got the dash attack, he's got the F-tilt. Pac-Man has some pretty decent boxing moves.
Yeah.
And, man.
I tried to box the fire hydrant right there.
No!
Nurse. This is the greatest game I've ever played him. This is the greatest game I've ever seen in my life. I love Hero.
Oh, he took 26!
I don't care what anybody says. I love Hero. Okay? That was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, this is Sakurai's vision.
This is what Sakurai wanted for the game.
Who am I to say it's wrong? He said you guys aren't playing free-for-alls? Let me bring free-for-all to the conf scene.
You guys aren't playing casually enough. Let me just put this in the game. Oh my gosh, well, that being said, XD honestly isn't too far behind. If they can get this stock before hitting about 80 or so percent, I would definitely say that they're still in it. Oh, the thwack. Watch the thwack, please.
Oh yeah, dude. It's actually like a watch the hand moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Bell at ledge. Oh, gonna whoosh back up. Good fire hydrant coverage. Yup, very good ledge trapping right
he
here.
didn't get zoom.
Managed to still have enough MP to make it back. Oh, fantastic option again right there with the fire hydrant.
Okay, so I want to talk about that a little bit. Choco was at the ledge there, getting pretty solidly ledge trapped for roughly 25-30 seconds. How did he solve it? Was it clever gameplay?
It was Hero.
A new ledge mix-up, or did he zoom back to center stage?
Top deck zoom. Oh man. But shout outs to Choco for putting on the show right now.
Gosh,
Getting that psych up back here.
Yeah, man, that psych up back air will absolutely put you in the morgue as fast as possible.
Oh my gosh, and right now XD is unable to really secure this KO, 154%. And you know what, Hero isn't even that heavy of a character, so I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen like a back air or something coming out right now. Or even like a
really, he's wanted this F smash kind of the whole game. And we've seen him been trying to catch rolls, he's been trying to catch tech options with these F smash, because honestly, Pac-Man's F smash is a ridiculous move that kills insanely early, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't had kind of the right read.
Yeah. Yeah, he really zoomed right in front of them and just got the wrong draft. Oh,
dude, he heals at 175 like that's the difference maker.
184, still going. Still going.
Yeah, and this guy doesn't even have enough mana to really do anything at this point. A nice hydrant setup, but again, Choka somehow getting out of there and swinging for the fences right now with the
spike to finish off the 3-0 for Choka. I saw your face, Nursey. You put your hands on your face and your palms. You're looking down like that, but you know what? I love every second of it, okay?
What a statement, man. He actually went off stage to gimp Pac-Man. As much as I don't like Hero, I really do like Choke. Choka's awareness, using the menu, his awareness of how to confirm on stuff like the hydrant into the neutral B was something that is really solid that we saw. His awareness for these downers and his willingness to be a little bit disrespectful, his willingness to go for the kind of the wacky play, the fun play. I respect it.
Yeah.
and if there was a Hero player I had to watch, this is one I would pick.
Yo, Choka definitely putting on a show. And one thing I do got to say about XD as we get to these replays, bounce on Hero is something that basically shuts Pac-Man all the way down. And you want to force Pac-Man into that boxing match. But XD did a really good job when bounce was on of kind of keeping composure, staying calm. And you know what, getting some good grabs, getting some good neutral airs and some good back airs, etc., as we see that beautiful thwack, my favorite move of the entire game.
Dude, he actually got whiplash from that because I guarantee he didn't know it did that.
Oh my god. Oh man, I wish we had like a heart rate monitor so you can see the heart rate of the Hero's opponents.
Yeah, just spike as the menu comes out. That was crazy. That killed? What was he at before the high? 26%!
26.
He comboed at 26 and it killed! Oh no, he was matching. Okay.
Still got the kaboom right after that? Absolutely insanity. Insanity from Hero. I love this character, man. I love this character. With burning passion, I love this character, and I will die on that hill, okay? I will die on that hill. So this is the best character to watch in the game, all right? It's the best character to watch the entire game.
Hey man, I can't lie. I'm having an okay time.
Oh man,
maybe I'm just in good company. Maybe
that's probably it. That's probably it. You feel the love coming from me.
I'll blame anything but Hero.
But that was a fantastic match, and a big shout out to XD for putting on a fight in a matchup that I feel like when you have bounce on is very, very tough. But you know what? It was a 3-0, but that last, I think it was game 2, could have really gone either way.
Really competitive. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially in comparison to the first opponent, Choka saw. This was like very, very, very close. So shout outs to XD. That's another player who I wouldn't mind seeing if we do get some losers matches further on in the bracket. And for everybody just joining us, this is the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Circuit Finals. I am Knees. That is Nurse, left or right. I'm not sure which way it is, but that is Nurse. Hope you have been enjoying the tournament and the commentary up until this point. It has been a blast. We've had some very, very good sets, seeing some unorthodox characters, seeing schools that are underrepresented or not represented at all, getting to put themselves on the map. And that reason is why I love collegiate tournaments.
Yeah, man, it's been really, really enjoyable to watch so far. And seeing players like Choka, someone we would normally see getting to shine here. We saw NC, the Bowser Jr., making waves. It's been, the matches at the very least have been exciting. And honestly, like Pac-Man, a character who had potential to slow the pace of the game down a lot. But, due to Choka's use of bounce and side B, we actually saw that be a very scrappy game compared to what we might have expected otherwise.
As we get into this next game off the bat, we have Sephiroth versus Castelia. Castelia, there we go.
Yeah, and this is
That's sensational, isn't it? That's sensational, right? Yeah, okay.
And so this is definitely one of the favorites of the tournament in sensational, but Castelia starting off strong.
Oh my goodness, DDD, another unorthodox character. And again, this is sensational. aka Sephiroth from Northwood University, Castelia from the Rochester Institute of Technology. This is the upper half of top 16. And yeah, that opening stock from Castelia, fantastic against Sephiroth, who is a player who both of us think is probably the favorite.
Yeah, absolutely, but definitely not looking the part right now. Is Castelia on this DDD is making it happen.
Absolutely making it happen. DDD is such a very good character in the right hands because of how good this character is at trapping and punishing. And I really feel like Sephiroth is just falling for some of the DDD cheese and DDD fluff that makes this character very dangerous.
And honestly, Castelia is just willing to let it rip.
And Sensational just getting completely bodied right now. Not what I expected at all, but man, Castelia, we talked about it. A lot of players you may not have.
Did you see that?
What is going on?
Dude, Sensational's getting mixed right now, and the jackhammer's coming out. He's trying to avoid it.
Okay. Bro, I don't know. Why is everybody so disrespectful in this tournament?
Oh my gosh, Sensational needs a miracle to get himself even back in this game.
Why is everybody in this tournament so disrespectful to one another?
It's actually mean. And this might be another hot take from me, but I think Falcon is like really bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. I think Falcon's a little bit underrated, but then again, I watch a lot of Fatality, and Fatality is just kind of cracked out at this game.
He definitely makes the dream work, but I think about it like, do you know how many characters make like top 16 at any given major?
You know what I mean? Really.
There's so many.
There's so many. I'm dumb.
There's
crazy.
one
Never mind.
crack pick every single major.
You're right. You're right.
And so I just feel like Falcon's just one amongst the list.
Especially after the Wi-Fi era, after people were just leveling up with their, uncommon characters. Yeah, you're definitely seeing a couple, rando characters that you would not have expected to see in a top, 16, top 8 make it that far. All that being said, Sensational has to buck up and figure out what they're going to do because they are at 149 against DDD. This is really one forward tilt or one DD aerial away from being game, set, and a match.
Really?
And there it is, this alley-ooping the Gordo back to himself, getting the inhale and the spit. Sensational, kind of getting clapped up in that match.
That was crazy. Hello?
Probably one of the favorites of the tournament too, but Castelia maybe heard us talking and said, you know what, I'll show you what a favorite is.
Yeah, and DDD, it must be said, DDD, doesn't mind a little bit of latency when you're dealing with Gordo.
Oh no, not at all. Shout outs to Smash Online. 13 frames of delay.
But that was honestly, those first two stocks were just a masterclass from Castelia, who seemed to not be able to choose wrong stuff like empty hop, turnaround, grab, and just real mix caught Sensational sleeping just across the board. But with the Falcon, Sephiroth is pretty good in this matchup, so.
I was gonna say, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see the Sephiroth switch, if I'm being honest.
I say that to say, like, because I play Sephiroth into this matchup. And you can kind of just forward tilt and win.
Exactly. Forward tilt, forward air, the Gordo's away. You can't really. It's kind of hard to ledge trap Sephiroth sometime because of that forward air. You can just kind of cling onto the stage and mix up your recovery timings. You can mix up the timings with the up B, whether it's charged a little bit or charged fully. So I really do feel like Sephiroth would have been a little bit better. But you know what? Who am I to judge?
No, and one of the fun things about Falcon is this matchup is because DDD is so big, Falcon can kind of run wild on DDD in a way that he doesn't really get to in other characters, but if you're catching neutral get-ups, it doesn't matter, Castelia!
Castelia letting that hammer run wild all over Sensational's face and got a quick 36% already.
This is insane.
Keeping this momentum going. Oh my goodness.
Sensational cannot approach right now. He is getting stuffed out of almost every single approach option.
Oh my goodness gracious right now.
And even
you know what?
The parry on Nair 1 into down smash.
I don't even have words for this. This DDD Castelia is just absolutely just completely just running over Sensational right now as he does get that Nair off stage. Definitely needed that to stop the bleeding just a little bit, but still 104% against a DDD.
Ooh.
Definitely not where you want to be.
This is one of the tough things about playing Falcon is he has those really early kill setups where, you know, you can kill characters like DDD at 50, 60, 70%, but if you don't get them, like that.
Now, you were talking about big body characters and why Falcon loves them. That is exactly why right there.
Absolutely. But if you don't get stuff like that and you have to hit, you know, a raw nair, a raw back air, a dash attack, a character like DDD lives those hits until super late and can make life pretty tough for Falcon.
Right now, Sensational has a lot of momentum going right there. That up air into knee, definitely what they needed. They are sitting at 149%, which is definitely way more than DDD needs to get a KO. But I really love what Seth is doing right now, weaving in and out, not falling into the traps like they were doing into that first game, and looking primed to potentially win this game. I lied. Fantastic dash attack. I lied. Forget everything I just said.
That actually worked because of something that's kind of unique to Falcon in this game is his dash turnaround is the worst in the game, or competing for worst in the game. And so whenever you see a Falcon trying to dash dance like that, every time they turn around, they're committing at least 13 frames.
Yep. Most people have a dash dance that's relatively instant, for being honest, versus Falcon, who you can see that long animation there.
Yeah, and because of that, you know, really good on Castelia to know, I actually have time to throw out a dash attack, and if he's not ready, you know, there's not a lot of time to react to it.
No, not at all. Getting punished for that immediately. Oh my god, going for that Falcon kick, getting punished by that Gordo off the bat. The gentleman jab, getting some stage control right here. What's the option? Up smash? Oh, I thought the up smash was going to come up after that jump, but opting for the safer options instead.
Yeah, and
trying
now
to get back on the ground here.
We're kind of seeing what I was talking about, where because he didn't get that kill at those early percents, now he needs a raw hit, and DDD is going to live these forever. Even up B not close to killing at 135.
And yeah, you really can't play the percentage game with DDD. But does get that back here. But what I was going to say is you can't really play that percentage game with DDD because unless you're playing like a Ganondorf or a Bowser or something, they're probably KOing you a lot earlier than you're KOing them. So you have to get that big lead. Once you're above 75, you're really in kill percentage. So you can't really play that percentage game. But shout outs to Sensational there. I thought the Sephiroth pick would have been better, but making the Falcon work in that game too.
And I think the biggest difference we saw there was that big capitalization on the second stock. We saw, you know, the up air knee coming through, kill confirm, getting that stock early allowed Sensational to build enough of a lead for himself that, you know, killing late on the third stock didn't matter as much, right?
Yeah,
he had a little room to play with. If he didn't get another kill confirm like that, it was okay because he had enough time to build up that, you know, 150, 160%. I think that game looks a lot different if that kill confirm doesn't come through.
Oh, absolutely true. Absolutely true. And I do got to give a shout out to Castelia as well. This is a matchup that I feel like it's very volatile. You can get bodied both ways, but I feel like most people would agree that Falcon's probably a little bit better. To play a character like DDD this well, has all the ledge traps good, has all the stage traps good, knows the combos, knows everything like that. Taking a character that a lot of people I feel like is still a little bit underrated. A lot of people underrate in my opinion, and playing incredibly well with them. So big shout out to Castelia.
Yeah, man, every character in this game's underrated. You know what I mean? Like, you
Honestly,
you can show me any character in the game, and I can tell you one person who thinks they're underrated. Smash Ultimate's a bit of a wacky game like that.
there's 20 top 10 characters in this game.
There absolutely is. And
20 characters in top
Castelia
10.
making the case for DDD is one of them.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. But you know what? I guarantee you there's somebody in the world who thinks DDD is in that top 10. I promise you there's someone there. But with that being said, Castelia, early stock, putting on a lot of work right now. Good backer to stuff out that Gordo, but does not matter to Castelia. And you got to stay off that ledge against DDD because this is where the character thrives.
Because that's what happens.
This is where the character thrives. That dash attack, that 2 frames. You have the Gordos you can stick on the ledge. You have inhale. You have so many things that this character can do. And that's why you do not want to be anywhere near that edge against DDD.
Yeah, and one of the tough things about this matchup that we haven't really touched on yet is when Falcon up Bs, his hand actually goes a little bit above the ledge, which gives you more than 2 frames to hit him with something like DDD's dash attack. It's a little more generous than it is against other characters.
Yeah, design-wise, Falcon kind of suffers from a lot of stuff and suffering from a hammer to the gluteus maximus. Goodness gracious, that up smash. What? That was absolutely. I didn't even like take in that read until like afterwards. I was like, oh my god, that up smash read was absolutely insane. Sensational, getting put just really, really, really on their back right now. Shouts to Castelia.
Dude, he did inhale, dash back, charge, up smash. Like, that's the fakest thing we've seen today. Like,
it worked. Hey, it worked. It worked. That's all that matters. And right now, I'm wondering if we are going to see a switch from Seth.
As someone who plays both these characters, I know I personally would.
Nope, still going with the Falcon.
You know, feeling good about the Falcon. And I think, you know, if you're feeling good, you have a couple reads, you're feeling kind of strong about what you can get off your combos, that you can take a stock early, I think Falcon's a great pick, right? It's just a matter of actually getting those things to happen, which they did not last game at all.
Because Castelia is just doing such a good job of just building either a wall of projectiles or a wall of aerials, but just not letting Seth get in at all already at 107%. Jesus, didn't even realize that. And about to lose a stock already.
And we've been seeing Seth jump a lot in panic situations.
Bro, these ledge options,
I've never seen the reverse Gordo like that. That was really actually cool. Okay, Castelia just knows. Castelia is so deep in Seth's head right now. There's not much to say about it. Like, he's just picking right over and over and over and over.
And the thing with DDD at the ledge, it's even if you don't pick right, you have so many options that you can kind of just throw out. Kind of like talking about throwing out options, throwing out that knee to get that confirmed. But again, with DDD, you have so many options you can throw out at ledge. Dash attack, down tilt, neutral beat, inhale, that you can throw at ledge that even if you guess wrong the first time, you can press 3 more buttons and potentially get it right.
Talking about it earlier, but we keep on seeing it. Seth keeps jumping in panic situations. And that is where, like, it seems like Castelia has caught on and is making the difference here. Because they're either up smashing, they're fairing at a shield, you know, they're back airing on the way up. It's all of these. Again, they expected him to jump out of shield there and went for the up smash. Sensational, perhaps realizing what the problem was and adjusting a little bit, holding that shield a little bit longer than before.
Definitely seeing a lot less random jumps than we were in those first 2 stocks as he gets that back air, not quite enough to get the KO yet. Did they jab the Gordo right back at Castelia there?
Yeah, Gentleman also kills at that percent.
Oh, okay. 115 right now, Seth, with the slight lead, looking to bring this into a game 5 and is looking fantastic right here in this potential final stock of the game. 46%.
Yeah, after how devastating that first stock was, Sensational has done an absolutely incredible job of getting themselves back into this.
Up tilt right there. Oh, went for that up B command grab. Couldn't quite get that. But you know what? Did fade back to that platform safely. So ended up working. Randall back here.
It's something I've really liked from Sensational. As soon as I mentioned that jumping problem, where he kept getting hit out of jump in panic situations, we've seen him just hold that shield for just a beat longer, and
Yeah.
he's been able to get Castelia to swing
Yeah.
and get those punishes now.
Now, when is Castelia going to realize that
Oh.
Seth isn't jumping as much? And went for that hammer kill right there. But yeah, when is Castelia going to realize that Seth isn't jumping as much now and change their game plan to kind of combat that?
Yeah, isn't that the divine question of Smash Bros? When does the person adapt to the adaptation? Oh! I thought he was going for the roll. For sure.
Oh, I know Seth's life flashed before their eyes right there as Castelia gets the Gordo. Inhale, spit out combo to finish that game off. Castelia representing the University of Rochester Institute of Technology, playing fantastically. And would you consider that an upset? Because I definitely
I would, yeah, for sure.
I definitely would. We really thought that Sephiroth was going to be the favorite to win the tournament.
Yeah,
We talked about it earlier.
I thought so for sure.
So that was crazy. But Seth, I feel like had a lot of really good reads there and just ended up kind of missing quite a few of them, which is unfortunate. And if 3 or 4 of those landed, we're looking at a completely different set right now.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that last stock that Castelia actually took. It was really good, and we'll probably see it on the replays.
Yeah.
But Sensational or Sephiroth had been trying to drop down up air to hit the Gordo's back at Castelia. And so what actually they did was they inhaled the Gordo, so Seth was not able to hit it, whiff, and then spit the Gordo back at him as a really interesting mix-up. Did you expect that?
And again, this character has so many options at the ledge. You throw the Gordo and you roll to dodge that just to get hit by a down smash. As we see that, fantastic. Ooh, up air knee. Yeah, rewind that joint. I want to see that one more time. 2 into the one more. Boom. I absolutely love that combo from Falcon, no matter what Smash game it is in. But yeah, Castelia and DDD, just so many options at that ledge, and it's almost impossible to get through it without taking at least some damage.
Yeah, you have to be really familiar with when DDD is able to throw something out, and even then it becomes a bit of a guess. That was the hardest read we've seen all day. Inhale to dash back up smash, and then this ledge sequence was insane.
Yeah, 1,000. That's
pop off the back,
gross.
like what? And you see Sensational actually trying to knee to hit the Gordo back. It didn't come out in time.
That option, maybe a neutral air would have been better. It's a lot quicker of a move, and I'm pretty sure that also hits the Gordo's back. But too little, too late for Seth, as Castelia did take that 3-1. Shout outs to Rochester University Institute of Technology, taking that one, repping another smaller school.
Absolutely. I think the reason they went for the knee there was because the lingering hit of knee will also hit Gordo back. So it's more frames. You have time to hit it back. But unfortunately, knee a decent bit slower than neutral air.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. So shout outs to both of them and everybody just joining us. We hope you are enjoying the tournament so far. A lot of fantastic matches, a lot of crazy characters. That's like the third match where we've seen kind of an unorthodox character. We got the Bowser Jr., the Hero, and DDD. 3 kind of weirder, more unorthodox characters. Maybe not on Wi-Fi, DDD especially, maybe not on Wi-Fi, but it's glad to see that we're not seeing like Snake versus Palutena for the 17,000th time in the row.
Or I don't know if you watched the last major, but Roy versus Samus.
Oh yes, that was like this wasn't like 3 matches in a row.
9 games in a row.
Oh my goodness, that was absolutely crazy. That granted, I'm a person who loves Samus, so I don't mind. I like all the characters everyone else hates. I don't know what it is. Samus, I love watching. I love watching Hero. I love watching Steve. I'm seeing a lot of Sora hate right now. I love watching Sora. Pretty crazy, but yeah, this tournament has been really good so far. We have a lot more great matches coming up. And man, another big shout out to the sponsors. This would not be possible without them. Gummy Shot, Corsair, Mavix, Metafy, Twitch Students, Gunner Optics, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Dunkin' Donuts would not be possible again without them. And man, the schools that we have in this tournament and the people representing have been very, very, very interesting so far. I love tournaments like this. I keep bringing this up, but I love it because you get people who don't get to showcase their talents at the big tournament, getting to put themselves out here on the big stage, maybe for the first time.
And it's nice seeing people making the best of it. Players like Chaka and Castelia absolutely try to make a statement right now.
Mhm.
And so seeing those players not only get the opportunity but capitalize on the opportunity is so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because you're like, man, I want to see you keep going. I want to see what's next.
And for anybody looking to join the NACE Starleague Collegiate, so yeah, anyone looking to join the collegiate circuit, registration for the NACE Starleague Challengers and Open Division closes Tuesday. Please visit cslesports.com for more details if you're looking to join, maybe represent your school on this stage as well. Again, that is cslesports.com. If you want to register for the NACE Starleague Challenger or Open Divisions. Registration does close this Tuesday, so just a little over 2 days there to get that going.
And I think honestly, like, why wouldn't you? If you're in Collegiate Smash right now, why wouldn't you want to join?
No reason not to.
You know, there's great production value. You get sets on stream. You get to play players that you never would have had a chance to play before. You get to compete for a generous prize pool to put towards your tuition or whatever you want. You're not stuck in tuition, but you can be responsible or not. I don't care. You know?
Hey, it's your money. It's your money. I'm just saying, man, if I got that $1,000 prize, that's like 2 textbooks, man.
Oh, man. That's like...
Shout out to the university, man.
That's also, as dinner for the rest of the month. We're good to go.
As a fellow university student, that money would be very, very helpful for me. But we are going to take a quick break, and we will be back in a few short minutes, everybody.
welcome back, gamers, to the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Circuit Finals. I am Dak, alongside my main man, my main squeeze, Rod, on my right, as we bring you the continuation of the upper bracket here. Rod, are you ready to get into some awesome Smash action?
You already know, man. The only thing I love more than Smash is Smash being done in an educational type of format. And I know you and I and Max and a handful of others, we've had a lot of conversations on the future of gaming, and I think it starts here in a format like this. This is going to be so dope.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, shout outs to our previous commentators who are joining us back later, Mies and Nurse, who are doing an absolutely incredible job. And for all of you who might not know, there's over $2,000 on the line. That's $2,000 just for, or actually $2,000 overall. $1,000 for first place. We had 352 players try to qualify. There we go. Thank you so much. Look at that prize money. I'm sure all of these players would love to get a little bit of that cash. And that is all coming here with the help of all of our amazing sponsors: Gummy Shot, Corsair, Mavix, Medify, Twitch Student, Gunner Optics, Leukemia and Lymphomia Society, and Dunkin' Donuts. Couldn't have this happen without all of you, and of course, all of you tuning in to this awesome action.
Yeah, you had me at Dunkin' Donuts, Dak. I'll leave it at that.
At the end of the list, yeah, I'm glad you made it that far. Yeah, and we're of course going to be seeing a little bit of that bracket as well. We've already seen a lot of these players showing what they can do, and there we go. We're going to be getting more of them out here. Noodle, aka Gage, versus Moonblast will be up next, and then we'll also be seeing Choka versus Ruskiner. Now, Choka just had a really huge match against Seth, so definitely looking forward to see how far they can get through this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a firm believer that formats like this are really just where champions are made. You know, I feel like you see Arcadians and things as such, you know, those get all the shine and recognition, but there's a lot of talented individuals in the grander scope of the competitive community that got their start in formats like this. You know, Max and I were talking about this a few weeks ago, so yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see these players put another chapter in the history books for themselves. This is going to be dope.
Absolutely. Actually, my mistake. Choka took on XD. It was Castelia who took on Stealthroth right there, and Castelia was a really solid D2D. Yeah, so that was actually really crazy. So that's going to be pretty hype. I mean, all of these players here are going to be absolutely fantastic. They've already shown their worth coming in this far into the bracket. And of course, this being on Wi-Fi, you got to deal with Smash Online. You got to roll with the punches. You might even have to change up the characters you use to make it farther into the bracket.
Yeah, you know, the great thing about me is that my character is just a scumbag online or offline. I play Adult Link, so no matter what happens, I'm throwing boomerang.
You're still playing Adult Link, bro?
Yeah,
come on. What year is it?
Look, at this point, you know, I'm already 28. I've been rocking them since day one in 64. You know, I don't know if I can switch over to anybody else, but let's go ahead and switch over to this match right here, man. We got our two players finally locked in here. And I believe, we
got a button. I was trying to see some of that button check. I don't know about you, but I was trying to see. And I apologize. It was also Moonblast is Gage, not Noodle. So I'm already 2 for 2 right now. I'm already a solid start here for your boy. But yeah, this should be good. I mean, we did see what I believe was a Wii Fit and a Bayo potentially. So a matchup we have not seen at all. I mean, we've seen Pac-Mans, we've seen DDDs, we've seen Falcon so far, Roy, a Crom, a Hero doing work, which I know Miz was very happy about seeing for sure.
Oh,
maybe
God.
Nurse not so much. But Wii Fit versus Bayo. Any thoughts on that matchup going into this?
You know, I feel like there's just one or two ways that match can go. Either that match is going to go very, very quickly. I mean, we have seen just the buffs that Wii Fit has received here these last so many patches. Characters absolutely just bonkers when played correctly and efficiently. Or we could see the match kind of trail on a little bit too, which is honestly the type of nature I'm used to seeing from the Wii Fits. They're going to stay a lot off stage. You know, the deep breathing, we're going to see that play into effect. I guess the only key difference here is that Bayo has the ability to get out there and go and get you. So you might have to try to keep the match on the solid ground, but whatever the case may be, when you see Wii Fit glowing red, it is best to proceed with caution. So let's see how it rolls.
Oh, and you're already talking that talk right there. 2 hits and Moonblast, they got hit for 54% off just those 2 confirms right there. So already, Noodle putting in some work, but both trading here, and you really got to be careful getting stuck on those platforms, because that's prime bait for Bayo to start comboing you.
Oh, speaking of the combos, here they are, Dak. And yes, you know, Wii Fit Trainer, those characters, the 2 characters just have some very interesting hitbox. I'll use that word for now. Very interestingly placed hitboxes on their limbs. However, you just cannot swing willy-nilly versus Bayonetta. Of course, you know, the longer the hitbox, the easier it is for her to witch time you. And if you watched any of Smash 4, you know what comes after witch time.
Oh, yes. And not looking forward to that for sure. Moonblast trying to poke in a little bit, but they're having a little bit less than success that they were expecting, as now Noodle's going to take control of the stage, get more of that deep breathing, and make it even more difficult for Moonblast to confirm.
That's right. Great parry. Gets the witch twist out of shield immediately. And of course, the more stuff you do in the air with Bayonetta, the more landing lag that you have. So you have to make sure that those combos are airtight. Speaking of airtight, does find an opening. Wow. Nothing off the bullet climax, but still looking good.
That was really risky to go for that deep breathing too, and they can get sniped from the stage there. So that's just kind of that confidence. You know you got to go for it. And then, of course, the Sunburst comes out and takes out Moonblast, their first death. But Noodle is, I mean, already at 164 right here, still staying alive somehow.
That's right. Very smart right there. You know, just to not go for another witch twist after the double afterburner kick. Again, the more moves you do in the air, the more lag. Great resilience. I love that spacing. Understanding that down smash was coming, you don't want anything to do with that, my friend.
Absolutely not. Noodle still surviving here, 166. And now it's, you know, you're at a percentage where Bayo can't necessarily keep you at every combo, right? So it's really looking for these stray hits to confirm. Again, takes the bullets to the dome, staying alive, but will trade out, and the neutral air will come through. Moonblast still, they are at 65%, but it could be evened out pretty quickly again once they have that deep breathing.
That's right, man. Talk to them. You know, there is that Nostradamus effect we were kind of talking about once upon a time ago. You know, you get weak foot off stage, and either they're going to have the ability to stay out there forever, or if you have the toolkit to get out there, you can make these stocks disappear very quickly. It just, oh my God, it's just so unfortunate that the one taking all the stocks is my good friend Noodle here. Noodle with a very commanding lead right now.
Yeah, Moonblast kind of looking for a bit too many pokes over that shield, and eventually Noodle's just going to like get off me buttons and get away from me and going to actually kill off that. So almost a full stock lead here now for Noodle. Moonblast looking for a way in. They're getting these combos, but really the biggest problem here is not the early low percent kind of combos. It's finally finding the kill at later percent.
Oh my God, that was so smart to use the bullet arts, because you know the chamber has the active hitbox on it. So yes, I whipped the F smash, but I do have another hitbox right here. Maybe not quite as big and powerful, but still enough right there to give me a bit of coverage. Right into the witch time. Very smooth opening from Moonblast.
Oh, catches that with the anti-air, and now Moonblast an opportunity to take the lead and run with it. Noodle gets back, just barely avoiding that ledge trap, but Moonblast still hot on their tail, now completely increasing this lead, and Noodle done a little bit more shaky than they were in the first two stocks.
Oh, no doubt about that. This is most certainly the Bayonetta show right now. It's not looking good right here for my friend Noodle. Staying back into the corner again. You know, the great thing about Weath is that no matter what the percent deficit or lead is, you know, they have a game plan in hand and they're just going to stick to it. I'm just going to kind of stay back and shoot and just really play this "you got to come and get me" game. My goodness, but catch a couple of these bullet climax at the ledge right there. Moonblast goes up game one. Wow.
It looked like Noodle was trying to stop the momentum a little bit, but actually might have missed that deep breathing all the way out in the bubble. But still, I mean, you go for that 3 times. The first 2 times, you avoided getting hit by the bullet arts. The third time, you're going to get hit. And that's going to be a start off here in the series for a 1-0 for Moonblast.
Yeah, 100% Dak. You know, I think we fit, again, very powerful character, and one of the few characters I feel like that can combat Bayo. Maybe not in terms of like, you know, hitboxes, but just in terms of like controlling the pacing of the match. Again, that ability to stay off stage for so long and force a player, whether they're comfortable off stage or not, to come out there and come get you. I mean, that's really risky business. But I think in just a case like this, we fit just really needs to hold on to that lead. You know, the minute they have to play from behind, especially on somebody like Bayo, now that you have to chase them, it's just not good. It's not a good spot.
Absolutely. Yeah, and both of these characters are very often off stage looking to trade, but Wii Fit Trainer really wants to have an item active when they do so. Otherwise, Bayonetta can just nair at you and kind of beat you out range-wise. It looks like Noodle, it looks like we might get a reset here. Maybe potentially a character switch, but we'll see. This isn't a crew battle as far as I know, so no one should be just jumping off the stage immediately.
You know what was funny though? When I got asked to do this, I was like, oh, let's go. Like one of those few things where you can just kind of, you know, degen out and just get really hyped for it. You can still get hyped for singles, but that college pride that these teams wear, I mean, it's like second to none.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, and Mies and Nurse were talking about that as we went to a wrong stage. Got it. Thank you. So we'll be changing that up. But yeah, this is what Mies and Nurse were talking about earlier. Like there's a little added layer to a lot of this competition because you have that school pride. You have all the fans and other friends you have from your school coming into chat, and supporting you and trying to, get that kind of, encouragement as much as you can. You see him cheering you on in the chat. That adds a little bit more to it rather than just playing in any other tournaments. So I think that kind of, really influences the kind of play we get. Of course, aside from the fact that we're playing online, some of these players are coming in after a long circuit. They're maybe coming in after a long shift of work. They're here to, maybe a long study session, right? There's so many factors that play into this. And we're going to Final Destination, which I'm also on.
And we are kicking this match off in a very similar fashion to what we've seen with game number 1, Dak. Again, just the Wii Fit going red, tossing out those hitboxes, and Bayonetta's little light frame already at 60%. Not a good position to be in, but you're not the only one that swings big as well. Bayonetta, of course, custom equipped with those wicked weaves.
This is looking a lot closer, which I think makes sense, right? Like, Noodle can create a lot more space between them and Moonblast. Moonblast can still kind of carry Noodle across the stage, but not going to be able to entirely carry them to the blast zones as reliably as they could on like a PS2 or Battlefield.
That's right. It's going to take a little bit more resilience, a little bit more finesse to make that happen for yourself. But if there's a will, there's most certainly a way. And with the way this one is playing out right here, Moonblast is certainly looking for the way. Love that run off Nair again, using just the threat of the bullet climax to keep Noodle back into the corner.
I love Moonblast just like back turned, obviously looking for the back air, still willing to take the ball, but not willing to take the power of the sun in the palm of their hand. And that's me, Moonblast, going down for the first drop.
There it is, and Noodle playing very strong here, fresh out of the gate. I mean, this is what it's, oh yes, that's right. After so many swings, I can roll through that. No big punish though. Looking just to keep the space between both opponents. Again, a very traditional type of Wii Fit gameplay here that we're seeing. I have the lead, and now you got to come and get me.
This is some John numbers right here, of course. And there's finally the back air is going to land, but that's really the strat for Noodle, right? Like, get the lead and then just try to put up a huge, like, so much traffic between you and the other player, like constant damage. So it's just a lot more effort for you to get to them. If you do get in close quarters, you've taken 40-50%. That was your cost to get inside.
Noodle right now,
cover,
went untouched almost for about a minute there. Always forget that Maya can just hold her aerials. Of course, we can get boxed a little longer. That could be a little dangerous right there for Noodle. Noodle, of course, holding strong, catching the sliding heel kick right into the throw-off stage. And, well, friends in the chat, you've seen how that one wrapped up. Noodle looking so strong here.
And I like how Noodle's using that deep breathing to also kind of bait Moonblast in to attack, use a heel slide, do something, and then Noodle can try to react off of that. And on a stage like FD, where you have a lot more room to react, it's been working out so far. As well.
Right, what the heck was that? Okay, getting fancy right here in this match. Going to heal a little percent as well. As you know, as quickly as we heal, Bayo puts it on just as quick, but we might not get to see what happened here in game 2.
Moonblast almost got a concussion from that soccer ball all the way from down deep. Okay.
Slowly but surely unraveling here for Moonblast. Noodle playing so strong, of course, despite being off of their feet, no platforms. That's okay. No matter what happens, when I get back onto solid ground, I'm going to disengage as quickly as possible.
Yep, and here we go. You got to get through there. This is a lot of traffic. You're going to make it through I-95 to make it in time. I don't think so. This is now almost a full stock lead here now for Noodle. And Moonblast is just pressing buttons, hoping something lands. But again, too many, and you're going to get hit by that forward tilt.
Yes, unfortunately enough, one button too many there. Great stuff right there in that game number 2. Yeah, I mean, that one's kicked off the way game number 1 did, but I really felt like just, no platforms, of course. The blast zones are just positioned a little bit differently on Final Destination. And so just you with that inability to land comfortably, even with the character as, talented as Bayo, she has so many landing options. Wii Fit, they're just going to cover that stage, man. You don't want to land anywhere by Wii Fit because now, boom, we got to trade. And then you don't want to land far away incorrectly because now you got to eat, one of my charge specials. So it's tough.
Yeah, and with Wii Fit, that's kind of the nature of the character going all the way back to Smash 4 is being a little bit ambiguous when you try to cross up on them because they can kind of hit you with some of their normals on both sides. So you got to be careful with a character like Bayo, who's constantly looking to cross up. I mean, Wii Fit Trainer can still re-poke you and counter-poke you if need be, and those moves are going to kill at high percent. So you really got to be careful throwing out so many buttons. Wii Fit Trainer wants that to happen.
Yes, just that element of surprise that, we're trading buttons. Actually, wait till I start glowing red. Now let's trade and see what happens,
Yep.
I mean, we've seen the Twitter combos. We have seen Wii Fit, KO at like 40% or something just ridiculous. Like it's just absolutely bonkers, man. But I don't think it's too far fetched to say that Bayo after Smash 4 deserves a spanking or two that type of way. But yeah, we've all been failed.
Yes, definitely. And Noodle certainly feeling the heat a little bit here as Moonblast. They've got a lot of action cooking here. Already 84 to 108. That was just 20% off that confirm, and they're already Noodle having some trouble just getting back on the stage. A lot less room to work with. You have the platforms again you have to worry about, just like game one, and then poking when you shouldn't be. You're going to be thrown in for a loop. And look at that. That's a 0 to death coming out from Moonblast.
There it is, Moonblast. This is the kickoff to the match that they were certainly looking for in game 1 and 2. Was still able to squeeze out a victory in game 1, but game 2 did not go their way. This one, though, this one's looking, kind of like Moonblast is starting to figure some things out here. Again, gets the bat within, was able to escape harm's way. Oh, wow. And then the run off Nair. Oh, but met with the feet.
Still gets back. Screw this character. Still gets back. Oh my god, I was like, oh, that's so hype. Wait a second, it's bad. But hey, I appreciate the effort. Moonblast now at 135, staying alive. Noodle's gonna... No way. Okay. If you get hit by that, you might have to uninstall your game.
And this bait and punish play style I'm seeing from Moonblast is starting to really do some numbers here. I mean, I throw out something punishable. Wii Fit, of course, not the fastest character in the world, but it gives off this false sense of security. I can come in and punish, boom, the minute you touch my shield, here's the witch twist, and now you're eating a lot more percent here. So Moonblast certainly has a plan in hand, and they're sticking to it. However, again, one trade, one misposition anything versus Wii Fit, and that is going to be a stock. Even the tilt can get the job done.
Noodle looking a bit worse for wear here. Still trying to get away from that, and again gets caught. So smart by Moonblast, anticipating that projectile throw, immediately hits that stun and catches them with the witch time. Noodle, though, will respond back, but at this point, they are down an entire stock here, and immediately Moonblast putting on the pressure.
Slides back in, gets the sliding heel kick. Okay, that one gets shielded, but unfortunately enough, not a quick enough option to punish it from behind. Gets the up. Oh, wow, that was so smooth. The bat within, every time you see it, you're like, is this on purpose or is it on accident? Like, is the finesse that clean,
Oof. Even trying to finesse with the wall cling there, but maybe biting off a bit more than they can chew. Noodle gonna try to make it difficult for Moonblast to land here, and does so. And as they continue to poke, Noodle hits him with a forward smash, fully charged up there with that deep breathing. Hits another one. This is still doable for Noodle, absolutely.
Very, very doable. Fortunately enough, some of these combos, some of these conversions are just timed a little off the mark, and so witch time, and of course, most notably in this match, bat within starting to come through and save Moonblast ever so slightly, but we're chiseling away here. Noodle, the gap ain't that large, but it really feels like Moonblast is doing everything in their best to just try to extend it as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, and this is now, this is super difficult territory here for Noodle, because this will kill if they land that forward smash, but the second they try to use a Salute the Sun, that could get witch time, so they have to be extremely careful, likely trying to bait out a witch time or something from Moonblast to get them pressing buttons, and then goes in just for the raw dash attack.
That's right, and at this percent, we can definitely afford to trade here. Of course, Bayo, not that she's not a killing machine, she can certainly KO like the best one, but she needs that one hit to turn into something. Outside of that, she's just tossing out smash attacks. That's right. And we're going to go for the trade right there and close it out. Wow.
That is rough. I don't even know what move it was. It had to have been forward tilt, up tilt coming out there. It barely came out before the trade. And that was really solid work by Moonblast before that, using their kind of afterburner kick to come in, send that ball back flying towards Noodle. But again, when you're playing close quarters, Wii Fit Traders normals, you have to respect them. And if you don't have that witch time ready to go, if you're not spaced enough where you can get that witch time out or still be safe, Noodle's going to be able to win those.
Yeah, that was a very, just textbook, Wii Fit type of finish there to that match. And I really appreciate that. The beginning of that match just did not kick off the best. And, almost making me eat my words a little bit that, Wii Fit's going to struggle to play from behind. And, depending on the matchup, the character will. But I think in a space like this versus Bayo, both sides are killing machines for two very different reasons, for two very opposite ends of the competitive spectrum. Bayo's is always going to look for those combos. Wii Fit has combos too, but I'm looking for those straight hits, those meaty attacks. And no Bayo here. We're actually Switching over to Palutena.
Yeah, so Noodle ends up, lost the first game on PS2, wins an FD, and then wins back on PS2 again, and now Moonblast, as they've changed over to Palu for PS2, which is, almost Palu Stadium 2 for the first couple of years of this game. Certainly, Noodle's kind of home stage now, as they're looking very dominant with that immediate kill on Moonblast.
Kicking this match off right here in a type of fashion, letting them know, hey, there ain't going to be another one of these, all right? I'm shutting this thing down 3-1. 61.4% here, but you know what, though? Palutena, despite the meta slightly shifting since this game's inception, Palutena is still a very strong character, of course.
Yeah, it's just such a distinct shift, right? Because Bayonetta is such a mix and cross-up kind of character, and then Palu is like no mix at all, right? So now you're dealing with Wii Fit, who's going to immediately start camping you and zoning you more so than you would against the Bayonetta, because you have a lot less to risk. There's a lot less cross-up potential from your opponent now. So this is, Noodle is now just cooking, has a full stock lead, and then summon. No! You hate to see it! Ricochet's off the bottom of the stage, and now Moonblast with a single stock to work with.
Oh, I hate it had to be Moonblast. I really do, but Noodle right now, letting them know I got the noodles with the sauce, my friend, and I am dishing it out here very carefully. This match is just starting to kind of trail out of control. Quick back here out of shield. Going to use the explosive flame at the ledge. I would have liked to see a little bit more of the projectile gameplay at the beginning of this match. Just to maybe stop, just again, the deep breathing, just everything that Wii Fit Trainer's setting up shop for on the other side of the screen. But
wow,
it doesn't seem to matter. Oh.
That was so good. And a 3 stock from Noodle. That was an absolutely disastrous last game there for Moonblast. Noodle just taking him to the bank and cashing out.
Yeah, that was a match, wasn't it, Dak? We'll put it that way.
It was a game of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I concur.
That's right, for the Nintendo Switch. No, all jokes aside, big shout out to both of those two players. Mm-hmm. It's just, we talked about it before we got on, and I know that Nurse and me talked about it as well. Formats like this, we get a lot of character variety, which I think is really awesome. We fit the character that needs more platforms like, what we do here in the collegiate format to show the world that this character's powerful. Bayo has a lot of gas left in that tank, but Wii Fit got the job done today. Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that was, it's not over, of course, just yet for Moonblast. They still have a chance down in the lower bracket. So thankfully, it's a big double nation. Best of 5. That's what I love about this format, right? You have a lot of opportunity to not only get yourself back in, but for the top players to prove that they're the top players, right? It's not going to come down to flukes. It's not going to come down to luck. It really is going to come down to who's consistently the best player over the course of a pretty long duration of games here. And Noodle very clearly showing that they had the adaptability to not only win another stage they lost, but also take control of 2 different matchups in that series.
Oh, 100%. I just feel like, you play a character like Wii Fit, and you have to know that there's going to be matchups in this game that are going to be very lopsided, very one-sided. And so you just have it in your head that there's going to be some, matches where I'm just super duper down and I'm having to fight my way from a deficit. And there's going to be some where I can steamroll over you because I know it so well, like that last match.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look back at that series a little bit. We got some replays to check out between these 2 players. And things, honestly, I think started pretty even between the 2 of them.
I think so. Game number 1 definitely went in Moonblast's favor. Maybe not in the beginning, but certainly towards the end. That game 2, though, is really when Noodle started to kind of figure some things out. They were able to bring it back from behind. There's that bullet climax. I love that at the ledge. Need to see more of that from the Bayos. But this match right here is where I feel like the tide of just the entire set really started to shift. And I guess that's just kind of like the FD classic. No platforms, odd blast zones. You can certainly get your stock taken very quickly here.
Yeah, I think both of these players were starting to really capitalize on the other pressing buttons at certain times, and we're really kind of downloading that timing. You're seeing a lot, of course, the which times landing. There's another one. You're seeing these soccer balls being thrown out at the right time as Bayo's trying to recover. The trays coming out from Noodle. So it really does a lot of the time, especially in this matchup, come down to timings. And then, of course, that's included in the replay. I'm not sure if Moonblast would want to see that again, but this was all Noodle all day. Very slippery here on that last game.
Yeah, very, very slippery. Again, big shout out to both of those 2 talented individuals. Always nice to get a bit of a break from the norm. Don't get it twisted. I like my Palutenas and my Jokers, and my characters like that. But it's nice to see the Bayo every so often. And of course, the Wii Fit, big fan of that character. Not fan enough to play him, but always a fan to watch. I don't ever want to be on the receiving end of a Wii Fit trainer spanking.
No, definitely not. And Noodle will be moving on to the next round to take on the winner of Simplicity versus NC. And we already saw NC earlier in the broadcast take out FTP there, so we have a little bit of an idea of what they will be taking on, or at least bringing to the table. But our next matchup, I believe, will be Choco versus Rusky Nerd, which we've already seen Choco. They took on XD. I'm sorry, they took on Tricks on the broadcast, and we're also going to be doing some more there.
Yes, that's going to be a really awesome one as well. You know, I just can't get over formats like this. I know I've been talking about it a lot, but you know, especially in the educational format, you know, I've seen productivity certainly go up. You know, when you just have an environment like this where it's kind of all inclusive and you can cheer each other on and, you know, just be really supportive. You know, again, I used to be a teacher. It's not enough to just interact. It's not enough to just do fun things. You know, you have to be supportive. And we have, you know, companies like this, organizations like this really stepping up to the plate and letting these players know that, yeah, you know, there is a competitive future outside of college, but, you know, we can certainly give you that feel and make it start here. And every time I get asked to do these, I'm like, yo, I'm very excited. Very, very
Yeah,
excited. Because you just
absolutely.
never know who's like the next MKLeo in a bracket like this, you know?
You never know. And I wish I had looked up at the graphic right above me because we'll actually be getting Castelia versus Davidio as our next matchup. We have seen Castelia before. I
Mhm.
believe they're number 4 on the Upstate New York PR as of sometime this past year. So already seen them take on Seth. Oh, are we going NC versus Simplicity? All right. So I was originally correct. I was right. We're seeing NC versus Simplicity. Okay. So
Okay.
I mean Castelia was also another player that was popping off with D earlier, taking out one of the favorites in this bracket. And then, yeah, we saw NC versus FTP earlier, representing ASU. And then we have Simplicity jumping in for WVU Tech this
Mhm.
next matchup.
Yeah, that King DDD gameplay earlier was just absolutely wild. I was trying to scarf down some quick lunch and then like kind of listening to earshot too. And I'm like, what is all this DDD I'm hearing? And I turn on a stream and I'm like, it's Seth. And I'm like, this DDD is actually going absolutely ham right now. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sold.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing more NC there. Bowser Jr. was pretty nice. I mean, that's again a character, even almost like Wii Fit Trainer, that you don't see very often unless you're playing in like a certain region.
Mhm.
And Bowser Jr. is certainly one of them. But Simplicity running the Diddy Kong, the first one we're seeing so far. I feel like if there's any character that can deal with Bowser Jr., this is certainly one of them.
Yes, Bowser Jr. just not blessed with the best frame data in the world. You know, obviously has some meaty hits, you know, has some tricks up those sleeves, you know, but I think the fact of the matter remains the same that Diddy Kong is just going to outbutton a lot of characters in this game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Bowser Jr. and all his siblings happen to be those.
Absolutely. And of course, if you're a DDD or a Diddy Kong player, you also know how to deal very often with other players' projectiles, right? So if you got to pick up the Mecha Koopa, a player who's using Diddy is probably likely going to know what to do with that. And of course, if they're not already holding a banana, which you can see just waiting for NC to press the button, and they're going to capitalize off that trick.
That's right. I guess the same could certainly be said for the other way around as well, too.
True.
I mean, I would imagine a Bowser Jr., especially if this portion of bracket would know how to deal with Banana Peel. I mean, again, kind of like what we talked about in the last game with Wii Fit, you know, you just pick up certain characters and you just have to know that there's going to be some matchups that are going to be difficult. Namely, this one right here. Love that back throw at the lead. A strong start. Let's see if it turns into a stronger finish.
That's the IQHQ right there. The roll behind back throw at the ledge since the Smash 4 days right there. That's a Long Island classic.
These super babies don't know anything about that.
They don't even know about that, man. They don't even know about that.
They don't know, but you know, though, we are in an educational format, so of course class is always in session, and I got to say, NC is definitely getting taken to school right here. This is not a strong start right here in this game, but it is an understandable start. Again, this is Diddy Kong. Again, these buttons are just ridiculous at times. I mean, the immediate back throw off the ledge there in that game, or in the first stock, obviously looking to repeat history, gets the monkey flip with the kick. Now we're microspacing.
Yeah, he was crawling backwards right there. I mean, NC now at a full stock disadvantage. That should kill. Yeah, there we go. So we'll be get the full rapid jab, but now I'm still at full high percent here. I should be able to. I mean, honestly, another little bit of a hit here and another back throw might be able to kill. Though, to be fair, Simplicity doesn't have any kind of rage to work with.
No, absolutely not. It was going to be anything but simple here. But, you know, still keeping the positional advantage. I love the ledge play. Good one jab right there, just stopping that momentum. A good temperature checker, just stopping the party before it even gets started.
Yeah, gonna have to be careful because even then, like the monkey flip is still gonna be a very volatile tool. You're gonna be seeing Simplicity use that a lot, especially trying to capitalize off the banana, but just as a way to mix things up in the air. And so far, NC having a little bit of trouble getting back to the stage and dealing with that. The Mecha Koopa is not gonna be enough to keep Simplicity at bay, and certainly not after the confirm into that up smash and get another kill for them.
That's right. Again, we talked about the positional advantage there just a couple of exchanges ago, and I just have to keep zeroing in on it. You know, Simplicity and just pinning you down in that corner is really their MO, and it is working so well. Okay, we abandoned shift. We got to get the heck out of there. We got Diddy Kong coming at us.
Oh, and that Koopa cart, you're really not seeing that used very often, and that's a solid approach tech or approach option in many other matchups, but Diddy's just too fast. Like, immediately, you know, deal with that, immediately get out of dodge, just jump out of the way, and of course, again, that monkey flip will get over and hit Bowser Jr. in the head and not collide with the cart, so you gotta be careful for that one.
You definitely have to be as safe as possible, and I think this match is just starting to kind of unravel a little bit here for NC, for lack of better terms. You know, I think when you get into a situation like this, it's best to try to pinpoint. If I can't find my opponent's weakness, you know, of course, this is best of 5, so we have a lot of time to work with. I think it's in your best interest to maybe try to figure out where this character struggles at, just in terms of just matchup competitive nature, whatever. Like, try to get like Diddy Kong off stage. Again, you know, Bowser Jr., very large hitboxes. You tap Diddy Kong once out there, he's probably in some trouble. Or maybe, you know, force Diddy Kong to have to go for some trades. I mean, Diddy Kong is a character that has a lot of kill options, but some of those ones at later percent still need a setup before they can find that final blow. And I think for Bowser Jr., it's like, hey, hold this F smash, hold this rapid jab, hold this up smash, you know, like, let's see a little bit of that play into effect.
Yeah, it's definitely easier said than done for sure, because Bowser Jr. can't reliably like whiff punish Diddy, as you know, opposed to other characters. Harder to bait Diddy to do things, and it's hard for Bowser Jr. to get in. So I'm thinking almost maybe just try to play a lot more of a passive and campier zoning kind of play style, because when you try to jump in on Diddy Kong, that forward air, that banana are always going to be waiting for you. And if Diddy whiffs, they're able to really just kind of reset the situation a lot quicker than Bowser Jr. can. So, and you really have to pick and choose your battles. Diddy doesn't really necessarily have to do that as much.
Yeah, Diddy Kong can kind of just come and go as they please. I will certainly give you that. It is certainly easier said than done. You know, I do think that there are some options, of course, that Bowser Jr. has. We just, unfortunately, have to just dig a little bit deeper. No disrespect to the Diddy Kongs out there. I'm not saying that y'all aren't digging deep either, but I mean, this is Bowser Jr. we're talking about. Let's keep it a stack.
Wondering maybe if we'll get the character change here potentially from NC. A little bit of, I believe they might have another character in their pool they could potentially work with. I think they might use a little bit of Pokemon Trainer as well, but what remains to be seen if that will come into play. But the Bowser Jr. might not be working. Pokemon Trainer would certainly, I think, have a better chance against dealing with Diddy than Bowser Jr. does. But it also comes down to, I think, comfort, what you've been playing. From what I looked up, it didn't seem like NC had as much time on like a PT versus Bowser Jr. So we'll see if they kind of dip into that character pool, if it's even there. Meanwhile, I mean, Simplicity certainly feeling good after that one. No need to make any kind of changes. Likely just kind of wondering, okay, do I avoid going to like FD, or am I okay with going to FD and just playing a different play style?
Yeah, I certainly agree. Pokemon Trainer, of course, just literally any of the three in the combination is probably a much better fit on paper, like looking at it statistically, than Bowser Jr. However, comfortability, like you said, does play into effect. And as we can see here, it's kind of played into an effect in a big way. We're back here on Bowser Jr. once more. However, if you're just tuning in, friends, this is best of 5, so there is an opportunity for a character switch on both sides if this one does not work out here for both players. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, if not FD, then Town and City was kind of the natural pick here. But Diddy still, I think, excels on this stage. You know, you have so many ways to mix up your recovery and landing on stage thanks to the platform. The monkey flip just works great in conjunction with these platforms when they're around. But when they leave, you got to really be worrying about Bowser Jr. kind of zoning you out a little bit. And those Mecha Koopas are going to do some damage over time. Again, Simplicity hit 2 times in a row as they're trying to get some shots in. Even the banana clipping them in the back of the head, back and to the left. And now they're looking for some schmicks. Ooh, even hitting them with the rocket barrels there. Going for a second one. Oh, so nice they hit it twice. And now it's evenly tied up.
Sometimes you can just do things like that, especially in the online format. I mean, both sides are already a little uncomfortable, then boom, Diddy Kong's doing things that we don't really get to see Diddy Kong do very often. That element of surprise goes a big way, but so do Bowser Jr. conversions. Now, again, that should be enough to do it at the ledge. Yes, Mike Tyson punch-out style, but I gotta say this, man. When you play a character like Bowser Jr., you can't afford to miss any of your follow-ups. You know, I love the Mecha Koopa, you know, just the manageability, but when that stuff explodes on Diddy Kong, find that follow-up and as quickly as possible.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, again, the Koopa cart losing to the monkey flip I was talking about earlier, and that's immediate. We also see NC kind of looking for some more committal options despite having the lead there, like immediately going for down air, which is just easily avoidable. You got to be careful and not just necessarily mashing out those more committal options just because you have the lead. You still want to keep things, you know, nice and tight.
Yeah, definitely got to keep the neutral air tight for sure. And as you can see here, this matchup starting to, you know, maybe spiral a little bit out of control right here. Oh, a little bit, a lot of bit. That is going to do it right there on that spot. NC looking so powerful right now. You know, here we were thinking that the platforms are actually going to come out and, you know, kind of help, you know, Simplicity and a lot of these interactions. If anything, it's just adding an extra layer of mix up here for NC.
Yeah, I mean, that second stock, blink and you missed it, right? Like, that was like too quick to really even kind of call right there. And now NC with a full stock lead, and I love that, using that explosion to kind of bait out and respond to the monkey flip they anticipated. Oh, that forward smash almost even landing there, not gonna poke past the ledge. And now it's going to be a bunch of bananas and Mecha Koopas being thrown out as Simplicity, trying to make sure they can contend with those projectiles as NC gets back on the stage, which they did. And now just both swinging here, nothing landing at all. A nice forward air out the outside.
That's right, back throw at the top of that platform. Out to the blast zone they go. Not enough to get it done. And again, just the precision here from NC has been on the money.
Wow.
Here. That smash should be enough to close it out. Game 2. Going to NC.
That was almost, it looked like we were watching two different players, almost. Yeah. Like, that was just a completely different kind of series there. I mean, that was almost the first up smash we saw. And I like that, too, because, you know, Bowser Jr., of course, has a bunch of multi-hits you have to respect, especially if you're landing or trying to cross up. And that conditioning of, all right, I'm not going to use any of those multi-hits until it's very necessary, that's just textbook 101 smash right there.
Yeah, you know, we've seen shades of them wanting to use their longer lasting multi-hit boxes. I believe you called it out. There's an F smash at the ledge. Love that option there. Of course, you know, if you can catch Diddy Kong monkey flipping and they don't snap right away, or hell, even as they're coming up, you know, you might be able to catch them right up underneath the ledge, but was a little off the mark, but I felt like they're starting to think correctly now, and boom, up smash shuts it down. You know, just some players just come alive in game 2. You know, game 1 is always the download game. I just need to see how my opponent moves, how they're going to operate. I know the character. I don't know the player. Game 2 is boom, download complete. Now I'll see you in game 5, you know. So let's see how this one unwraps for the next one.
We'll see. I mean, this is what we want to see. These two kind of go in the distance. I mean, hey, a 3-0 is entertaining for at least one party involved, right. But, you know, us here on the mics, we want to see those game 5s. We want to see these players trade and going back and forth. And, of course, we're still up in the upper bracket, right? So these players have already proved they can get here, but we got the cream of the crop rising to the top.
That's right. Cream is always going to rise, man. This has just been certainly a treat to watch. Again, we're also seeing characters that we just don't really get to see very often. I mean, the Diddy Kongs are still kind of out there in the world. I mean, I know Tweak's kind of playing the character, but also just kind of not playing the game in general right now. A couple other players are still rocking them, like Aaron as well. But it's just nice to see that this character is still, you know, met with some great competitive viability. Same with Bowser Jr. I think we've seen a lot of this character. I believe in Let's Make Big Moves just a couple weekends ago. So, yep. Bowser Jr. mains. I mean, if you're out there in the world, in the chat, in the Discord, wherever you're at, you know, this character, you know, might be here for the long time. We'll see.
Someone who hates fighting against Bowser Jr.? I hope not. I hope not. Oh my God, that's a 0-2. No way. No way.
Turning Diddy Kong into quick roadkill right there. Great stuff as we kick off this match. NC again, it's just feeling like game 2 was that download game. This game right here is looking like download complete, but we'll see. I don't want to call it too early because Simplicity did not come all this way, excuse me, just to be stopped here with some relative ease. So, oh my goodness, we'll see.
Oh my God, if that explosion landed too, this might be 2 quick ones right here. Oh, it's falling into the forward smash, no way. And this, honestly, this stage pick is interesting because Bowser Jr., as we've seen, can shark through those middle platforms very easily with up air. And Diddy can do the same thing, but NC looks very comfortable on this stage.
Yeah, this is certainly home sweet home. I mean, and I'm not surprised either. I mean, this is a very traditional layout. Of course, just the tri-plat survivability here too. Bowser Jr. is not the lightest character in the world. You know, certainly have a little bit of weight to him, and so because of that, they just live a little longer here. But that back air, of course, taking the lives of many, and unfortunately enough, Diddy Kong just being another name on that hit list. Great stuff right here for NC.
NC's precision with that back air is, I have to say, pretty high, right? Like, when it's thrown out, it's landing almost every single time. That down air, not so much, but I think it's more so like a, keep this in the back of your head. Like, you don't want to get hit by this down air, you better make sure you're worrying about it, and that's how NC kind of makes sure that Simplicity is not working about other moves in their disposal.
Oh, no doubt about that, man. That smash is gonna, okay, be enough. No red stuff there. Attributed to it, but you know what though, we will still certainly take it. Simplicity, of course, has a lot of ground to make up here, and it kind of goes back to what I talked about in game one. I mean, I love just how Simplicity was able to just smother NC and all those interactions, again, just being able to out-button Bowser Jr. But Diddy Kong has a very glaring weakness, and of course, it's the off-stage gameplay. You know, particularly speaking about when they're trying to come back to the stage, and I just feel like Bowser Jr. has the hitbox. We've seen it with that back here a few times. Man, how the heck do you trip a cart?
They don't have the you know, four-wheel drive. I think that's what it is, right? They don't have the power steering. They got those winter tires. You know, it's January, man. They gotta have the chains and the tires, something like that.
There it is. Those tires just not with a lot of tread on them, I guess.
No. Rolled into the shop just completely flat, no ridges whatsoever.
There it is.
Here comes another Mecha Koopa again. NC gonna have to try to capitalize off that a little bit. It's gonna, almost lands that forward smash. What might not have killed, but certainly would have led to some more damage as Simplicity tries to get back on stage.
Yeah, and Simplicity just a little off the mark there for what looked to be the start of something great at that top platform. Get the throw, of course, meet him at that top platform, wait for the air dodge, and then possibly go for another throw or an up smash. But at this percent, I'm sure he'll take just about anything.
Oh, the Mecha Koopa implodes, and they confirm off that with the back air. That is something I don't think Simplicity was anticipating whatsoever, even if they could even do anything in response. And just the small nature of that stage was so hard to avoid the cannonballs, to avoid the explosions off the Koopa Blast, to avoid the Mecha Koopas. It was almost too much to handle.
Yeah, you know, Diddy Kong is a character that just gets a lot off of their mobility. On top of already having an item that they can play with, and then of course great buttons and frame data. I really feel like it's the ability to move around is what really, you know, puts Diddy Kong sometimes in a tier list, really in their own. But I think looking at NC in that match, just use pretty much their entire toolkit to just pin Diddy Kong down and try to keep the match grounded, try to keep the match, you know, in slightly closer quarter combat. And, you know, just because of that, NC was able just to shut it down. Simplicity, of course, showed a lot of promise there in a few of those interactions, was able to find an up smash KO, but the fact remains the same. A Diddy Kong that cannot move around freely is a Diddy Kong that's going to be in some trouble, and NC just wasn't having any of it in that game.
Yeah, that lockdown from NC really just made it difficult for Simplicity to kind of find confirms, get that banana in position. Of course, you also have, you know, the middle platforms to deal with when you're using banana pull. So now you have to make sure, okay, it's actually landing somewhere where I can retrieve it and not actually have it work against me. So I'm interested to see, will we get any kind of character change? Will we get, you know, potentially a different stage here? Might go back to PS2, who knows? But this is looking really solid and a really even matchup between these two players, which of course, always love to see that.
Oh, yeah. Always love to see a nail biter for sure. Again, you know, 3-0s, like you talked about, are only really fun for one half of the match. You know, I mean, I guess they're fun also for production, depending on the environment, because they get to go home a little bit earlier and sleep as production. They're the real heroes. But no, all jokes aside,
there it is.
We have the character switch here, and it is Pokemon Trainer. So we are going to see right here if Simplicity can be the very best like no one ever was.
Yeah, so I was actually anticipating potentially as, you know, at one point in the series for NC to switch to PT, but I did not realize that Simplicity has a pocket PT as well, which is certainly not a bad pocket character to have. Of course, you could change up that matchup at any time, but Squirtle's a character that has some mix and can keep up, and then of course you can throw to Ivysaur to play that similar projectile game. Still though, that said, despite the options at Simplicity's disposal, NC still has the lead.
NC has a lead, but we'll see for how much longer because as we have seen here, it has been Ivysaur time ever since Let's Make Big Moves with Quid. You know, this character is just a very powerful. You know, again, another situation where we, oh my God, forgot about this character at the beginning of the meta, and they come back, but you know what, though? Ivysaur is no longer with us. We're at the Pokemon Center. It's Squirtle that's back into his thing.
Yeah, that's like making me think of that theory where like Nurse Joy doesn't actually heal your Pokemon and just like gets rid of them, throws them in like a furnace and gives you a whole new one. Maybe that's what Simplicity needs, a whole new pick right here, a whole new Pokemon to make it happen.
I would hope not, man. I mean, if anybody's ever played the Pokemon games, you know Ivysaurs and starters are very hard to come by. In fact, so hard that you only get one. So if that's where the rest of them are hiding, then they need to come up off them, man, because I would like some more starters in my possession.
This is still difficult here for Simplicity. Ivysaur has a little bit of range, but Bowser Jr. can contend around the same kind of poking range here off of that Ivysaur back throw and our back air. And then you have Charizard, who has such a huge hurt box, is going to get hit by these projectiles, who might get hit by these multi-hits here. You have, of course, the kill confirms off throws that are available thanks to Charizard and Ivysaur, but you want to be careful because you might get set up, you might get absolutely pulverized, and that was a 3-1 lead here for NC.
This is just ridiculous, but you know what, though? I felt like if you can deal with Diddy Kong on stages like Counter City and Battlefield, then you can deal with Diddy Kong anywhere. And I feel like it was in, no matter how this match wraps up, it was in Simplicity's best interest, to switch over to another character. I still feel like, you know, Pokemon Trainer shows a lot of promise, but this match is starting to steam more out of control. It's, of course, NC just knows his character inside and out, and it's looking really good here for him.
Yeah, this is away. There we go. Finally gets that confirmed that they were looking for, but still a lot of work that needs to get done here for Simplicity to stay alive in the upper bracket. And Ivysaur has, of course, those projectiles, can play that zone, but doesn't have the speed and is a little bit chunky, can get hit pretty easily by Bowser Jr. I'm actually almost surprised we're not seeing a bit more Squirtle here. That back air hits again, and that is it. NC will take that game 2-0 and will take the series 3-1 to move on farther through this bracket.
Wow, what a phenomenal finish right there. You know, just one of those scenarios where like game one starts away and you're just like, okay, I don't want to be this guy and really lean into the age-old trope. If anything can happen, don't judge it off of game one. But when you see Diddy Kong and Bowser Jr., you just can't help but to be like, you know, it's Diddy Kong versus Bowser Jr. However, NC, though, wanted to rewrite the script, waited till game number 2 to really try to analyze their opponent. Simplicity, of course, played very strong, but NC, it's a little stronger.
Yeah, NC looking really, really, I mean, honestly, just following up on the series we saw previously, I'm not entirely surprised, right? Like, NC it took a little bit of time to download, right? But with Bowser Jr., I think that's understandable. And then once you finally find that groove, I mean, you're forcing a Diddy Kong to switch characters, you know you're doing something right for sure. So I wouldn't be surprised if we could see NC going all the way here, not only with, you know, the mastery of their character, but using a character that most players, I would assume, really aren't familiar with.
Yeah, there's still a lot of just unfamiliar terrain. I feel like with Pokemon Trainer, maybe not because we don't know the character, but you know, just because the character can be played in so many different types of ways. You know, you can get an aggressive Ivysaur, you know, a slow Squirtle, and whatever charge. Like, you know, you can play the character in so many different type of innovative ways. But also with Bowser Jr. as well too. I mean, there's Bowser Jr. mains out there that are very strong. There's not very many, and then the ones that do show up sometimes at tournaments, they don't even get to play on stream. So again, the fact that we have a format like this that is able to put somebody like NC, you know, into the limelight, I think is just a really good thing to see.
Absolutely. And of course, we have a lot in the limelight here. There's a lot on the line as well as $2,000 worth of prize money. And of course, we're going to be seeing a little bit of that action we just saw thanks to some replays here. Let's take a look what we got. So yeah, this thing started out, I would say, pretty even. That download hadn't come out just yet. And we saw Simplicity took that opportunity to start off strong.
That's right. And then, you know, there's that rapid jab at the ledge, you know, not to be trifled with Bowser Jr. You know, once you get caught in that, you can pretty much know that your fate is sealed. You know, here we are, next game, and the end of that next game as well. We talked about it once, you know, I'll kind of bring it back up again. You know, Bowser Jr. and those multi-hidden smash attacks, namely F smash and up smash. You know, when spaced correctly, when timed correctly, they could be your opponent's worst nightmare. We've seen that come out there most certainly.
Absolutely. This is where things really shifted, right? That Battlefield game was so quick. You could really tell that NC had finally figured things out against the Diddy Kong. Of course, it even forced the character change. But Battlefield was a stage I thought might have been a bit more even, and I was absolutely wrong. The Pokemon Trainer does finally come out, but that first stock really kind of allowed NC to run away with things. They got such a quick kill that eventually they could trade and trade and trade and keep that lead going in their favor.
Yo, 100%. Yo, friends, out there watching this, or who are going to go back and watch this, or who are in the chat or whatever. I mean, if you're liking what you're seeing and, you maybe want to become a part of it and, maybe not just from like a business standpoint, but maybe you want to find yourself on the sticks, then friends, keep in mind registration for NACE Starleagues, Challengers, and Open Divisions closes on Tuesday. Visit cslesports.com for more details. Please head over there. Dak and I, we have commentated hundreds of tournaments in our day. But nothing really, lets me know that the future is smashed in good hands than when we see these types of formats in these educational environments, it's just, when you catch young people at this like very spongy age, the right way as well too, you just know that, we have a lot more smash left in us, regardless of whatever happens. So head over, check it out, and join if you can.
Absolutely. And considering how like the majority of this game's lifetime has been online, which is like kind of crazy to see, it's great to see you have, these really dedicated scenes per school and a lot of, regional rivalries and players showing up for their own school. So it's really awesome to see that. I mean, yeah, we've done, collegiate events like these before across many different games, and we see some of the best action we can get anywhere here in these collegiate competitions.
That's right. That is 100% right. I mean, hell, we see it with regular sports. I mean, what makes you think that the esports stuff won't be any more electrifying? All right, friends, all you got to do is just head on over for more details. It at least starts there. It starts with you clicking that link, and then after that, you're free to do whatever you want. But we would like to see more schools, more players here, because again, you just never know who's going to be the next #1 player in the world. It starts in formats like this. Come on, y'all.
Absolutely. And of course, again, big shout outs to everyone making this possible. All our amazing sponsors: Monster Energy, Corsair, Mavix, Medify, Twitch Student, Gunner Optics, Leukemia Lymphoma Society, and Dunkin' Donuts. And we're going to be jumping into our next set, which I spoiled a little bit earlier. But hey, I was just getting ahead of myself because I'm excited to see some more Wi-Fi DDD. I don't know about you. I'm a big Atomisk fan, man. So, Castelia, number 4 in upstate New York. As far as I know, Davidio going to be taking them on. I believe previously Davidio had taken out Tubik and STR Gem. So going into this one, we're going to get a DDD versus Bayonetta matchup. I mean, how many times are you going to see this,
Yeah, it's definitely a dime. I don't know. It's not a dime a dozen, but it also ain't like the rarest thing. It's interesting. It's very interesting. But I am with you though. I think a matchup like this is very rare in a lot of ways. Obviously, not just because like how often you get to see it, but also with like how often you get to see a matchup kind of like this played out. King DDD, very large and in charge character, a lot of body to toss around. Okay, it's a big boy season all year with DDD. However, you cannot swing willy-nilly, and I think most DDDs at this professional level, play certainly knows that. But you have to know it like even more with Bayonetta, that you're just not going to be able to swing as much as you like.
Oh, definitely not. This is really a dire matchup for DDD in most accounts. Ooh. Because not only are you going to get comboed easier, you're going to be hit by, bullet arts more often, but it's, Bayo can also hit those Gordos right back at DDD almost every single time without fail. And that's, one of DDD's bread and butter starters. So, or at least, keep away moves as well. I mean, it's the high utility of Gordo is there and evident, but, Bayo has the tools to deal with it.
That she does. And now on paper, we probably think Bayo doesn't really have the ability to trade with DDD, and she really doesn't. It's all a matter of her getting there before DDD can. So just a moment before, we've seen Castelia try to go for.
Oh,
love that.
Okay, saucy.
Okay.
I like that. That was hot. And that's what I want to see more of Castelia, because we were seeing that in the set, like just some crazy mix, and maybe it's a lot more doable on Captain Falcon than it is on Bayo, but you still got to be careful crossing up on this big Pang here.
Yeah, you most definitely do. You cannot jump around on DDD for free. But good lord, okay, finds the up air off the mark with the witch time. That's all right, though. The great thing about DDD is that as big as I am, I have no intention of falling anytime soon. 165%. I mean, Bayo has to find a conversion to kill DDD. DDD can live forever.
Yeah, and almost at 200% here. But at this point, The video, I wouldn't say, is super hard pressed to even get the kill. It's gonna come to them, right? They don't need the fishing rod. I mean, maybe that forward smash just kind of just a little bit of a dash check there, but otherwise, really just let this kill kind of come to you. 205% for Castelia. Maybe those Gordos can kind of work them back into the stock, but at this point, the video might be able to kill even off of a forward throw at the ledge. Almost anything will continue to rack up damage. Let that kill come to you, man.
Yeah, really, because you get a little too antsy with King. This maybe might be enough to do it. And
no, really? Yeah, it wasn't close enough.
Yeah, able to outfloat the bullet climax as well, but the backer is going to get it done. And that match actually could have, or that exchange, excuse me, could have actually went very just wrong for the video had they approached that one incorrectly, because DDD, that much rage, that much power.
It's true.
Bayonetta's in trouble.
Yeah. Castelia does have to be careful, though, with whiffing a lot of these down smashes and up smashes. I know they want to kind of get these big hits to get themselves back into the game, but that's exactly what your opponent's looking for, right? Gonna whiff punish that almost every single time. That said, though, they are doing a good job of getting the video up to kill percent. One up smash will likely do it. Even a back air towards the stage could do it. A dash attack certainly will, covering that landing. And now things are pretty evened up.
Yes, there are opportunities to punish Bayonetta, man. I mean, it might not seem like it, just at first glance because of just how quick she is and just, the buttons and everything. I get it. But man, like, that dash attack is problem for Bayonetta. The more stuff she does in Air Dakota, you already know, so there's a lot of landing lag. That is just dash attack city for King DDD.
Oh, yeah. But then you have the inhale, which isn't close enough to take on that whiff witch time there. You might as well just go for a dash attack, potentially. Otherwise, things are looking a lot closer. Castelia gets another inhale, but immediately kicking right out of it is the video, who then immediately challenges that Gordo, a really solid call out. And now Castelia has to worry about using Gordo again, because they might trade again and get hit. Oh, you're only going to be able to survive so many of these.
Oh, getting nothing off the grab there. Gordo, of course, doing the video, no favors at all. Nothing off the bullet climax, but the immediate threat of it forcing Castelia back into the corner. Has to try to figure out a way to move around back there. That is Bayo's prime kill option at this point. Uh-oh.
Oh, and I know Castelia was likely looking for a back air there, but the platform is in the way. Then goes for, I don't know what that forward smash was. I don't even know if they knew what that forward smash was. Maybe looking for the roll read, potentially. It would have killed. But now things are dire straits. Both characters more than away at the kill percent, but that down throw is going to kill. Can you count how many times that DDD was slapped? Because I can't.
That was quite a few. I don't know if there's a slap counter. Production.
We need a slap counter. We need it.
Wow. I mean,
69? That's a good count. That's a good count. Thank you.
I mean, we know fighting game matchups, but I think when it comes to Smash, the fighting game matchups change ever so slightly because of how rage is played into effect. And of course, just the sheer nature of how these characters have to be KO'd. Yes, big character versus quick character. Get in, get a lot of fast hits, watch how they swing. Okay, wait for the quick character to swing and punish accordingly. But the way that one wrapped up was very interesting because I felt like both sides were equally as much in trouble. I felt like the video was just playing so patient and waiting for like the swing, which time it came out, was able to really dig deep and get close enough. Because mind you, Bayonetta doesn't have the longest grab in the world. Let's start there, I mean, she grabs pretty close to herself. And the fact that we were still able to find a grab despite the hammer and the Gordo, I think really says a lot.
Let's see what this game 2 says for both of these players. We head back over to PS2. And things are, again, even. Again, that nice little B-reverse inhale for Castelia. It's 2 for 2 on those, and you throw them out once the game, and I mean, you're not looking for that. It's a nice little way to establish stage control yet again. Things are so close, but that Gordo has been ricocheted back over towards DD almost every single time. That back air going to be sending the video off stage for the time being.
And as unfortunate as it is, you just cannot swing for free. Really, both sides can't. I mean, you have to watch how you swing your Gordo and really just your hammer in general, which unfortunately is pretty much everything that makes King DDD. But, the same can certainly be said for Bayo. If you miss swing right there on the F smash, as big as that fist is, this hammer hits even harder. Great stuff right here from Castelia in game number 2.
Oh, I think they went for a bat within there, which time just over the head of DDD, ends up getting grabbed as a result. Want to see a bit more of those grabs coming off Castelia because we have the Bayonetta right in your face. Why not respond with that? And there's the grab again. waiting for that attempted bait and does not fall for it, does not fall into the trap. The Gordo almost hitting the video, trying to get back in. Castelia, now this is where you love to have a little bit of that extra fat on you, right? You're staying alive, you got the blubber a little bit. It's gonna be hard for your opponent to now whittle that down.
Oh, yeah. And when you think about it, man, Bayonetta, again, does not land with ease like how it might come off. Oh, my God. And wow, the landing right there, King DD is going to be enough to shut it down with the video. This match is just starting to, unfortunately, steamroll, snowball out of control.
Yeah, when you're getting hit by multiple inhales in a row, you know that you've mentally boomed your opponent, or you've been mentally boomed by your opponent a little bit there. The video's starting to roll a bit more, starting to throw these afterburner kicks, these heel slides onto the shield a little bit more, getting a little bit sloppy there, but of course that happens when you're trying to work back at such a large deficit here. The video could just kind of slow things down and reset a little bit. That's how they'll get back into this game.
Oh my God, it's going to be a lot harder to bring this
Let's
thing
go, Justin.
Nair parry. Okay, back into the ledge there. Made sure to recover and snap there that time. Again, the threat of down tilt or dash attack when Bale is not at that ledge properly. I'm sure it's certainly in the back of the video's head. Great spot dodge. Get off me.
Getting a little spaghetti there in the corner. Now a full stock lead here for Castelia as they're now trying to bait in again another one of these witch ties. Exactly what they want for Davidia to commit to one of those options so you can easily land a grab, get him off stage, and with a Gordo, something to that effect. Going for a down air on the platform. It doesn't even come out on time. It's so slow. And that Gordo is not reacted to, but will be able to nair that second one away. Davidio now, air dodges, buffers that a little bit, but is able to get back in.
That's right. Very smart right there. Great situational awareness to understand that Gordo at the ledge, I won't be able to do anything around that. Unfortunately, have to wait for it to disappear at this position. Back here into the corner. No, sir. Not able to find an opening there. Off the mark with the dash attack. DDD, of course, not the quickest character in the world to punish it, but does show a little bit more patience. Finds the opening and closes it out. Great stuff right there from Castelia.
That was a quick one right there. One of the fastest, if not the fastest games in the series so far. The down tilt will confirm. And I mean, honestly, a DDD, that's kind of mentally booming you there and controlling the pace of the game. That's a scary thought, especially on Wi-Fi. That is very scary to deal with.
Yes, it's not pleasant. I will certainly agree with you. Castelia, of course, just meant business right there in that game. Davidia, again, not to take away anything from them, obviously a phenomenal player, but Bayonetta just does not have the weight factor to trade with DDD. So, you got to make sure that every hit counts. You got to make sure when you have DDD in some of those moments off stage that you wait for him to swing Gordo first and then you go off for the nair. That way, you can try to nair Gordo back to him like what we seen earlier with the soccer ball with Wii Fit. But we'll see how well both sides adapt to each other here in this next match. Both sides have been keeping it pretty entertaining here for the most part.
Oh, I mean, these games so far have been hype. Y'all can't see my camera during the game, but I'm like popping out of my seat on these exchanges, man. Like some of this stuff is crazy. I'm interested to see if the video might change characters. I might be wrong, but I believe they play a little bit of Donkey Kong as well, aside from the Bayo. So we'll see if maybe there's a change there. No, we're going to get the Bayo, but we're going to go over to Town and City this time. I mean, considering things are still tied up 1-1, I don't think a character change is necessary at this point, but if you have that option, it's certainly nice to go to if you need it.
There you go. We will see both sides. If it ain't broke, don't fix it type of mentality here.
Yep.
I think that this game, no matter how the matchup spread goes, I mean, we know that Bale can certainly, do away with DDD with some relative ease on paper. However, this is just going to be a game of patience. He gets the quarter circle afterburner kick just to get out of harm's way, just to get whacked once more with the hammer. Love that up smash. Great anti-air option. Speaking of anti-air options, there's the nair.
Ours.
Well,
Oh, I know. Oh, that up till, again, nice job avoiding that witch time potential, and not just immediately going to land into a kill confirm there. So, I mean, I think Castelia has just been on point almost every single time. As I say that, they finally do get hit by the witch time off that down tilt, but overall, Castelia's been a really good job of knowing when that witch time is going to come out, when an air dodge might come out, and then responding in form.
That's right. Again, patience is a virtue here. I mean, it definitely goes a long way with both of these two players, and obviously with both of their characters as well, just due to how they're designed. But again, you got to have some patience as you get up off that ledge as well. DD is always looking for that immediate dash attack or down tilt. DDD, I'm telling you, he's the neutral checker. You know, you
Yes.
might think your neutral's nice, but you know, go up against a nice DDD and then come talk to me.
Definitely a fundy check. Oh no, I don't think the video is anticipating that. And oh wait, that's a wild forward smash to go for right there. But I respect it. Now going to be going potentially off the top, but does not land the second hit. And then his mashing buttons on the way down might have buffered some of that out, and that is not what you like to see. The video, unfortunately, falling down to that lower blast zone after I mean, that was even quicker than the previous game.
That was definitely
Oof.
that match was an Instagram video, an Instagram story.
That was a
if you will.
TikTok right there.
That was a TikTok, a YouTube reel, or whatever you want to call it. Wow, not the best showing right there from the video. Again, DDD can just be the fundies and the neutral checker. I get it. DD can also be very overwhelming. Bayonetta can outbutton DDD in terms of frame data, just in terms of being able to cross them up and whatever. But there's a couple things that Bayonetta likes to do that I feel like Castelia was just certainly well ready for. You're not going to be able to afterburner kick around me for free. I'm going to up smash you. You know, if you miss a witch twist or an afterburner kick in the air, I'm going to throw Nair out. If you do not snap the ledge right away, I'm going to down tilt or dash attack. So I just feel like it was just a lot of things certainly piling up there on the video. However, friends, if you're just tuning in, you know that this is best of 5. And if you don't know, then now you know.
Yep.
And so we got more games to be played.
Not only is this best of 5, everything is best of 5. And there's the DK. Finally, it does come out. And I figure, okay, maybe after 3 games you're down by 1. Now you kind of throw it out. I would have liked to have seen it on game 3 though, right? Where you kind of already feel the momentum shifting. But hey, DK, you're going to be able to back air those Gordos. You're going to be able to back air a lot of stuff. You're going to be able to forward tilt and Nair. And I think now both these characters somewhat similar in playstyle when they're in close quarters. And then the cargo throw to up air off the platform. That is essential DK right there. And that's a first kill for the video.
Yes, a very quick kill, and I think a kill also just to kind of get the momentum back into their swing of things. I feel like, you know, Bayonetta is a character that can just kind of steamroll you at times with buttons because that the momentum goes in your favor. But when you shut Bayonetta down, things can go a little cold for you. Donkey Kong, of course, though, no slots of the character at all. Of course, getting back to the ledge, very smooth stuff. The up air's coming out. That's going to be enough to do it. That's the dead penguin.
Not again. That's some global warming right there. There's no more ice for you to live on, sir.
Talk to him, Dak. The penguin should not be in the same cage as with the gorillas, okay? I mean, I don't know a lot about animals, right? I know that they should not be in the same cage.
Yeah, I would work on that zoology a little bit there, but I agree. They should not be in the same, even part of the park, I think. And that will be a confirmation off of Castelia's route down air. But then the video, I mean, right back at it. Of course, looking for that exact same confirm that they've worked with the past 2 times. And that back air going to help them land against Castelia and deal with these Gordos continually.
100%, man. This one looking really good right now for the video. But let's see if they have enough to shut it down. I mean, yes, the video playing Donkey Kong, a character I can certainly live forever. Same could be said for DDD. And I also have Gordo as well, too, so he won't be able to charge punch for free. Oh! Tries to get this man to clap, though. Good stuff.
Wow, that would have been absolutely devastating to get hit by. That's how you kind of win the next game, by winning this one right there, when you get hit by that. And of course, if you have the giant punch, you got to deal with that. Castelia has to be careful. No, and it lands just as they get up from the ledge. A 2-stock for the video. And my guy, we are going to a game 5.
Is this the switch that we needed? Now, look, when we talk about switches, sometimes I felt like, you know, they're always talked about like in a negative light, like, oh, they had to switch, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, no. There's a billion characters in this game. You have to switch sometimes. Like, was this the switch that we needed from Bayo to Donkey Kong? Like, is that it?
Yeah, honestly, I think this is really, you know, considering how Bayo, you know, looking for a lot of those cross-ups, playing that really strong cross-up game, and Castelia was all over that. So now with DK, you're walling out a little bit more. You're playing a little bit more of a range game. You, of course, have that extra survivability, and you have the cargo throw confirmed. So I think for that, they were just looking for, okay, let's look for a more effective way to confirm at mid-percents to go to a kill, because it wasn't, you know, really working with Bayo. DK, able to make it happen, and then you have that giant punch to really seal the deal. You know, unless you're landing witch times, which the video really wasn't, you don't have that solid confirmance to anything with Bayo at high percents. Giant punch, you don't have to confirm it to that. You just got to let it rock. You just got to let it rip.
And you know what? It's one of those moves, one of the few moves in the game that I don't care how close or far away from you I am. When I see that you have it, I got to show you some respect in the neutral, because there's going to be a time where you're going to toss it out and it's just going to overpower whatever I'm doing. So here we are, clash of 2 giants right here. Kalos for the final game. We'll see which one is going to be able to pull away here with the victory.
And I also like the video going to DK because we saw in the earlier games that Castelia was landing a lot of grabs, and they were allowing Davidio to get into grab range. But now as DK, Davidio wants to grab as well. So they're going to play that same range and look for those same grabs. And Castelia hasn't really figured out a way to deal with that so far.
Yeah,
Oh, no!
Really struggle. Oh, my God. And you know what? Won't be able to survive 2 of those, especially not on that part of the stage. Have got to play safe. Bayonetta, like you talked about, not really with the ability to KO DDD with some relative ease. However, Donkey Kong, all right, Donkey Kong stays in the gym. I'll put it that way, all right? He likes to work out.
Yeah, he doesn't need a New Year's resolution. He's already been in there. He was in there December 31st. I don't have to wait for the new year.
There he is. There it is, man. Talk to him. Okay, down B. As we know, that's a good combo starter. Can't quite find anything off of it, though, but very smart just to kind of keep the pressure going from up underneath. DDD blessed with a lot of jumps. However, up air, the imminent threat of that can throw you off. Oh, my God.
That was crazy. Very smart by Davidio, knowing, like, I'm not going to get up from the stage. I'd rather take the Gordo hit than trying to get up and deal with that charge smash there. So, again, willing to take the Gordo. But at that point, that's, you know, one of the flaws of DK is getting ledge trapped, right? Like, it's really hard at times, especially with a character that has projectiles at their disposal and big range on normals, to get up from the stage there. So they kind of need to find, you know, if there's a DK will, there's a DK way. And so far, they haven't figured that out so far.
Oh my God. Okay, gets the B reversed on the down B, right into the up air. That is a sign of a very well-polished Donkey Kong player, secondary, third airy, whatever, you know, however you got your Donkey Kong categorized. Good lord, categorized. This DK is dead, though. Dash attack in the corner is going to close it out. Wow.
Yeah, you know, that previous game, you know, remember, Davidio got those 2 quick kills off of the cargo throw kill off the platforms. They don't have that same ability here as reliably. You can tell, you know, the higher blast zone, not going to kill as early, and of course the platform's not as accessible being where they are. So Davidio doesn't have that same kind of choice to make here. Castelia, really smart job going to Kalos to nullify that effectiveness of Davidio's gameplay in the previous game.
Oh, yeah, and I got to really talk about just the combo. The combos sitting at the video showing us now, unfortunately enough, was, you know, lost that stock just a moment ago. The dash attack was able to close it out, though, just with some of that Donkey Kong Kung Fu. I mean, there's just no other real way to really, you know, classify it. Donkey Kong up close and personal when played properly is a very tough character to deal with, especially if you are a bigger body and you cannot outframe that in him. He has things like back air and there that come out so quick. Of course, he has to punch that he was a little too early on the swing for.
Yeah, they're both getting antsy here. They know what's on the line. It's both last game, it's both last stock, and now getting a high percentage. The video has been whiffing here, gets hit by the back air, will stay alive, but won't be able to survive many more of those. This is now all the way down to the edge, and again, poking with that forward air, finally gets through, and Castelia stealing away that series just at the very end. The video, a fantastic job keeping things close, but Castelia will move forward.
Castelia being able to dig deep like that, I mean, just in the face of adversity, because I'm going to be real, a lesser player after how that match before it went would have been mentally checked out. DK just has that power to do that. However, Castelia letting them know, hey, you know, look, I already did your Bayonetta up once. I can certainly do away with this DK as well, too. I just think maybe in this case, had to maybe disengage more from swinging and trying to go for trades. Obviously not in your best interest with another big body, and maybe leaning more towards into like Gordo and Inhale just to constantly keep DK on their toes.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. And that's a character that once you start to get the momentum, might have a little bit of trouble getting it back from you. But Castelia really, I mean, they're showing why they're one of the top players in their region. The video certainly doing a fantastic job though, and considering their character pool too, right? I mean, we've seen other players kind of change over characters not having as much success, but you go from a very, very, very distinct shift from Bayo to DK and still pulling out to a game 5. That shows you have some more depth to your play and that you can adapt later in the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Both sides right there, just showing a lot of talent. Of course, when you get matches like this in a format like this, I'm sure that there are potentially players who are, you know, maybe looking to enroll in college, you know, to play on the esports team or whichever, you know, route you choose to take in esports. And I feel like matches like these last few that we've certainly gotten, you know, just certainly help kind of sell these schools to some of these individuals. I mean, I'll be real. I wish stuff like this existed when I was in, or when I would have been in school. You know, I'll put it that way. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, though, me as a boomer millennial, where I'm not going to be able to have that type of fun that some of my younger friends will. And I hope that these matches are, you know, entertaining for you.
Oh, honestly, I feel like everyone's enjoying these. I was enjoying watching before we jumped on the broadcast, and now this has been some absolutely awesome matches here with the NACE Starleague Smash Collegiate Finals. The best of these players of this circuit are proving why they've made it this far, and I think that's why every single series, every single set, every single game we've had so far has been phenomenal.
Yeah, these matches have been like literally nothing short of great, just down to
Mhm.
the competitive viability. Of course, the school pride that's always on the line. I know that we're all not in person with it, but we can certainly all feel it. And of course, we're
Absolutely.
going to feel it right here in these replays. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Big shout out to production for doing this. This ain't the easiest thing to do in the world, especially on the fly, but they make it look easy.
Yeah, this is where you want to see kind of the highlights of this game. Of course, look at that. I love that bait in. You got to know when to take your turn right there, and you're trying to punish the forward air. You end up getting hit by the down tilt. Then we see the change over to the DK into video. They've clearly been in training mode to get that done. They know the damage ranges that'll work. But then eventually, after getting pulverized to the face, this change over to Kalos was huge for Castelia to win this set.
Oh, 100%. Just a lot of room to work with here, a lot of time to disengage and breathe and just really get your tools set back up. Of course, Gordo just really played a big effect because it's not enough to swing it versus a character like DK. As you can see, there's stuff like that happens. You have to sometimes let DK swing first because DK has that presence of mind to be like, hey, I know my move missed, but I'm also knocking Gordo back at you. So as long as you don't touch me and I don't touch you, we can still keep figuring out how we're going to do this dance. But, was just, again, able to find those solid openings, was able to take away some of the lackluster recovery options from DK. Of course, using dash attack at the ledge, using Gordo to keep resetting DK off stage while he doesn't have a jump. Little things like that start to kind of snowball after a while. And, victories happen for players like Cresselia.
Well, let's see who will take victory in our next set of this block right here. I also alluded to this earlier, and we're finally going to see it's going to be Choka versus Ruskanerd here. So a player we've already seen before on the broadcast already. Choka versus Ruskanerd, who I believe is a Nest main, and also was PR'd in the Austin, Texas area at some point earlier in 2021, I believe in Q3. So certainly one of the stronger players coming into this bracket. And of course, we've got a Texas at Tyler versus Austin matchup right here as we go into this set. So, I mean, this is a Texas versus Texas, the down under kind of fight right here.
There it is. I can smell the barbecue from here, my friend. Let's go ahead and
sir.
get in game number one. This match is kicking off right here. And as we can see right now, Hero is just a character to not be trifled with incorrectly. Same can certainly be said for Ness. Of course, Ness is not short on KO options, on comboing, on putting on percent, whatever. Ness can do it if you need it done. But Hero, though, Hero's something different, especially in an online situation.
Yeah, this is Hero is a character that has, you're rolling the dice, of course, but against, a player who knows what they're doing with Hero, it can be extremely scary. You can be obliterated at mid% from a setup you didn't even think was coming. And of course, as Ness, you got to worry about bounce, of course, right? And that nullifies a lot of your options that you can deal with here.
Yeah, and now speaking of nullifying some options, I would imagine walking the dog at the ledge of the stage should have been enough right there to catch Hero, but unfortunately was not. Was still able to find a KO though, and looking to read a set to the damage here. Gets the PK fire into a couple forward airs for your trouble. Now, of course, Hero not showing any signs of dying anytime soon, but being backed into the corner versus a character as button friendly as Ness. I'll use that terminology as button friendly. You're in some trouble.
Oh, you get hit by the max range there. Oh, that's another uninstall moment for sure. Ruskanerd, though, with the lead. You can see, I would assume Choka's kind of looking for a bounce whenever they can. I would love it if they would land it because they are just getting pyroed out right now. The PK fire is landing left and right, and Ruskanerd now getting back to the stage here with almost 150% under their belt, still staying alive with that little extra amount of quickness here for Choka. They might be able to keep up with Ness. Can they get this kill?
Oh, we will have PK fire is not going to help them get that KO at all. You can see, man, this match is just starting to unfortunately snowball a little bit, but right as I say that, finds the opening with the back air. Hero's glowing colors. I'm going to let y'all know, look, you can know everything about Hero, you can know nothing, but look, know this. Hero's glowing colors, back up, okay? I'll put it that way.
We were talking about that with Wii Fit Trainer. If this character has some kind of aura, you respect that aura, right? You don't watch anime and see, oh, this guy's got no aura, no big deal. No, has aura, you better respect that. And of course, had the psych up. Oof, almost gets hit right to the dome. Looking for that sizzle, doesn't get it. But now things kind of evening out just a little bit here as Ruskinerd has fought their way back into the series and then some.
That's right. I love that quick up B right to the up smash on the platforms. That's a sign of a very battle-tested hero player, if I may say so myself. A lot of rolling around though here. You don't want to roll around on Ness too much. Of course, they have options to catch you on both sides, up smash, down smash, namely. Of course, Nair Ride is still depending on how close to the body you roll.
Yes, sir.
Finds Ness off stage, though. Goes to run off forward. And unfortunately, wait, what am I looking at?
Oh my god, I don't even. Oh! Oh man, Choka puts themselves down for the count, and then Ruskinerd's like, wait a second, I want to get in on this action. I want to earn my kills. And gonna hit him with the stomp bees right there and put him down for the count.
Wow.
Let's see that again.
Yeah, can we just maybe, if possible, big shot to the production as well, too. All just waited for the option. Of course, Kilo not the fastest character off stage, and Ness exposing that there. Ever so dominantly.
You could see that they weren't anticipating the magnet shift because you could see them the hero shift back a little bit and not throw anything out to contest, and that opened them up for the down air right there. That is what a crazy end to that. If you were gonna tell me that's how that game would end it, I would be like, well, man, you're a liar because I don't think that's gonna happen. But Ruskinerd making the most of that.
I put it this way, Dak, I think it's in your best interest too, because that match really wasn't all that terrible. I mean, I still feel like, when you play hero at this level, you have to tell yourself there's going to be points and times where I'm going to be very down in a match, and there's going to be points and times where I'm going to be very up, just due to the sheer nature of my character's design. And I think, with how they were handled off stage, I think it was best to get it done as quickly as possible. Because heroes, the longer they're on stage, the longer they're setting up shop, the longer they're figuring things out, it's just not going to be good for you.
And already Ruskinerd coming out of the gate with some fire right there, both literally and figuratively, and racking up a little bit of damage, but then Choka immediately responding. And so you have these really close quarters here on Yoshi's Island that both players are going to be able to deal with. But as we were talking about earlier, the kind of slower frame data for Choka is making it hard for them to stay on the stage. And I think they were trying to scroll down the menu. Ruskinerd, no! Hitting him with the head nod for the second time. And Choka now has to fall back in here and try and get back into this. No, don't die again to this. Okay, almost gets
please do not read the timeline, okay? Wow, this is just not the best start here, but you know what, though? Hero not short on strength, so I mean, if you can find a straight hit, or, if you can figure out a way to get Ness off stage, I mean, I think Hero can certainly abuse, but no off-stage prowess needed. The up smash is going to get it done.
And then just a raw baseball bat swing right there. Almost hits him with the yo-yo as well. That forward smash did connect, the yo-yo did not. And now evening things up just a little bit more. I mean, Choka's probably wishing they would have bounce at some point here. I don't think we've seen it even once so far. I wonder if they're just getting the worst luck right now, not even getting it as an option. There it is, actually had it there, but I think had to cancel the menu to try to air dodge and get back to the stage. So this is still looking rough. Choka, unfortunately, not getting the dice rolls that they would hope for. Probably going to have to avoid Vegas for a couple months here. That luck is just not looking good.
Hey, I hear you, man. Look, I go to Vegas. I don't ever roll good. I stick to eating
I let
good.
people roll for me, man. When I play craps, I look for people who have been rolling for 45 minutes. I just hand the dice over to them.
You're better than me, man. Back, you can find me at the buffet. I have no business. Man, you know that.
Oh, Ruskinerd getting hit. It's going to be difficult to get back onto the stage here. Is Choka actually giving them some room to work with and respecting the Ness a little bit too much there? I think we're trying to hit him with that updraft a little bit. Oh, and barely avoiding the down air. Gets back just in time.
That's right. Walks the dog, but unfortunately enough, not able to find the open. Now, this is actually a pretty decent position to be in. 77%, of course. Hero's glowing some colors here, so obviously Ness has to proceed with caution. I'm sure Ruskinerd is very well aware of that. However, it is in your best interest to try to keep Hero off stage. Yes, you haven't been on the mark or on the money with all of your down smashes, but just the fact that Hero's off stage means that he is not attacking, and you have him in a good position.
All right, PK Flash is kind of keeping Choco like, hey, remember, you can't just be jumping around and trying to cross up above me. You got to respect that a little bit of airspace. And then the yo-yo, you walk in the dog, hit him with a taunt yet again, and Ruskinerd up 2-0 on that Yoshi's Island win.
Wow. Yeah, walking Choco out into that blast zone. That is a unfortunate end. But I feel like, though, again, not to be super biased, wherever the case is, or I just think Choco is starting to figure it out a little bit more and more. There's an element of hero, of course, that I think can throw off even the most talented of individuals, of course. Just the character's design, let's start there. And then, of course, the power. Hero's a very strong character, just with or without, the spells and all that craziness.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think Ness, again, those buttons are just a little bit overwhelming. The frame data for Heroes is not really there. Heroes also spending a little bit too much time off stage deck, and because of that, Rescue Nerd is able just to, again, steamroll over Choka in a lot of these interactions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, Choka's just trying to spend magic just to stay alive, right? Rather than actually generate offense. And that's exactly what Ruskinerd wants. Like, force them to use that magic just to recover, to get back to the ledge, so they have nothing to use when they're finally fighting on stage. We'll see as we go back to the same stage. I mean, Choka thinks, all right, I can still do this. This was on me, not on the map selection. I respect that. But Ruskinerd, I'm sure, is certainly happy to go back to a stage he just won on.
Yeah, and I think in this match, we're seeing a lot more patience right here from Choke. I mean, not to say that we didn't see it in game 1 and game 2, because that's just kind of Hero's shtick. However, we're letting Ness swing first. We're really utilizing the terrain, letting Ness just be in the air, boom, hold this under. You jump in the air, boom, hold this forward air. Just trying to maybe not beat him to the swing, because I'm just a firm believer when it comes to fighting Ness, if you have to think about beating Ness to the swing, you're already too late. You know what I'm saying? But in a case like this, let him swing, go for the punish. Now, great absorb right there, taking that snooze away from him.
Oh, this Accelerate actually working against Choka. They're almost, unable to handle that extra momentum and running into so many of Ness's moves there. Ruskinerd will take that first stock. Whoa! Respecting it maybe a bit too much, and finally there's the bounce. They not only have the bounce, but they also are still at over half magic power, right? So they're really good to go for getting this kill on Ness. And I think Ruskinerd's actually trying to wait out the bounce a little bit on this last stock if they can, and it does go away. Very smart there. We wait for that to get back on stage. And now, to me again, Choka trying to get something done here with now just about a third of their magic power remaining.
Yeah, not a lot of magic to work with here, and unfortunately enough, gonna have to get those hands dirty. Okay. Nice. That's still not going to be enough, but I love the option to run off forwarder like I talked about before. It's going to have to get those hands dirty, but not before using a little bit of magic there to set up something great in that position. Only 28% here. If I was Rescue Nerd, I'd be just a little worried here right now.
I would say that I would now be, a little bit more cautious for sure. Now they're kind of looking to see, all right, let's not let this slip away. You don't want to get overzealous, right? You have the momentum behind you, you have the wind behind you, but that wind can turn and change the tides at any moment.
Any way the wind blows is how the song goes, man. And these two players right here are starting living up to that statement. As you can see, the wind blowing a little bit here in Rescue Nerd's favor. Gets the back here, was able to go for the probably the highest of all the recoveries in the game. We'll put it that way right there from Choka. Gets the empty jump into the F smash and looking to rinse and repeat the scenario. Half up, be at the ledge. Night.
Yep, you're going to be taking a nap as you get up from the ledge there. Still, Ruskinerd able to recover, lands another back air, taunts at him, and so far, Ruskinerd has not been taunted to get bodied, so I think they've got that combo down.
That's right. I will say this, though. The taunt to get body will find you, though. If it doesn't... Oh, damn!
Deleted from the server. Deleted! Yeah, I think that was it right there. I think that was it. I spoke too soon.
You did. The commentary curse, that.
Yep.
It is a curse that we all know too well. Okay, this match right here, though, still looking really solid. Both sides, a lot of big plays are being made here, but it's still staying relatively close, but not close enough. Rescue Nerd shutting that thing down in a very similar fashion to game number 1 in a 3-0 victory. Choka starting to figure it out, but unfortunately ain't gonna be able to figure it out right here on the winner side of bracket.
That was some deja vu right there. And Choka gets hit once again by the same setup. Ruskanerd with a very convincing 3-0 set series victory to move on in this upper bracket. Ruskanerd is looking absolutely devilish on this nest, just taking it to him. A magic power user. Well, you got to deal with the power of Psy moves, and Ruskanerd's certainly a master of those.
That's right. That was a good old fashioned game of Magic right there, and it just felt
Yeah.
like maybe you just ran out of one too many spells or something. Something happened. I don't know. Ness was able to shut it down. Wow, Rescue Nerd. I felt like a good chunk of that match was going to be determined, really just that set on how we were going to deal with each other off stage. I talked about it a little bit in the middle about how Choco was kind of letting Ness swing first because it's not enough to try to beat Ness to the swing. Don't do that. And don't even try to trade with Ness. Just let Ness swing and then you attack. And that kind of helped him out in a little bit in that last game. But as you can see with how it wrapped up, it didn't help him out enough.
No, definitely not. Choga, though, still, of course, a hero that we'll have to look for as they will be dropping down to that lower bracket. They are in round 4 of lower bracket. But before we get that far, we got to look at some replays here, Rod.
Let's do it. Let's go ahead and relive the magic right there, that last game, that 3-0 victory here from a Rescue Nerd. That runoff forwarder, of course, it's going to close it out. Not really much Hero can do about that, unfortunately, especially when you have to elect to go for a high recovery. And then, boom, I think he ends up bonking his head on Pokemon Stadium there.
Yeah. And there it is. So nice. We see it twice at least. That setup for Pokemon Stadium carries over to Yoshi's Island later. And this was all Rescue Nerd all day right there. That grabs were landed. I mean, really, their throws were on point. Walking the dog, taunting. You got another one. No, you hate to see that. That was rough by Choco, unfortunately. That's one of those. It's little things like that kind of add up, right? Where you get to this point in the game where what separates a lot of these players in terms of moving forward is not only just creating opportunities for yourself, but not missing ones you have to get kills on, right? So that was one of those moments where maybe they wish they could have had that done a little differently.
Oh, and then sending Rescue to the Shadow Realm just for him to send him to the ultimate Shadow Realm, which is the loser side of bracket. Wow.
Yep.
That F smash with Hero. One of the things that throws me off about Hero, and I feel like I should know this, but I don't. But when I look at the Hero swords, like they're all different swords, and I couldn't imagine playing a character in one costume and then going for F smash and they're like, oh wait, I spaced that wrong because this animation looks a little bit longer because the sword looks different. And I feel like that maybe is what happened there. I don't exactly know because that F smash just seemed a little too free. You know what I mean? And a smash attack of any sort with Hero is always good because you run the risk of maybe finding a crit, and putting yourself in a good spot. But again, don't want to live too much in the past. Of course, what's done is done, and that was a really awesome set.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the nature of the character, right? You're already kind of rolling the dice. You're already kind of playing with so many different factors. You also got to deal with a little bit of that as well. And of course, if you're still trying to get on this action, you have the opportunity to do so. If you're enjoying all of this, make sure you take some time to register for the NACE Starleague Challenger and Open Divisions because that registration closes on Tuesday. So be sure to check out cslesports.com. That's cslesports.com for more details on how you can register for those competitions.
Yes, join us, okay? I mean, obviously, if the production isn't selling, hopefully the players are, okay? Like, there's a lot of matches to be played, a lot of Smash to be done. And, again, just big shout out to, of course, all the organizations and teams that had a helping hand in putting this together. This really means a lot for my old millennial boomer soul up here. All right, friends? I believe with that in mind, we're actually going to throw it to a quick break because I know we have our next two casters going to switch back out with us. Nurse and me's two of our good friends from the Great White North are going to come back onto the sticks, and they're going to, give us a great time.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're pretty much wrapping up all the matches just before the top 8. Looks like we pretty much have our top 8. Ruskiner and Castelia. We have NC and Noodle. We have Davidio waiting for the winner of Choka and HSY. And we have Seth versus Underdog as well. So we have pretty much our top 8 ready to go. We have a lot of action coming our way. So stay tuned because we have more of the NACE Starleague Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Collegiate Finals here coming your way on the other side of this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Circuit Finals. I'm Mies, that's Nurse, and man, Nurse, we have had quite the tournament today. A lot of crazy characters, a lot of crazy matches. We just had Choka versus that Nest, and that Nest was absolutely crazy. I'm forgetting the name. That Nest was absolutely crazy, putting on a show. And before we get to the rest of the tournament, quick shout out to the sponsors: Monster Energy, Corsair, Mavix, Metafy, Twitch, Gutter Optics, Leukemia, and Lymphoma Society, and Dunkin' Donuts.
And
it
is
provided really good prizes too.
Yeah, I was about to say, it is through the generosity and grace of those sponsors that we can offer a prize such as this: $2,000 total in the prize pool, with first place getting $1,000, second place getting $500, third place getting $250, fourth place getting $150, and fifth and sixth splitting their share of $50 there.
With these university textbook prices, that's that $1,000 just enough to buy 1.5 textbooks. So that's going to be very, very useful. Very, very useful. But once again, in all seriousness, thank you so much to the sponsors for providing this prize pool. And let's take a quick look at the bracket, I believe. Yes, here we go. In the upper bracket, we have Ruskin Nerd from the University of Texas and Castelia first. And then on the other half, we have NC. Very, very good Bowser Jr. versus Moonblast, who I believe they were a Bayonetta, if I'm remembering correctly. So some really, really interesting characters, some really, really interesting stuff going on here. And are we going to see... Sorry.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. I think this bracket update might be incorrect, or the Battlefy one is incorrect. I do believe Noodle came out on top over Moonblast there. So I believe C will be playing against Moonblast in upper semis. On that side of the bracket.
Okay, so apology. So sorry about that. It is Noodle. And on the other half of the bracket, we are going to have Sephiroth, who is probably going to be the next match up, versus Underdog, and Dovidio, if I pronounced that wrong, I'm sorry, versus the winner of Choka and HSY. Choka, probably my favorite player in this entire tournament to this point. Like I said, I'm a big Hero fan. Everyone else, I get it, but I'm cheering for Choka. Not supposed to be biased, but that's going to be the bracket outlook for the rest of the day. And if these are anything like the earlier matches, we are in for a very, very good tournament.
Something exciting about all of these, and something that kind of surprised me, is the kind of pace that we've seen everyone play at. You know, a lot of these Wi-Fi tournaments tend to have a slower pace to them. You see people kind of trying to take advantage of that. But even the slower characters, like the Wii Fits, the DDDs, even the Pac-Mans, those sort of things, guys are interacting with each other. They're trying to play the game, and so it's led to some high-octane matches, and it's led to kind of the testing of these guys' mettle to see, you know, who's cracking under pressure, who's making the right choices in these kind of last-hit scenarios, and are they able to adapt to the adaptations.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the name of the game: is you do something, your opponent changes their game plan based on what you're doing, and so on and so forth. And that's always the game. But to kind of further that point that you made, I agree. We have had a lot of characters that are typically seen as being campy, slower paced. Again, DDD, Pac-Man, Hero, but they've been keeping up that pace really, really, really quick. They're doing a lot of boxing, I would definitely say. A lot of really cool edge guards as well. Definitely not playing that traditional kind of Wi-Fi style that you would think like a DDD or a Pac-Man would play. Keeping it very, very, very interesting, which again in Wi-Fi tournaments is definitely much needed.
Yeah, and honestly, much appreciated from this side of the desk, if I'm being honest. Much appreciated.
Yes. Thank you for making our jobs much easier. Okay, look, 8 minutes of like a Pac-Man running away from a DDD is not. Man. It might be fun for y'all. It ain't fun for me. But in all seriousness, we have a lot of really good characters. A lot of character diversity, which is something you absolutely love to see. And I feel like on Wi-Fi, character diversity is even more so than in person, because so many characters kind of get that Wi-Fi boost. Not, taking credit away from any of the players, but that is just a fact of the matter. So seeing that we have a lot of really good characters: Bowser Jr., DDD, I think in winners, a Wii Fit, I think down in the losers bracket. If Choka wins, we'll have a Hero, like a really, really wide variety
really good diversity.
of characters. Yeah.
And we're actually going to start hopping into the first match, Sephiroth, or as many people know them, Sensational versus Underdog. And something interesting about Underdog is Underdog lost to Rusky Nerd in winners really early, and then has made a losers run since winners round 2, so 3 in a row to make it into this top 8.
And gotta give a shout out to Underdog's tag there. Very funny. Well, that being said, all that being said, exactly. If you take a look at that bracket, Underdog went into losers relatively early. Had to win 1, 2, 3 matches in losers just to get to this point after dropping out of winners really early. So you have to think that maybe exhaustion and just kind of burning out might be a factor here, because it is exhausting to make those losers runs when you're, one mistake can be the last one you make in the tournament.
Yeah, and the other interesting half of this is seeing Sensational on the losers side. I think a lot of people would have had them as kind of one of the favorites coming into this tournament, but falling to Castelia in winners, the DDD, in somewhat dominant fashion. I think Seth definitely has something to prove in this losers match.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, falling to the DDD earlier, Castelia. That was I feel like Seth was definitely kind of kicking himself for that one. Definitely could have won, had opportunities to win, but you know what? Looking really good in this match right here, even though Snake Falcon is kind of tough just because Snake can build up that wall of grenades like we are seeing right now. Underdog doing a fantastic job of keeping Sephiroth out.
Yeah, and you were talking about Underdog getting exhausted from going on the big losers run. I think playing against one Snake is enough to get over 50% of players exhausted.
Yeah, honestly, it adds about 50 years to your life playing Snake. As they do get that back air. Underdog with a slight lead right now. And you know what? Snake with a lead is absolutely dangerous because now you have to adjust to their game. They no longer have to approach you. They no longer have to be the aggressor. And they can just pitch that tent with grenades and camp out exactly what Underdog is doing right now. And when you're a character like Falcon, you have to approach. This is where Snake is at his best.
Absolutely, and it can be so discouraging to play against the Snake who has the lead. If I had to give advice to anyone playing against Snake, it's you can trade with grenades as long as you take the stock first.
Oh, fantastic advice.
And then that starts going incredibly wrong if you don't take the stock first, because Snake, as we're seeing right now, he doesn't mind being at 150. He doesn't mind being at 180. As long as his own grenade doesn't kill him, he'll trade all day long and keep racking up percent on that next stock.
Snake may look kind of skinny, but he is dummy thick, man. He is just absolutely heavy as hell. Very misleading. Obviously, most people know that, but like you said, he does not mind being at 154. Snake doesn't care about being at 154.
No.
Most characters in the game, if you have Snake at 154 and you're at that 90% range, I would honestly say, even though they have the higher percent, Snake might be in the lead in that scenario just because he's going to outlast most characters in the game, as we saw right there. Underdog taking that pretty convincingly over Sephiroth. That first stock was really close. They traded early. We're tied up at 2 stocks each, and from then on, it just really feels like Underdog just kind of just took Sephiroth by the throat and did not let go.
Sure. Another tricky part about this matchup is we saw things like, the up air, double jump up air, falling up air knee against DDD. That was kind of keeping Seth in the game. That combo actually isn't 100% true. And because Snake's grenade is frame 1, if you go for the short hop up air into double jump up air, he can pull a grenade between that and you get nothing.
Yeah. That's another point I was going to bring up. That grenade is such a good get out of jail free card for Snake in so many scenarios, and Snake does not mind taking that damage again because the character is just so heavy. A little bit of, another extra 8-10% every once in a while, I'm certain this Snake will definitely take that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing right now, Underdog is doing a really good job of, reversing these grenades, placing them, cooking them a little bit, and making sure that he never commits too much to Seth's approach options. And by doing that, he's forcing Seth's hand into an unfavorable situation from the get-go. He's not on even ground, even in neutral.
No, excellent point. Even though like you said, even though the stocks are even right now, percentages are really even as well. I really feel like I almost called him by his tag, Underdog. I really feel like Underdog was in the lead, but you know what? Never mind. Seth taking that first and very important stock, and you know what? Now you have a little bit of breathing room.
Oh my gosh! Right into the up smash, and Seth kind of understanding Snake 101 there. You can take the grenade hit if the hit kills. And with the Falcon Kick, securing the kill, taking the grenade hit, that's definitely a favorable trade. And like we said, you can trade with grenade all day long as long as you take the stock first.
Yep.
And Seth, you know, kind of living by that right now.
Oh yeah, Seth ate a lot of damage.
Oh my god! And just catches the beer first with an up smash. A little overzealous from Underdog.
Man, Falcon's up smash when it hits, because that move is kind of busted sometimes. When it hits properly, it is one of the most satisfying moves to watch in this game. It is just such a pretty move.
Dude, it is the most bad broken move of all time. Like, it's actually like, it's terrible and incredible at the same time.
It's like you don't expect it to hit you. When you expect it to hit you, it doesn't hit you, and then when you don't expect it, it actually does. Honestly, Falcon's just as much RNG as Hero is, if I'm being honest, with that up smash.
Ooh, a great wait from Underdog there, but Seth kind of, you know, weaving his way in and out, and this is a tough spot now. Underdog needs to play really clean and be careful about how many times he trades with his own grenade now, because he is such a deficit.
Yeah, and Snake at a deficit is the complete opposite with when you compare it to Snake with a lead, because you're forcing Snake to be aggressive, and that is what happens when you force Snake to approach and be the aggressor, especially against a character like Captain Falcon that has so many good close range options. You get up smashed and you lose your game. That's exactly what happens.
Okay, and so I'm gonna get a little philosophical here. We're gonna start talking Smash theory. All right, what Seth did to land both those up smashes, really, really smart, okay? Seth realized that no matter what he was doing, Underdog was pressing a button. No matter what. Underdog was always going to be reverse. Underdog was always going to drop a C4. He was always going to throw something out. Seth realized that he didn't have to do anything to bait that, but that Underdog was just going to give those buttons up. He's just going to press them, right?
That's a really good observation.
And so for both of those up smash, Seth just sat there and said, "You're gonna press a button? All right, press a button into my up smash." And that's how both of those ended up hitting. He did it literally just by standing there.
And those are those adaptations that we talked about earlier. We saw it honestly in the very first set we did. We kind of saw the same thing, where one person was just pushing a lot of buttons, and as soon as the opponent realized, okay, I just gotta wait for them to do something and counter that, that's when the kind of match started to turn around just a little bit. But with all that being said, Underdog off to a fantastic start. I keep wanting to call him by the in-game name. I almost said it again.
It keeps being the first thing I see too, and I was like, there's no way that's his tag.
Underdog with a fantastic lead, taking that first stock, only 25% on him as well. Off to a very, very hot start.
Yeah, dude, Underdog looking like the Undertaker right now. Not letting Seth off the ledge for an entire stock, and this lead is only growing right now. Great grenade placement, and Underdog seeming to not mind pressing these buttons.
Oh, no.
Seth, no answer to this up smash at the ledge.
I feel like Underdog is just averaging like 6 buttons a second right now with the amount of grades and grenades and up smashes I'm seeing coming out from them as they up smash does get that KO, but Seth is at 99% unfortunately. So one good forward smash, maybe even a
Oh, he was looking for an air dodge there. He probably could have got a knee on the way down and would have had a great spot, but really good stuff for Underdog, being aware that, you know, don't panic air dodge.
When you're getting hit by when you're getting mixed by a combo like that, it's very easy to kind of panic air dodge or panic mash a button. But yeah, unfortunate turn of events there for Seth, as he does lose that second stock and is now 1 stock away from going down 2-1 in this set.
Something that we've seen a lot from Seth this tournament, and is probably a product of Wi-Fi, is Seth is not reacting to when he hits Nair 1. He's been hitting Nair 1 and just jabbing after it because he assumes the opponent is going to shield it and he's trying to make it more safe. There's been a couple times, specifically twice here and a couple times against Castelia, where the Nair 1 actually hit and he didn't even go for a knee because he was already buffering that jab option.
Honestly, yeah, that's true. And honestly, I think that, again, that is a product. These up smashes, oh my god. But I think that is kind of just a product of Wi-Fi, because obviously reacting to things is so much harder. Obviously, the input delay is so much higher than offline. So I think that's definitely a good observation there. And with all that being said, Seth still in quite of a hole right now. 119 at the ledge. Snake with the lead, and the
Man, come on,
C4
he
in
didn't
center
see it.
stage to cover every single option. Absolutely insane coverage there.
That's one of the stinkiest things we've seen all day. My man's like 3 up smashes right up at the ledge. Seth is like, all right, let me double jump over this. He just double jumps right into a C4.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I didn't even
must,
see the C4 there. I did not see it there.
He must have forgot that it was there.
Yeah. I don't
He
even
must
know
have.
when Underdog dropped it. I did not even see him drop it, if I'm being honest.
He dropped it a little while ago. That's one of the kind of funky things about Snake, right? Where if you're not paying attention all the time, because the C4 drop looks a little like the grenade pull,
Yeah, really does.
and they can be reverse both of them, you have to pay pretty good attention to which is which and where that C4 actually drops, especially when the red light stops beeping.
Mm-hmm. And if you get it right on that Pokeball at the right angle too, it makes it even harder to see as well.
And something a lot of people don't know is that Snake's C4 and grenades actually have a smaller hitbox against Snake.
Really?
Which means whenever Snake is standing beside a grenade, if he's standing at the same distance, there's a distance where he won't get hit and you will.
Oh, okay, interesting. I actually did not know that.
Yeah, it's actually messed up, which is why you, which is why it seems like C4 hits you from forever away, but Snake never gets hit by it.
True, I actually did not know that. The more you know. Smash Lessons with Nurse.
Yeah.
And right
You're
now,
welcome.
thank you. Right now, Underdog is kind of sort of trapping Seth at the ledge with Seth, getting that center stage and just popping these up smashes, up being right into some C4, more C4 right in the middle there, dodging that one.
Yeah,
And
man.
Underdog was just dropping so many C4s there.
I gotta wonder, Seth has Sephiroth as his tag. I personally haven't seen the Sephiroth all day. And, both matchups, the DDD and the Snake, are pretty solid matchups across the board for Sephiroth. So I'm surprised we're not seeing as much, but maybe I'm going to eat my words as he goes off stage for that second knee. It doesn't quite get the sweet spot.
If he got that second knee, this should have counted for 2 games. Oh my lord, that would have been fantastic. Seth kind of cooking a little bit and getting cooked right back, losing that stock. Only 67% for Underdog. Pretty good positioning for him.
Yeah, then
Slowly, yeah. Go ahead.
you don't mind this spot as Underdog. It's definitely comebackable, and honestly, grenade trades at this point are definitely within your favor, but it's really going to come down to who takes this second stock first. I think that's going to be again, as we said before, the TSN turning point of the game.
Yup. And yeah, I feel like whoever takes this stock first will end up being the winner of the game. 30%. And so, I'm sorry, that was behind him. We talked about how broken that move is. It is broken as in it doesn't work, and it's broken as in sometimes it works a little bit too well.
It's like the buffer system, man.
Oh yeah, honestly, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh man, this version of Falcon is such like just an ultimate character. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Dude, he's actually a monkey.
Like, oh my gosh, yeah. Oh my goodness. Like, this Falcon is such a Smash Ultimate character. I don't know how to say it any differently than that. But all that
it's just everything that Smash Ultimate allows to happen. Falcon's like, yep, I can kind of do that.
Exactly what it is. Exactly what I meant. You gotta watch out for that C4 on the platform as it does explode.
Oh, just misses the air dodge, the ledge.
Mm-hmm. And if you're Seth, you'll definitely take that because you're kind of getting cooked on that stock a little bit.
Yeah, Seth needs something pretty big here to get himself back into this game.
Some grenade options right there. Can't keep getting hit by grenades and another C4.
And this is such a hard spot to be in. Once you get into up tilt kill percent, like the game just becomes honestly just like a jump scare party.
Yeah,
you start playing Five Nights at Freddy's where Freddy is just up tilt.
Up tilt. Get a little bit too close before you know it. That jump scare is right in your face and your stock is gone. But with all that being said, Underdog taking that set 3-1, I believe.
Yeah, I believe the
3-1. Yeah,
a little mixed up, and then that was ended up being a 3-1.
So taking that 3-1, I believe. Sensational out. I'm not sure what their placing was, but Seth was the person that we both thought in the beginning of the tournament was going to win. Was going to win. You know, if I bet money in the beginning of the tournament, I would have bet it on Sephiroth at least making it to grand finals. So the fact that they are out at 7th just shows that we have a lot of talent still in this tournament, even though, again, might be names you might not know, people you haven't heard of yet. There's a lot of talent in this tournament, like we just saw.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that we were talking about earlier is, we know who Seth is, but the point of tournaments like these is to give the spotlight to, some of those talents that we haven't seen before and some of those people that you might not know or live in smaller regions. And so, just that happened where these players that we're not totally sure who they are or we haven't heard of before, we definitely have heard of now,
Yeah,
are,
absolutely.
are giving themselves a chance to upset someone we do know and prove, I have been putting in the time. We are good players and our scene is here to stay.
Just because we don't have, our tournaments aren't on like VG boot camp doesn't mean we're not good. We're still good. We still have talent here. And you know what? I love small regions as well because I feel like the pride that they have is so much more.
Man, he actually two-framed him with that. That's nuts.
Well, that's crazy. But I feel like, the pride that a lot of these small regions and small schools have is like so much stronger than people who come from like the bigger regions because they know that they're underrepresented and they just need to prove it to everybody that they are in fact a good region. So I do got to give a big shout out to them as well. Again, underdog from what school's underdog from again?
UIUC.
UIUC. I don't even know where that is, but you know what? Probably a pretty small school. so again, with all that being said, like I love seeing like people like that just come out from these small schools and showcase their talent against people who are really good, like Sephiroth.
Yeah, man, I definitely agree. It's the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
Oh, there we go. Illinois.
And I cannot believe how much work that up smash did for Underdog. My man's probably set a new record for the amount of up smashes hit in one game.
Honestly, between the up smashes between both Falcon, both Underdog and Sensational, they probably tossed it out like a good 20 to 25 times each per match, if we're being honest here.
Something interesting that we didn't see, but while we're talking about Snake and we're waiting for the next match to finish up, something interesting that a lot of people don't know about Snake is that if you up smash right beside someone, you can actually hit them with like the first part of the up smash while they're shielding, and the mortar will actually hit their shield.
Okay.
And it's like 0 on shield. Like it's not unsafe at all. It's like 0 on shield. It's like the most low-key good thing. Because what some Snake players will do, they'll run up smash right in your face, be 0 on shield. You think you can press a button and they'll just up tilt you right in the mouth.
And yeah, like that's kind of what happened on that last stock and why Seth had to kind of play very carefully around the shield, because as soon as you're in that 90 plus range, maybe not 90 plus, maybe like 110 plus range with a character as heavy as Falcon, as soon as you make one mistake, that up tilt comes out and it is ridiculously fast. It is ridiculously fast.
And it's huge.
It is absurdly huge. It's one of those moves where the hitbox doesn't match the animation.
Man, I don't know if you've seen, like, for people out there who are curious about this sort of thing, there's a website called Ultimate Frame Data where you can go look at frame data, safety on shield, hitboxes, all that stuff. It's a really great resource if you're trying to get better. But just do yourself a favor and go look at Snake's hitboxes just across the board.
Please, if you want a good laugh tonight, please go do it.
Up tilt, I'm just saying, up tilt's like this big. Up air is like as disjointed as Zelda's. Like it's insane.
It's nuts. Does not match the animation at all.
And then dash attack, his arms are fully intangible. Down tilt is bigger than Lucina. Yeah,
I didn't actually know that.
Down tilt is bigger than Lucina's F tilt. Like,
I did not actually know that.
It's jarring.
Oh my gosh! Yes. Plus, if you want to get a laugh, go look up Snake's frame data and hitboxes today. Trust me, you will laugh your head off. And we do have some news right now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really sad because Choka just lost to HSI, or HSI just beat Choka. So we will have HSI. If I'm HSY, I should say Y, not I. My apologies. Versus Dovito in the next match, and I wanted to see some more hero.
I'm not gonna lie, my soul is saved on that one. as much as Choco was fun to watch, I don't know if I could have done 2 to 3 more hero sets before
I
this
could have,
block
man.
ended.
Hey, if we had more hero sets the rest of the day, I would have been very, very content. But with that being said, we're gonna have HSY versus Dovito in the next match. Let me quickly look up those schools for you. And everybody, if you are just joining us, this is the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Circuit Finals, brought to you by Monster Energy, Corsair, Mavix, Metafy, Twitch Student, Gunner Optics, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Dunkin' Donuts. Again, this would not be possible without all of their help. So if you're enjoying the tournament, go check out all of those brands. And we've had such a fantastic tournament today. I'm really, really looking forward to this next match. Like I said, I'm kind of sad that Choka's not in the tournament anymore. That was my guy. But you know what? We still have a lot of very, very talented people, like you see at the top of the screen there, HSY and Dovito. This is still losers bracket, if I am not mistaken. I believe
Yeah,
the
and
winner is. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
I'm trying to figure out where they place. So Dovito was second in the Eastern Circuit, coming from Montgomery Community College. They placed second at both
Oh,
qualifiers.
okay. Okay.
And then HSY, I'm trying to find.
And Dovito is from Montgomery Community College as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is going to be really, really, really a really good match. I did not see which characters that they played. And HSY from Lebanon Valley College.
Yeah, interesting. And I'm wondering if their name is different on here than it was in there. I can't seem to find them in the qualifier, but we've seen a lot of the people who did very well at the qualifiers. Sensational won both of theirs and bowed out at 7th place.
Mhm.
Choka was first out of their qualifier pools, is out at 9th place. And Dovito came out in second out of their qualifiers and is already down here in losers 8th. So we've been seeing a lot of upsets this tournament.
And just goes to show you the amount of hidden bosses and just crazy kind of, I guess, talent is out there that people just do not know about. So many fantastic players, again, like Dovito, Sensational, both did very well in their regions, and they're both Dovito's in losers. Seth just got out at 7th, so just because you haven't heard a lot of these names does not mean they are not good, and they're showcasing why you should be paying attention to them right now today.
Yeah,
and I believe we're going to be doing a quick lag test, so we're just taking a little bit longer for the next match to start.
And I'm looking at, so Rusky Nerd, Castilia, NC, and Noodle are in winners right now.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at where they've placed relatively to their qualifiers. Because I think it's interesting to see kind of where people are compared to where we expected them to be. Rusky Nerd came in as a 2nd seed out of their qualifier. NC was actually 3rd seed out of their qualifier. Noodle was a 4th seed, as was Castelia.
Okay.
And so we're seeing kind of not the lower half, but not the 1st and 2nd seeds for sure, coming out right now, and making it happen.
And looking at the tournament bracket right now, the seeding, I don't think we have a top 2 or 1 seed even left, if I'm being honest right now, which is absolutely crazy to me.
Yeah,
Absolutely
and we even
crazy.
see Defecto Ace, who was the 2nd seed of the tournament, actually went like 1-2 or 2-2 today.
Oh my lord!
To the point where he didn't even get to see them. So upsets truly across the board. And as far as top 8 seeds go, we've got we've only got 3 left.
yeah. Like we have Rusky Nerd. That's going to be in winners against Castelia. He was at the 8th. Was 8th. Castelia ranked 13th. NC seeded 7th. Noodle 14th. Dovito 5. Sephiroth, who is just got out, was 4. And Underdog, the 24th seed. Definitely that very, very fitting name. Underdog making it all the way this far as a 24th seed. Just goes to show you that
also,
you can't predict these things. It's so crazy.
No, you can't at all. And something even crazier that I just noticed was HSY lost in round 1 winners.
No way. So an absolute devastating losers run. Oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4 losers matches. And you know what? HSY went if this is correct, went undefeated up until the Choka set, where I believe that might have been a 3-1, but was pretty much undefeated in losers up until this point.
Yeah, and they took Seth to game 5 as well in winners, so an absolutely crazy run from them. And someone who did not have an easy bracket, taking out the first and second seed of the tournament, one after the other.
Absolutely crazy. Everybody, if you are not following CSL Esports on Twitter, please do so right now. It is CSL Esports GG on Twitter for all the updates. If you want to join the tournament yourself, all the information is right there. So again, follow CSL Esports on Twitter, CSL Esports GG. If you want any updates, or if you want to know when the next tournament's going to be and how you can sign yourself up and your school. Because honestly, repping your school is like repping yourself in a regular tournament is one thing. Repping yourself and your school is a whole other thing. It adds pressure because you know what? You already know you're going to have at least 20,000 people already voting for you or wanting you to win. You already have a fan club just by being at that school, even if the people don't even know you. So it's like fighting for school pride is just such an awesome thing. As we get into this next match, DeVito from Montgomery Community College and HSY from the Lebanon Valley College. Banjo versus Bayonetta. Interesting.
Yeah, we kind of got a new age DLC versus old age DLC. Both of them not quite living up to the DLC name that we have come to know and expect. But
nope. Especially coming off the last game. Smash 4.
Yeah, don't remind me. Don't remind me.
I still get PTSD flashes whenever I see a Bayonetta witch twist. Oof.
Yeah, man, I think this is interesting because we've seen the Bayonetta come out from DeVito a couple times, but we also saw the DK pick come out as a counter pick in winners. So I'm wondering if the Bayonetta doesn't end up working here, if we're gonna end up seeing the DK, but that remains to be seen as we're starting Bayonetta.
Man, but DK, yeah, that would be very. Oh, wrong way, my friend. Making it back, that might be a really bad situation that HSY put themselves in, but no, it managed to make it back after Wonder Winging the wrong way. And you know what? Actually has advantage right now.
Yeah, man. That down tilt at the ledge is so good. That hitbox lingers for such a surprising amount of time that because Bayonetta's up B doesn't automatically snap the ledge, you can use that down tilt to get it back off stage pretty easily.
Mm-hmm. And then, like we saw earlier, once they're off stage, you could just bombard them with eggs, grenades, and all the other stuff that Banjo can toss out at you. But right now, we have a dead even game, about 20 or so percent separating our two players. But when you're at this high of a percentage, the game's basically tied. And oh my god, popping out of that down throw.
I was gonna say, we just saw DeVito mash for their absolute life.
Yep.
I don't know how they got out of that grab so fast.
It's that Mario Party mash, man. You know what I mean? It's that
I don't even want to see how hard they'd bought me in that.
Gonna need a controller after this one, as we see HSY take that first stock with an up smash, but at 162%, one back air or so from Bayonetta is definitely going to do it. That being said, the one thing about Bayonetta in this game, and there is that back air, one thing about Bayonetta in this game, and which is why this character tends to struggle sometimes, is this character can rack up damage on you in the blink of an eye. 0 to 70 in like 2 seconds, but getting that actual killing blow is where Bayonetta struggles, because other than back air, none of her moves are really that consistent when it comes to getting KOs.
Yeah, you're totally right about that, and that's the same area we've seen DeVito struggle in a little bit, is with, killing before that 180, percent range. And unfortunately for Bayonetta, how she usually gets those early stocks is with a gimp, something off the side. But Banjo has Wonder Wing, and if HSY is careful and smart about it, they can save that Wonder Wing for when they're recovering to mitigate that.
Yeah, really, really good point, because Bayonetta does like to push you horizontally off the stage. We actually saw that last stock. HSY was able to get back, but yeah, Bayonetta does love to kill you horizontally in this game. But that Wonder Wing pretty much negates that. Banjo's a very hard character to gimp if you can really gimp them at all.
We're seeing even the very, very late hit of that Wonder Wing is doing over 20%. And so even though Banjo's at 90% and looks to be in a little bit of a rough spot, he doesn't mind too much until he gets to about 140.
Yep. And this is where Bayonetta's going to struggle. This is where Bayonetta tends to let people back into the game unless you get a witch time like they almost did, because everybody knows that DeVito is going to start fishing for that back air.
Oh my gosh, and the next one is going to do the trick, and now DeVito has to be super careful because Wonder Wing's going to start doing work here.
Yep, back here again. And that's really all Bayonetta can do at this point. No other move other than maybe forward throw or jab is really going to do it, as we do get that back throw from HSY. Not quite enough, but I feel like the next one might be able to get the KO.
Yeah, and this is such a scary point right now. The amount of rage on HSY is going to make back air threatening, up tilt threatening. Every single thing is just about to do it, but DeVito, the mix-up on the down air, so risky, comes through and takes that game.
That down air is so committal, because if it missed or if it got shielded, that definitely would have been a lost stock for DeVito. But DeVito committing to that down air, doing a fantastic job, like you said, very good mix-up, putting himself on the board. And you know what, Nurse? I have the good feeling this might be a Game 5 situation. This might go to Game 5.
Judging by Game 1, it was very, very close. And honestly, the way it ended with DeVito committing to an option like down air there, I like what that says about DeVito's confidence. They're willing to, even in a last hit situation, they're willing to go for a read if they think that they have it, or a mix-up if they think that they have it. And that's the sign of a good player, right? You can't be afraid to make the plays that you know that you can make.
Oftentimes, I feel like when people are at a high percentage like that and they're at the risk of losing, they stop playing to win and they start playing not to lose. And when you start playing not to lose, that's when you hesitate. That's when you go for maybe options that are a little bit too safe, if that makes sense. You're trying so hard to not die that you forget that you have to also KO your opponent. And we saw DeVito do the complete opposite there, was playing to win that entire time, picked an aggressive option there at the end, and ended up taking that game. Even though that was one back throw away from HSY taking that, so this easily could have gone the other way. But here we go, Game 2, Town and City. Bigger stage, I really feel like this benefits Banjo quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, bigger stage off the top, and in terms of ground level, but smaller blast zones off the side. So there's going to be some opportunity here for Bayonetta to get an F smash if there's a witch time and an early kill there, perhaps a forward air off the side. But I mean, Wonder Wing is the obvious play here. Again,
very hard to KO Banjo off the side, if not damn near impossible, unless you just KO them outright. Down throw forward smash, is that a thing?
If they don't mash at all, but we've seen from the last game that DeVito's mash is quick at the best of times, and so that forward smash nowhere even near hitting.
Up smash, not going to be quite enough to get that KO. 106% on DeVito right now. HSY just looking to get a Gimp. Not going to be enough right there. Bayo with that witch twist and the afterburner kick. Damn near impossible to Gimp off the side right there, especially if they got a jump. And HSY learning that the hard way.
Yeah, and another thing is the triple jump coming through. You're seeing, even though DeVito actually didn't have his double jump there, doing the instant jump up B allows you to have another jump available and just another mix-up.
And I keep forgetting that that's a thing. If you're wondering why Bayonetta seems like she has 17 jumps sometimes, that's why it is.
Yeah, because she literally has 3 if you do it the right way.
Exactly.
And I was of the belief that was a glitch in Smash 4 and it wasn't supposed to happen, but the fact that it rolled over to this game and Sakurai actually mentioned it. So the triple jump is actually on purpose.
Yeah. Honestly, she needs it in this game. Not so much in the last game. I think she needs it in this game.
It's such a unique property. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's something only she has in only a really specific situation.
Yeah, exactly. Back to the match though, DeVito at 109, HSY trying to finish off this stock any way possible. At a percentage where Bayonetta combos are going to be relatively potent, getting that back throw not going to be quite enough.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot for Bayonetta. She kind of suffers from Sheik syndrome when you're winning, the eating's good. You know what I mean? If you're a stock up, you're guaranteed pretty much that next 80%, and you have a pretty nice lead to work with. But when you're behind, actually making up that deficit becomes really challenging.
And we're gonna see that come into play right here. And playing from behind against Banjo, it's kind of like Snake, where Banjo's a character that wants to play at that mid to long range for the most part. And when you force them, or when you allow them to be the one in control of the pace of the match, like HSY is kind of right now, it's very, very devastating and very, very hard to make a comeback, because all they got to do is run away, grenade, eggs, things like that. And you also have that Wonder Wing, which could get popped out at any moment in time.
And we see right now Dovito is desperately going for these wish times. He's either empty hop witch timed or done a safe aerial and shield into a wish time. He's trying to bait something out of HSY to get that kill move off. What I'd like to see from Dovito here is some empty hop grabs, maybe a turnaround grab, anything like that to try and keep that advantage going, because HSY is happy to shit and shield while these wish times are coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the more you use that witch time, the less effective it is. So if I'm HSY and, you know, Dovito wants to just spam maybe some witch times that aren't the safest, you will take that every day of the week. Right now, Dovito just trying to make a comeback of any sort right now. HSY is playing all around the shield, but here we go. This might be the damage that Dovito needs, but nope, falling out of that combo. Once again, that's the thing about Bayonetta sometimes, man.
It keeps astounding me how fast Dovito is getting out of this down throw, that I'm kind of thinking HSY is at the point where he shouldn't even be using it until about 140.
It's the Mario Party match. I guarantee you, Dovito is a prolific Mario Party player with how fast he's getting out of that.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, not like that. Oh my god.
Man.
That is unfortunate for HSY. And you know what? As a competitor as well, if I'm Dovito, sorry, you don't want to win like that either. You hate winning like that as a competitor, because it's like both of you feel bad. Like both of you feel bad.
And that's the thing, right? Like if you're a true competitor, obviously you'll take that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Every day of the week you take that. But, you know, that's not how you want to win. You want to win because you put up a good fight against someone's best. And you want to win because, you know, your practice paid off. You came to bracket prepared, and you beat someone who was playing their best. And so it's disappointing when SDs like that can kind of put a damper on something that you otherwise would have felt pretty good about.
And into this game 3, right back on Town and City. You know what? I don't mind the run back right here. HSY was pretty much in control for the vast majority of that match up until that last stop where Dovito mounted a really, really good comeback. Right now,
yeah, we were talking about how hard it is to make comebacks with Bayonetta, but the video absolutely made a great play there, and 104% already on HSY. This is a good start to this game.
That would have been even better if they managed to actually finish that combo right there. But again, one of the issues that Bayonetta has in this game is people just fall out of combos sometimes, and that's really unfortunate. But with all that being said, damage is still damage, and got a ton of it off of that combo. And oh no, not again.
Okay, great tech from HSY.
Back airs right here. Yep, this is we're gonna have to see the video. Look for these back airs. Bayonetta's most consistent kill move.
Dude, you gotta stop going for that down throw. It's not working. His match is too good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and we're kind of nearing the percent.
Okay, we gotta break that up. So he used the grenade to stall himself in the air to get right above that up smash, and then creep the. Yo, I'm done. I'm done.
Shut up! Shut up! There, he's down smashing. He's side being.
I'm done. What is happening?
Raw moves hitting right now. That Wonder Wing absolutely hit like a freaking truck.
Yeah. Honestly, it's fortunate for Banjo's opponent that Banjo only gets 5 of them, because if that was a regular move, oh my lord, Banjo would be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, man, if you could just use it whenever you wanted, that would be frustrating to play against for sure.
You wouldn't need any other move.
These double up air combos off that town platform.
Oh, almost getting clipped by that down smash would have been a stock for sure. Right now, the video trying to do something that's not going to KO off the top just yet, but 162%. I feel like HSY will definitely not survive another one. Does not survive that back air. The video right now, 29%, very, very healthy and primed to take this set 3-0 if they can keep up the pace.
And this is prime time Bayonetta right now. You've got the lead. You're only at about 40%. You can take a couple hits and you're absolutely gonna find at least one witch twist if you're playing well here. And so, Davidio has to be feeling good about this. And they've been doing a good job at finding those back airs. Something that they haven't used yet is jab to kill, which is one of Bayonetta's more low-key kill moves.
Yep.
And at that 160, 155, 160%, it will do the trick. And so maybe he's keeping it in the back pocket to close out this set. It's definitely something I don't think HSY is thinking about.
It's definitely something you don't want to throw out too much because then your opponent starts to expect it. Right now, all Davidio's really doing is using back air for those KOs. So I feel like HSY is going to start expecting only that, and then that's when you throw out that jab, which we might actually see it another few percent, unless they get forward smashed. Oh no, good DI, barely surviving.
Man, something about Banjo's side B, Bayo's down smash, and forward smash, those moves just feel wrong. When they hit in the game, you kind of like, it hits you a little bit in the diaphragm. You just like,
you know what? It's like, it's the sound effect.
It is, man. It takes the wind out of you.
Especially the sound effect on Wonder Wing when it hits, it's a big like clunk sound. It's like, oh, you feel that in your chest.
Yeah, man. If Bayonetta didn't get hit, I got hit, man. I'm going down.
143 right now for HSY in the range, or jab at the ledge from Davidio might actually do this, but still looking for those back airs. And right now HSY just trying to do whatever they can to survive, but up smash read, you know what, caught that jump. And I feel like HSY extended that hitbox just a little bit with that back air as well, which definitely did not help. End of video. 3-0 over HSY, repping Montgomery Community College. Shout outs to that Bayo, another character you don't see enough of. Same with Banjo as well. Two characters you really don't see. So I think that's the first time I've actually seen those characters play each other in a bracket.
Yeah, man. For all the hype that Banjo had when he was coming out, you don't see him that often. I wonder why.
Like,
I wonder why.
I still love Banjo, okay? I love all the characters that people hate, okay? Your Banjos, your Samuses, your heroes, bring them all in, okay? This is a safe space with me, okay? Safe space with me, all right? If you play Game & Watch, though, you could leave. That's the one character.
There's no safe space for Game & Watch. There's
none whatsoever, but I think we're going to get a few replays right here. Looking back at that last match, this is the game number 1, I believe. Fantastic up smash right there. I think that's the only time HSY really had a lead other than that last game. Was playing from behind for quite a bit of the set.
Yeah, lead game 2 as well until that SD at the end, but it just seems like Davidio more composed in these last hit situations for sure.
Yeah,
and you don't love to see that either.
There's 2 times in that match where HSY Wonder Winged the wrong way, got bulleted for it, and then the other stock where they just SD'd underneath the stage with the Wonder Wing right here.
Yeah,
that's 2 Wonder Wings that ended up biting HSY in the butt, and I know that they want to take those 2 stocks back.
And this was the Wonder Wing heard around the world right now. Killed it 82% around that up smash. That was crazy.
Absolutely nuts. HSY, I believe, dipping out at 7th as well.
Yeah.
7th as well. So fantastic run from them. Made a fantastic losers run. HSY took out 1, 2, 3, like 4 people in losers to make it to this point. So even though they're out now, we do got to give our props to them. Repping Lebanon. Was it Lebanon Valley College? Lebanon Valley College. So shout out to them. But on to the next match. I believe we are going to have. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. Actually,
I wanted to talk quickly while you look at the bracket about that last up smash read, because to some people it might just look like Davidio just threw out an up smash and it happened to hit. But we saw before that Davidio actually threw out a ton of jump back airs, either short hop back airs, full hop back airs, falling back airs. He was doing essentially only back air for the past 30 seconds. And what HSY did to counter that was he tried to do an instant full hop back air to catch Bayonetta's back air. But instead of doing another back air, and I've said back air 900 times now, Davidio actually waited for HSY to commit to a jump and up smashed him, taking that game.
Yeah, definitely true.
It's a great
and
read.
that last up smash was definitely proves everything that you just said. Catching on, Davidio catching on to all of HSY's habits right there and taking them out for it. And now we are going to have, I believe, NC versus Noodle. Yep, NC versus Noodle next. NC from Arizona State University and Noodle from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. So shout outs to them. NC, we saw the first set of the day in this top 32, I should say. Very, very good Bowser Jr. and Noodle. Whenever you see a Wii Fit this deep in bracket, you had better be scared.
Yeah, man, and you actually called it right at the start of the day. Right after we saw NC playing game one, you said, I think we're going to see this guy later.
Yeah,
And you were 100% right. We are now into the winner's semi side of things. And NC looking as good as the last time we saw.
And you know what? Noodle looking fantastic as well. A quick 127, giving them about a 60% lead or so right now. And not a lot of people use Wii Fit for obvious reasons, but this is a very dangerous character in the right hands. Deep breathing is an amazing move. A lot of really good combos off of that neutral air. One of those characters that can put 70, 80 damage on you in the blink of an eye, and before you know it, you're losing your stocks.
Yeah, and speaking of putting on 70, 80 damage, if Wii Fit Trainer has deep breathing equipped and hits a falling neutral air, they can do a true 80% damage combo. It is some of the most insane stuff you've ever heard. And Noodle making good use of that damage, taking out the first stock with an F tilt.
And that F tilt's another move we gotta talk about. Hits both forward and behind, is a killer move at higher percentages as well, and is incredibly fast. Another thing you definitely got to take note of, and I swear NC just died is already at 81.
Yeah, man, Wii Fit's definitely one of those characters where if you are not, on your game, if you're not keeping the pace, if you're not keeping track of what moves you're getting hit by, you're gonna look down and be like, when did I die? When did I lose my whole stock?
Oh my god, and NC losing another stock. Oh no.
Oh,
Bowser Jr. was out of the cart. That could have been very bad for NC. Bowser Jr. was out of the cart right there. But you know what? Took 71% either way.
I was gonna say, you said could have been very bad. He's at 71. It was certified really bad.
It could have been worse. They're lucky to only come out with 71% damage.
That actually could have been an up smash from Noodle. Not that I think it's gonna matter too particularly much, but this game could have been over.
Yeah. Deep breathing, soccer ball right there. Kind of lingering off stage. Yep, definitely good delay to not get clipped by that forward smash. That thing will two-frame you and hit the ledge as we do get a back air from Noodle with a commanding 2-stock victory over NC. That was nuts. Noodle was in complete control from the word go in that match.
Yeah, and one of the craziest, not the craziest things, but one of the more interesting things about the Wii Fit Trainer matchup is usually when you're trying to land safe aerials on someone's shield, you'll want to cross up, right? If you get on the other side of someone's shield, they can't grab you, they can't do whatever. Usually up smashes don't hit it as far in the back. Stuff like that. You typically want to cross up shields against the majority of characters. Against Wii Fit, you absolutely, under no circumstances, want to cross up their shield because their frame 5 kill move in back air only hits behind them.
Yep. Got that back air, has a forward tilt, which also hits behind, which is absolutely crazy to me. I believe, I think forward air also hits both forward and behind. Neutral air hits pretty much the entire bot. It's absolutely crazy the amount of wacky hitboxes this character has, and you definitely have to be privy to those if you don't want to get bodied. And here we go, game 2 on Smashville. Both of these players playing really aggressively off the jump.
Yeah, man, Wii Fit Trainer kind of the definition of like, haha, I'm so quirky, like all those hitboxes, but. Honestly, people who know how to make it work can definitely catch you off guard. It's one of those matchups that isn't super common, but has a lot of little intricacies that you need to know about it.
And if you don't know, that's when we see people kind of just get run over completely. There you go, using that up B to avoid the Koopa cart right there. Dead even game. Koopa car, good DI from Noodle right there to just barely survive that. And oh my goodness, I thought the backer was going to come out. That's probably going to be a KO.
And I was going to say, Noodle actually had the read on that roll and just didn't commit to it. That being said, the pressure off stage for the last 30 seconds has been incredible from NC.
NC is waking up in this game too. You know what? Just use that first game for data, it seems. Just looking like a completely brand new player in this game too. Does lose that stock right there though. And I don't think
there's some people who are like that, you know. There's full set players. There are players who almost always lose game one. And that's just part of the plan, you know? we need to figure out what's going on for a game, and once we've got it figured out, it's as good as done.
Yeah, it's like, hey, if I beat you in game one, you're bad. If you beat me, I'll just using it for data. You know what I'm saying?
It's the world's greatest option select. Like,
that's all it is, man. Okay. If I win, you're bad. If you win, I was using it for data. With all that being said, NC had a pretty decent lead right there, but this damage coming out from Noodle's Wii Fit closing the gap very, very quickly. And I don't even think deep breathing is active yet. I lied. There it is. Off stage, though, you gotta get back.
We've seen Noodle slow the pace down a little bit in neutral. They were kind of losing the boxing game, especially on that first stock to NC. So we've seen them resort to the soccer ball more often, to the deep breathing, trying to get some space, and then confirming once they're in advantage with stuff like that.
And now the game completely in Noodle's hands right now. Has that deep breathing. Oh, and there we go. The forward smash. NC probably hearing me right there and tying this back up. I wanted to see a deep breathing neutral air combo from Noodle. I'm not gonna lie. I want to see like some quick 80-90% damage.
Yeah, the combo is neutral air side B. It literally does about 80%. It's
ridiculous
insane.
amount of damage. Ridiculous amount of damage. That's not even fair. Right now,
we're seeing
NC,
who had a nice little lead at the start, and honestly, a good start to the second stock, is significantly behind. Noodle has just outpaced them in the second half of this match. And
the wait was dirty. The wait was dirty. Oh my goodness. Noodle said, I know you are going to shield, and I know when you are going to drop it before you know when you're going to drop your shield. And waited that fraction of a second to get that forward tilt. Gross.
I'm so glad we both saw that, because Noodle did not just run up an F tilt. Noodle ran up, stopped, said, I think you're about to drop shield. And you're going to drop it right about now. And then just forward tilted the shield drop. Like, there was just that little second in there, and that's what made the difference. If Noodle had just run up and F tilted, NC would have shielded it.
Yeah, 1000%. But yeah, that fraction of a second that wait gave Noodle that win, and they now take a 2-0 lead over NC, a player who, the first match we saw together with him, I thought NC was going to be one of those players to make it all the way because of how crazy this Bowser Jr. is. But now, Noodle definitely changing my opinion on that with this Wii Fit playing fantastic as we go to Game 3 back to Smash Bros.
And Game 3 starts at 32%. You don't even need to worry about that.
Nope. Yep. 32% as the word go came on screen.
And honestly, we've seen flashes of brilliance from NC. The edge guarding on stock 1 and 2 was honestly like almost picture perfect. The pressure was a lot for Noodle to handle, but we just didn't see those situations replicated on the third stock.
And I think the first two games kind of went similar to like you just said. It was really relatively close early. NC kind of kept pace, but then as soon as Noodle got a little bit of momentum, that avalanche just started falling down the mountain, and NC could do nothing to stop it. So just because this game is close right now, all Noodle really needs is a little inch of momentum to take it all the way to the end.
And something we've seen, honestly, throughout the day is people giving Bowser Jr.'s up B a little more respect than it deserves.
Yeah.
The actual landing leg of Bowser Jr.'s up B is like 25 plus frames.
That's gross.
Which means you have time to run up and F smash it. We've seen weaker punishes than that from Noodle. That being said, it doesn't seem to really matter, you know?
No. I don't think Noodle cares. Noodle's just gonna do it. Noodle's gonna do what Noodle wants to do, okay? Right now, 12% on NC. Noodle at that ledge, just trying to get something going. And I really love how Noodle's using these soccer balls as well. Even if they're not hitting, you're forcing NC to react to them to either jump away or shield. And if they're jumping away or shielding, it means they're not attacking you, which means you have a little bit more time to get in and get some damage going, like we are seeing right here.
interestingly enough, right there, the Hurtbox shift on the F smash both avoids and then puts Noodle back in range of the up smash, but the missed tech on the platform allows Wii Fit Trainer's up smash to come through. And Wii Fit Trainer's up smash, for those who didn't know, I believe is in the top 5 strongest up smashes in the game.
It's ridiculous. I've seen people get absolutely desecrated by that move at like 65% before with deep breathing. It's absolutely insane, especially if you're on a platform like that and you hit that sweet spot, as NC definitely just learned a little bit of first-hand experience there.
And there's a couple crazy combos in it too. There's stuff like Nair 1 up smash that works if you have deep breathing, kills about 45%.
Oh my God.
Obviously, we're past that now and don't totally have to worry about it, but that's the kind of situation where it works.
I thought that was gonna be it. I thought you called it. Oh my gosh.
Dude, both our hearts definitely skipped a beat on that one.
A Sun Salutation right there, not gonna hit. And we're gonna start to see Noodle probably look for these forward tilts. Probably.
Unfortunately for NC, this game has just started to slip away from them, and I think the theme of all these games has been Noodle is finding these kills at 120, 130 consistently. As soon as NC gets to those percents, Noodle is taking the stock, whereas NC is having, not too much trouble racking up percent, but going for these raw back airs, raw up smashes, raw F smashes. They're not finding the hits they need to take the stocks, and unfortunately that means Noodle is going to take the set 3-0.
Yeah, consistency was definitely key there for Noodle. Consistently did everything they needed to do. Consistent damage, consistent combos, consistent KOs, like you said. And now NC is going to be the first one to move on to Winners Finals here at the tournament. And the other half of Winners Finals is going to be Ruskin Nerd versus Castelia. But let's talk about that last match just a little bit. I really feel like NC got off to really good starts in pretty much every match. Got off to really, really good starts, as we see some of these replays right here. Kept pace for one stock, but as soon as they lost that one stock, Noodle just kept that pressure going and going and going and did not let go, like we were seeing on these replays. Like, this pressure is crazy. You're getting hit by a soccer ball on one side. You think you're safe, but no, the back air's on the other side. It's just absolute insanity.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that people, I feel like, don't talk about enough. When you hear casters or players talk about explosiveness, they say this player's so explosive. This player's so explosive. That explosiveness matters some of the time, right? And we saw it with NC, where those edge guards were coming through. The explosiveness mattered in those situations. But unfortunately for NC, Noodle was playing the more consistent game, and so while we didn't see as many explosive stocks from Noodle, we saw significantly more consistent stocks, and that's what made the difference.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was killing you just off bat. You're at 0 and then you're just dead. Kind of kept the pace, a relatively medium pace, did the damage, got you to 110 to 140 every single time, and consistently got those kills. Did not let NC really stay alive above, I think, like 150 at all. This consistency was key, like you said, in that match, and that is why they won. And on the other end, NC, I feel like, was struggling to get anything really good going. A lot of stray hits. Didn't see a lot of the kind of up air Bowser Jr. combos that we see often from this character as well. Didn't really have too much going on, just kind of got a lot of stray hits and was just very inconsistent, which is why they got 3-0.
Yeah, but thankfully for NC, this was the winner's side of bracket. They're still fighting down in losers for 5th place, so they have another chance. They have some time to reflect on that set, figure out what went wrong, and come back just that little bit stronger than they were in this set. And I think that's what everyone needs to do when you hit losers. Not think, oh, I'm down in the dumps. I lost. Yeah. I'm so bad. You have to push that aside for now. You can think that later once the tournament's over, Free to go home, tell your parents that you did bad. Whatever. Yes.
But when you're in the tournament, don't do that.
Yeah, while you're still in the bracket, there's still games to be played and there's still room for improvement. So NC, I think we'll be seeing more from him later.
Yeah, most definitely. Very, very talented player. And here we go. The next half of winners semifinals. We have Ruskin Nerd from the University of Texas at Austin versus Castelia, the DDD whom we saw earlier from Rochester Institute of Technology, and DDD versus NES I know viewership ain't gonna like this one, but with all that being said, two characters, we talked about explosiveness and able to rack up damage. These are two characters who can take stocks from you incredibly early if you give them the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier, you know, both these players like to scrap, you know?
Yep.
And, you know, it's going to be on Castelia, this set in particular, to make sure that they're scrapping at the right times. Because if you're trying to scrap with Ness just straight on, you're not going to have a good time. But honestly, my worries are being put aside immediately as Castelia has a significant lead right off the hop.
And one way Castelia should dominate this match is when you get Ness off stage because of those Gordos. Because they linger so long, and because when Ness recovers, Ness has to kind of stay in midair for quite a bit with that PK Thunder. These Gordos off stage are going to be very, very, very important if Castelia wants to win this match, and that forward air was fantastic as well.
Oh my gosh. And so that's one thing that can be really challenging about this matchup. Because DDD is such a big-bodied character, PK Fire hits DDD for longer. It means, unfortunately for Castelia, that they have to start SDIing those PK Fires, or they're going to get hit with a couple into an F smash like we just saw.
Yeah, because that PK Fire to forward smash is super true. So, like you said, definitely going to have to start giving that control stick a little bit of work with the SDI if they do want to survive. But with all that being said, Castelia, quick lead right here, but rolling into that PK Fire right there. Can't be doing that.
Yeah, it's really challenging, especially, again, like I said, as DDD, to deal with that move. And it wasn't that big a deal until the very end of the first stock, and that's honestly the only time it needed to be a big deal. And again, Ness with the little bag of tricks, the yo-yo coming down over the ledge, and DDD having to recover into it. And the parry Rusky Nerd right now is looking incredible.
That option was so aggressive, but the fact that Rusky Nerd was not only able to shield it, but parry it was incredible. That was a very aggressive option from Castelia.
When you have the confidence to watch someone fastball from the top of the screen and say, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to swing, and just parry it on the way down with pretty much an optimal punish, not only does it look cool, but it's harder to do than you think.
Yeah, especially on Wi-Fi with that delay too. Castelia 91%. One yo-yo. Oh, but using the upbeat armor right through, but upbeat right into that back air. Fortunately, DDD, big body character, gonna survive that one, but probably won't survive the second one.
And that was almost a genius mix-up from Castelia. DDD actually has some armor on the way up during up B, and so they tried to use that armor to get through the yo-yo. Luckily, Rusky Nerd was ready for that mix-up and, you know, let the yo-yo rip early and then was still able to get a punish.
And you know what? This really looked like Castelia was about to lose that stock early, but bring it all the way back, that Gordo, oh my gosh, could have been it. Barely
and this
missing.
Is not where you want to be versus DDD right now.
Especially
no ledge invincibility! But lives, Castelia!
Oh no, that air dodge making it back. Didn't they still have their jump?
Gosh. And actually threads the needle for that. Gordo Rusky Nerd has evaded death on the ledge like 3 times in a row, and now putting himself back in the game, and a game that feels like it should have ended at least 30 seconds ago.
Yep, Rusky Nerd allowing Castelia to get back into the game and losing that game as well. What a comeback from Castelia. Like you said about 30 seconds ago, I really would have thought that was all Rusty's game, but Castelia keeping composure, using that weight of DDD to just survive a little bit longer, managing to get that back air to take that win. Damn.
And that sort of thing can be so frustrating as a player, where you're winning pretty much the entire game and you're feeling good and you're like, oh, he's at 140, I'll get him eventually. And all of a sudden he's at 175 and you're at 100 and you're like, I'm losing. Like,
yeah. And when you're playing a character like that, I say this about pretty much every heavy, whether it's DDD, Ganondorf, Bowser, Donkey Kong, doesn't matter how good or bad that character is. Any one of those characters, unless you have a stock lead, you are not actually winning. Do not care about percentages, which is what we saw right there. Now, hopefully Rusty can let that, have a short memory, kind of put that last game behind them, which is definitely looking like they are doing right now. My God.
See how long that PK Fire hit for? It was like a full second of just getting owned. He goes with a PK flash tech chase.
Okay.
Rusky Nerd right now, the shortest memory we've ever seen. As Ted Lasso would say, make like a goldfish, 10 seconds and it's gone.
They are playing so much better in this game when compared to that last game. A completely new player right now. I think they're angry. I think Rusky's angry.
Dude, the amount of times we've seen Castilia actually get kills off of inhale resets has been crazy. We saw the up smash versus Seth. We saw the forward air to catch the fade back right there versus Rusky. Those have been incredibly valuable for Castilia.
PK fire again. You know what was in the air? Couldn't quite get the forward air, but does get that back air to take the stock. And Rusky looking like a brand new person into this match. Oh
the
no!
double!
Oh no!
Is he going for the down air? Oh my gosh! I thought he was.
I would have lost my damn mind if that happened. I would have lost my damn mind.
Look at PK fighters, the dash attack! Come on, man!
This is absolutely crazy because honestly, I think me and you could both agree that Rusky Nerd is playing significantly better than Castilia is right now, but the game is still tied, which is insane to me.
It truly has not really mattered.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Castilia does not care about percentages. That's probably game.
Yeah.
Yep, that's going to be game. Actually surprised they didn't go for forward smash there, but either way, that up smash managing to do it, and Rusky putting themselves on the board right there was in complete control of that match from start to finish. Honestly, looked like you said, looked like a completely new player, probably playing a little bit angry, which is also a very good motivator.
Yeah, that back air was really nice, making sure, they missed the confirm right there, seeing that they fell back into the PK fire. All right, let me clean it up.
Yep. Oh man, but yeah, shout outs to Rusky. If they can play like that going forward, you might be seeing this person in grand finals. But that being said, Castilia still a very formidable opponent. If you can get Ness off stage, especially with DDD, those Gordos are going to play such a big role in you winning. But Rusky was not really giving Castilia the chance to trap them off stage with those Gordos, recovering very, very quickly, not using PK Thunder, opting to use air dodge most of the time, which Ness has one of the best air dodges in the game, so I cannot blame them. But I'm sure Rusky also knows that if you get trapped off stage against DDD, your stock is pretty much forfeit at that point.
Yeah, and even Castilia, where they've been making their claim this whole tournament has been at the ledge. With the mix-ups off of the Gordo at the ledge, it's been money the whole time, and we're hopping into another game on FD. Interesting counter pick, gonna have more room to just throw out those Gordos, but there's also less places to run from the Ness combos.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Also, it's kind of harder to trap people because you don't have the platform to kind of bounce your Gordos off of as well. But I don't think Castilia cares. Quick 81% right here, 91 still going. Rusky air dodging back to ledge. Oh no. That would have been a gross PK Fire combo if that got extended.
And just like we said, Castilia has been staking their claim to this tournament at the ledge. Every single bit of damage that Rusky has taken was at the ledge, and as soon as we get back to neutral, we see Rusky putting themselves right back in this game.
Oh, and that Gordo stall, but stalling with the side manion as well. Fantastic job. Ooh, I thought the dash attack was actually going to come out from Castilia, but you know what? Does not need it. Gets that Gordo KO. 87%. Not too bad. Yo, that PK Thunder hit, bro? That would have been nuts.
And we've seen Rusky go for it a couple times. I think at least once before this set's over, we probably see a PK Thunder 2 hit.
Yeah. Honestly, if you're Ness and you don't go for that at least once per set, you're not really playing this.
Not only is it fun, it has actually insane value as well.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's one of those things. It's like just better Falcon Punch.
It honestly really is, if we're being honest with each other. And got hit by both the bat and the Gordo at the top right after. Okay, Rusky feeling himself right now.
3-hit combo? Gave him the 3-piece Gordo bat taunt.
Oh boy. Talk about a 3-piece, 3 forwarders in a row right there, bringing them down to 43% to 60%. Oh no.
Oh, he
Okay.
thought about it. He thought about it.
You know what? Presence of mind to realize that wasn't going to hit and just aiming it down at the last second. Didn't want to get punished for no reason.
And that's the difference between a good player and a fun player,
Yeah. Yeah.
Fun player went for that. Good player secures the dub. And I respect it every day of the week from Rusky Nerd. With this much money on the line, you got to be doing your best.
With that being said, if they did go for it and missed, I would have respected it. You know, I would have respected it.
Absolutely. There's nothing you can do but respect it.
Dead even game right here. One stock apiece. Can't go off stage if you're Rusty right now.
I want to see another one of those down B combos. What Rusky Nerd was going for, I believe in the last game, was the 2 hits of down B can actually combo into down air if you slide off the edge of the stage, and kill it at 50-60%. So I want to see it hit. I want to see it hit for the clip, if I'm being real.
I believe you actually saw them do that exact same thing against Choka the Hero earlier. Castelia just trying to do something right now. Good pressure here from Rusty. But Castelia just using these Gordos. Rusty not really giving them the opportunity to hit.
Oh, and the fire comes back. Dash attack not quite quick enough. Oh, it goes from the ledge, but the back air comes out and doesn't do it.
Yeah, DDD's a big boy. It's going to take a little bit more than that to get that KO. And you know what? That's a really interesting thing, because that up B pretty much completely nullifies the down smash from Ness, but it doesn't matter. Can't nullify that back air as Rusty takes that game and is now up 2-1 over Castelia and is now 1 game away from making it to winners finals.
And we got to talk about how good that last kill was. The mix-up coming out from Rusky Nerd. What he did right there was jumped over, used the PK magnet to stall themselves in the air. Stelia thought that they were going to land on the ground and went for a grab out of shield. But due to the stall, the grab actually was too low, and the back air came out from Rusky Nerd to take the stock.
Mm-hmm. And Rusky, with all the momentum going forward after that first game, definitely looked a little shaken in that first game. Kind of got run over a little bit, but you know what? I think they're playing a little bit angry right now, and it's showing in how well they are basically doing everything. They're doing everything right. There's not much I can say about that. Rusky's pretty much doing everything right at this point, except for getting hit by a few Gordos.
And that's part of becoming...
Oh, and talk about doing things right. Talk about doing things right. Perfect dash attack coming through from Castelia right there. And you want to talk about playing angry? I can tell that Castelia's face was just proud burrows when they landed that down or that dash attack.
Yeah, man, you're saying Castelia doing it right. Rusky are definitely finding themselves on the wrong side of town with that down smash.
That was absolutely nuts right there, and already 62% on Rusky as well. Don't want to play from behind against a character like DDD, as they do get that nasty forward smash, tying this back up at 2 stocks.
And I like that Rusky's willing to go for those. That's the second forward smash on a backdash that we've actually seen hit this set. And it seems like Rusky just has a little bit of a feel for when Castelia is going to commit to that drift forwards.
Yeah. Oh, rip.
That's a shame.
Yeah, that is a damn shame. Now you're down a full stock. You got to do something. If you have anything nasty left in the tank, Rusky, you got to do it now. And if I'm Castelia, I am big chilling. I am content running away. Maybe not throwing too many Gordos, because obviously Ness can reflect a lot of those back with that forward smash. And it does even more damage. But yeah, if I'm Castelia, I'm content to just run away and chill.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. When you have this kind of lead as DDD, it might be time to either push your advantage even harder to try and, increase that lead, or step back a little bit and say, I know I can play this slow game better than you can.
Yeah. And one thing we have to talk about, and we didn't talk about, I think DDD's movement, Castelia's movement has been really, really good, just weaving in and out of everything. Movement wasn't good right there. I just get hit by the up smash. But really, really good movement. Just avoiding a lot of these things, a lot of these options that Rusky is throwing out. So I did gotta give that a shout out too.
Yeah, and the movement primarily comes from B reversing inhale. What a lot of DDDs will do will be jump over you and then B reverse the inhale back into you to catch you shielding. And it's a good way to create kind of the sense of pressure and then punish you for shielding.
Yeah. Trapped at the ledge. Oh, Castelia trying to do something, but up smash, hitting with that reverse hit. I honestly forgot it hit both ways. Castelia putting themselves in a position to take this set. And what did I say? I thought this was going to be a game 5, didn't I?
You did.
Was that-
You said it. You said it game one, and I said, you know what, Mies, you're probably right. You're probably right. I'm here for it along the way. Rusky Nerd and Castelia proving there's a reason that these two are still in the winner's side of bracket and fighting for that winner's final spot.
And the winner will take on Noodle next. So either way, this is going to be a very interesting winners finals. It's either going to be DDD or Ness versus Wii Fit, which I'm sure if you told me that was going to be winners finals today, probably would have thought you were smoking something. But honestly, that's probably what it's going to end up being like. Very unorthodox characters. Definitely Ness and DDD are a bit more popular on Wi-Fi for obvious reasons. But Wii Fit being in winners finals, absolutely insane. But back to this match, game 5, winner takes all. Back to PS2 as well.
Oh, and the quickest 42% you've ever seen. It hasn't even been 10 seconds, and Castelia's at 103.
103 already, 50 seconds in and already 10. Still surviving that.
Oh my gosh, and the hitbox on the way down from the up B actually clanks with the up smash. A forward smash coming up from Castelia, not deterred by how much damage they took in the first place and putting themselves back in this, but the mix-up for Rusky Nerd just misses.
Oh my god, that was absolutely crazy. The fact that Castelia is still able to keep composure after getting 0 to 100 like that, and might actually take a stock right here, is insane. Don't get hit by that. But oh my gosh, this is absolutely crazy. We are seeing how explosive and how much damage both of these characters can put on each other in such a short amount of time, as Ness does get that back throw to take it. But man, that was an electrifying first stock.
And we've been talking about it all day. The pace that you expect is not the pace that we're getting. Both of these people are boxing. They're making reads. They're hitting buttons. And they're trying to play some Smash Ultimate. If the tail had hit there, that would have confirmed.
Yeah, definitely true. These PK fires right here. Rusty's still sitting on that first stock. Castelia unable to get it, but you know what? I might have jinxed it right there, getting that back air. But honestly, I would have said, if this was anybody but Rusty, I would have said that this deficit is really doable. But man, with the way Rusty is playing, my goodness, 80% might as well be 200.
A little ambitious on that F smash coming in from downtown, but Rusky unpunished for it, and honestly putting themselves in a better and better position. I think the goal here is to put on enough damage to get into back throw kill percent, which is probably right about now.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Most definitely, especially if you're in that kind of a center right or center left area, definitely going to be able to do it. And right now, you know what? Castelia knows that Rusky's looking for that back air, so kind of just opting to play a bit more of an aerial game and not be grounded, but that would have been very dangerous if it landed.
And Rusky getting a little overzealous. It doesn't bite him too hard, but there were a couple situations there where he had just taken an extra beat to breathe and realized what was going on. He could have landed an up air and a grab before that back air connected. Thankfully, it wasn't that big a deal.
Okay, Castelia, if you have anything in the bag of tricks, now is the time to whip it out. But, oh no, oh no. I thought we were gonna see the down B down here.
Okay. Don't end it like that. After a game 5 good set, don't end it at 40 with a rocket.
That would have been fantastic if it actually happened, though. We did say.
Oh my gosh! And Rusky actually had the read on the jump there.
No, we did say we're probably going to see one PK Thunder 2.
Oh, he went for it.
That was almost it. You got punished, but I respect it.
We do, and we said it earlier. You know, sometimes the good players can have a little fun too. If you're up a stock and you're feeling pretty good, you can let a PK Thunder 2 rip. But maybe he's wishing that he didn't, because that disadvantage ended up costing him a whole stock.
And now Castelia right back into this match. Definitely a doable deficit, especially when you're playing a heavy like DDD. And we've seen how much damage that Castelia is able to do in a really short amount of time. And all you really need is one good edge guard against Ness to take this game.
Doesn't commit to a dash grab there. Ness at 34%. Not exactly kill percent, and the up smash to catch the falling aerial. Great call out from Rusky Nerd. And I think, you know, even though it was a game 5, that was kind of the outcome we were expecting. Yep. The games that Castelia won were good, but they often involved a big swing. We saw the dash attack, you know, we saw the SD, stuff like that. I think Rusky Nerd looked pretty good and in control for a lot of that set, and I think that's why these sets are best of 5.
Yes, absolutely. Honestly, if these are best 2 out of 3, I feel like a lot of the bracket would be a lot different right now. And one reason I love best of 5 brackets as we get into this replay is oftentimes you get to see the better player or the player who deserves it more actually end up winning. So shout outs to both Rusty and Castelia. Castelia, not somebody I want to see in losers bracket. Definitely not someone I want to see in losers.
Absolutely not. Castelia has been playing incredible the whole day. We've seen some really good mix-ups. We've seen good patience, good ledge play. The ledge trapping has been incredible across the board. Honestly, like, I would not be surprised to see these 2 in grand finals.
But yeah, here we go. This is that. Is this the... Oh, spat the PK fighter back out and got that dash attack. I forgot about that. That is absolutely gross. Giving Rusty a little bit of their own medicine right there. Quick one. Oh, yeah, man. That one hitting both the Gordo and the opponent. Double damage. Filthy.
Yeah, you only needed 1 to hit, and that's the mix-up that we were talking about earlier. And Rusty was throwing out those OKs across the board.
Yeah.
Letting Castelia know. We're willing to taunt. We're feeling good.
It's one of the best taunts in the game. The OK?
For sure.
That's one of the best taunts in the game. You know why? Because it's annoying as hell.
Oh, yeah, he's doing okay.
It's annoying as hell. That's why. It's an annoying character with an annoying taunt, which is why it's one of the best in the game.
Honestly, both these characters have a strong taunt game. The DDD down tilt, or not down tilt, but crouch.
The crouch? Yep.
Truly a great taunt.
But big shout outs to both players there. Again, do not want to see Castelia in losers. Going to be a force to be reckoned with down in that lower bracket. But before we get to this next match, I do got to say, once again, this is the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Collegiate or Circuit Finals, brought to you by Monster Energy, Corsair, Mavix, Metafy, Twitch Students, Gunner Optics, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Dunkin' Donuts. So shout outs to them. This would not be possible without them. And honestly, I love that we're seeing these big corporations start to invest in collegiate esports, especially Collegiate Smash. We all know that, other esports, League and all the other big ones in Valorant, they all have the money. But when you see these corporations kind of tap in to Smash Bros. And to other fighting games, it really holds a place in my heart, because I wish I was in university. I am in university now, but I wish I was just entering university when like all this stuff started to pop off and collegiate esports start to pop off, because I probably would have been on every single esport team.
Oh, I'm the exact same way, where I'm going into my master's now, so I just missed it. Yeah, like I'm not gonna have time.
I'm in my last year, so
we're just on the tail end out. But it's such a good opportunity for people starting university, going into university. All these companies picking up fighting games, which have been just kind of left by the wayside as far as esports go. Because we're grassroots. We've been grassroots. You know what I mean? These games run on passion.
Yeah.
They're fueled by it. That's the gas that keeps us going. And unfortunately, that gas isn't always enough. And so
you do need a little bit of that, the moolah to keep things going. And I think fighting games and Smash in particular, when you talk about, esports, often get left to the wayside. You usually don't consider fighting games an esport. You have your esports like League and CSGO and Valorant, and you have fighting games in their own separate bubble. And again, seeing these big companies recognizing that, look, there's a lot of potential in us helping bring those collegiate fighting games and Smash, kind of raising them up a little bit, seeing that they have the potential and they have, the funds to help bring that up as well. It truly does mean a lot. As someone who's been in the Smash scene for 12 years now, and kind of seeing how it's grown. Yeah, trust me. And seeing how, we went from like little basement tournaments with, 20 people shoved in a basement to now we have these big, Monster and Twitch and all these people, all these companies, giving the scene money to help raise us up is really, really nice to see. With all that being said, we have this next half of losers, quarters, MC. We have a video from Montgomery Community College and NC from Arizona State University fighting out to see who moves on.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fun match of Donkey Kong versus Bowser Jr. It's almost sure to be a good time. Both very heavy characters, DK being one of the top 3 heaviest in the game, Bowser Jr. being on the upper end of the scale, these guys are going to be able to slug it out for a little while, each of these stocks.
It's one of those things where the stocks will either get lost incredibly early, or both of them are going to be surviving to like 170, and there's going to be no in between.
And that's kind of what you like to see, don't you think? Like that's kind of peak Smash Bros. We want people dying at 50, or we want people living forever.
Right now, NC taking that first stock, a lot of pressure on that shield, but damn, you know what?
74.
What?
I didn't think that was gonna kill if I'm
I
being
didn't think
real.
that was gonna kill either. But you know what? Jumping off the platform and using that little bit of extra elevation right there definitely helped. But yeah, 74. Did not expect that.
Dude, Davidio definitely knows the percents for these kill confirms. As a DK main in Smash 4, I can respect knowing exactly when your cheese works.
Oh yeah. Smash 4 DK, don't remind me. I've heard ding dong too many times in my life.
What do you mean, bro? It's so fun and fair.
It's not. Let's you know what? I could get into a whole tangent about that game, but you know what? The video with that neutral B giant punch taking that stock, and this is such a back and forth set.
Oh, he goes for the down air. If he had hit that,
end the life.
yeah, we were gone. I was about to see. I was signing off. Rod and Dak were coming back early. That was.
Yeah, I would have need to get sent to the hospital for that one. My goodness. Another giant punch missing that probably would have KO'd too because NC was out of the Koopa cart, but you know what, missing, getting back aired for it. And you know what, just like that, we have a dead even game. If NC can get one good up air string, this is gonna be tied up.
That being said, the video only needs kind of one more hit until Bowser's in that 74% range where we saw the ding dong actually kill. So that's something we got to be careful about. It should kill right about now, and you see him going for those grabs.
Now I'm wondering, will this little bit of rage that Davidio has mess up the combo timing? Because I feel like definitely not in range right now. Back air, that might be it. Oh no, Koopa cart coming back just in time. Back throw or forward throw. I thought he was gonna throw off the ledge there to force a tech, but you know what? Just yeeting right off stage the video, putting Montgomery Community College on the board with that first game.
And honestly, the most basic advice that I can give NC after that game is you need to mash harder. You need look at how Davidio mashes. That's how fast you need to mash, because that forward throw should not have killed. You could have got out of that by the time you got that far off stage.
So something funny, mash harder is probably a tip you can give to a lot of people in this game. Because if we're being 100% honest, because mashing, in all seriousness, for a lot of characters is a very viable option.
Honestly.
But in that particular situation, yeah, I really feel like NC could have gotten out of that a little bit earlier and avoided that, but either way, did not happen. Davidio takes that game.
Yeah, for those of you who are wondering how to mash really, really fast, your GameCube controller, when you spin the stick, every time it hits a notch, that counts as an input. So if you're in a grab, if you spin your stick really fast, you get a ton of inputs. And so a lot of people who mash really quick either rub their thumb over the buttons really fast or commit to spinning the stick really fast.
Not gonna lie, I did not actually know that. If I'm being, it makes perfect sense. I feel like I should have known that, but that makes perfect sense. Again, it's that Mario Party DI right there. Definitely gonna help out.
Absolutely, and if we have a chance after these games, I'll show you exactly how to do it because I have a controller right beside me. But we're getting back to these matches. Davidio taking that first game over NC, but very close.
Yeah, that definitely could have been in anybody's match. If DK doesn't get that grab, NC really could have won. And you know what? NC getting off to a hot start in this second game, a quick 85%. Oh boy.
Absolutely, man. The quick 85 is kind of the Bowser Jr. special, and when you give him a big body, it's even easier. And then actually using the cannon and the Mecha Koopa to force the video into a no-win situation.
Oh my goodness gracious, and all this damage from the Mecha Koopas and the cards leading to that up smash KO. Fantastic first stock from NC, sitting at only 47% as well, looking like they're going to be in complete control of this match.
Absolutely. You can't really ask for a better start than this. And on a map like Town and City where the ceiling's high and the platforms go away, you don't really have to worry about the ding-dong off the top platform that much, especially not as much as PS2. So 85, you're feeling pretty good.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? DK still has that cargo throw off the side if they want to jump you off stage. Or you have that back air. That's also a thing that exists.
And DK's back air is in contention for the best back air in the game.
Absolutely. If this character has nothing else, that back air is absolutely amazing.
Can you imagine if a top tier had that back air? Like, it would be absolutely ludicrous.
Kind of like thinking about ZSS back air, but it's not quite that.
ZSS back air is like DK back air, but you can't do two of them in a short hop.
Exactly.
And again, the mash coming to betray NC, not getting out of that grab nearly fast enough and losing their stock way too early for it.
But yeah, I honestly, maybe they got to start doing that spinning the stick thing you were talking about earlier. But again, these matches, I really feel like NC could be getting out of these potentially. But not much time left in this match to figure that out, though.
Yeah, and what started as an incredible first stock absolutely was put to shambles in about 35 seconds. Dominant second stock right there from Davidio and that DK, again repping Montgomery Community College. I don't know how many Montgomery community college people are in the chat right now, but you have to be rooting for your boy, playing fantastic with DK, a character you don't see often at all. Oftentimes in the tier list, this character, a lot of people think this character is bottom 10, if not bottom 5. So He's
to
awful.
yes. So to see somebody make this character at least seem halfway decent, you don't see it very often.
Yeah, not only that, but like DK is probably one of the like 3 characters that Bowser Jr. beats. And so seeing Davidio come out and do it anyway, as a DK player, you're used to it, but as NC, it's probably frustrating.
Oh, it absolutely has to be. Absolutely. I would not be surprised if NC's kind of kicking themselves right now. But you know what? Bowser Jr. is one of those characters. If all you need is like 1 or 2 really good openings. We saw it in that first game, how close that was. All you need to do is channel that once again. Also, don't Koopa Kart into giant punches. Might help a little bit. But yeah, all you got to do is channel what you're doing in that game 1. And you know what? Even in that game 2, was playing relatively well really up until that last stock. Was keeping it relatively close. If a couple hits go the other way, this could be a completely different set. So you know what? If I'm NC, I don't change. Oh, cheese. Going for the cheese. Okay, you know what? Forget all the analysis I just said. He's going for the cheese. Going for the cheese. Where is it? Get the grab, please. I want to see it.
NC said, "Oh, you're trying to grab. Oh, you're trying to grab. How about I grab? How about I grab instead?"
I don't know the percentages for that grab combo that Luigi has, but I'm gonna make the assumption that DK's probably out of it right now.
DK is in kill percent to a grab right now.
Oh my goodness. You know what?
DK's in kill percent both to a grab and an up tilt right now. If NC gets either and converts properly, they will get a kill.
But if all else fails, just go for the Luigi cheese. Or maybe
these giant punches, are you kidding?
That's what, the 3rd or 4th one we've seen them land today?
All right, that should do the trick there. Yep. The down throw, down B when you DI in. True combo at that percent, and you're going to be fine.
GG's.
This should be...
GG's.
Oh, he messes it up!
I lied. Ay. That's what honestly, NC would have needed.
I think DK wasn't at high enough percent there. I think that's what the problem was. I think DK needs to be about 7 to 12% for the down throw combo because of how heavy he is.
Oh, that could have been a very dangerous thing. And you know what? You're probably right. I'm not sure if NC knows that, though. But you know what? He does know that they just lost a stock. Shoutouts to the video, getting that ding-dong off that Town and City platform right before it vanishes, taking advantage of it while it was there, which is going to be very important going forward for Davidio if they do stick with DK.
And dude, Davidio has just been the king of grabs. NC tried to challenge, but it's honestly been no contest throughout this entire set. And this Luigi's in such a tough spot off stage. 89% the up smash, missing.
One grab from Davidio's probably going to do it. Oh, he wanted that back air so bad. They wanted that back air so badly.
Smash misses by nothing.
Oh, that's game. Oh, I thought down air was gonna come through.
He tried, but
He went for the taunt.
tried to down taunt him.
He went for the taunt.
NC says, if I got nothing, I got my pride.
If all else fails, man. If all else fails, go for the taunt. Why not?
And the video is just jumping around right now. He does not care.
Yeah.
He's not even trying to hit him.
No.
Back throw should do the trick. It's on Town and City.
This is not over yet.
If NC gets a grab, this is it.
This is not over. Oh, that's game. I like. Down air, special into the up air. Pretty anticlimactic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. But either way, the video taking that 3-0 over NC from Arizona State to Montgomery Community College, moving on in the lower side of the bracket. Fantastic. Oh no, that was winners? No, that was losers. My bad. Yeah, moving on in the lower half of the bracket. We will get their opponent for you very, very shortly. But man, that Donkey Kong was absolutely crazy. I was kind of surprised in that first game when I didn't see the Bayonetta. But made the DK work and made it work very, very well.
What a weird group of characters to play. You know what I mean? Like people, who do you main? Oh yeah, I got the Bayo and the DK in the back pocket. Don't worry about it. It's like what?
It's like what? Like, are you good? But I'm gonna get some replays from that last match. But yeah, I got a DK and I got a Bayonet. Okay, but who's your main? No, those are my mains.
Like you trolling or like 74? I cannot believe that killed still.
Especially on a character like Bowser Jr., who's relatively heavy in that upper 10% or so.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that would have done the trick, but who am I? And again, the mash. We've talked about it across the board. At least once a game, not mashing hard enough has bit NC in the behind. That was really nice.
Yeah.
Like this? Dude, was he put his controller down? Like,
I don't know if they just weren't SDI or if they weren't DIing or just if they just gave up. Like, I'm not sure what was going on there.
This killed at 65. That's insane. I'm super impressed with how consistent the video was with hitting that. The percentage can be a little finicky in this game, so they were really, really good about hitting that. And we're gonna show it off quick if people want to know how to mash. Okay, here's your GameCube controller. You see the notches on the controller. Every time your stick hits one of these notches, it counts as one input. All right? So if someone has you in a grab, or you get hit with Inkling down B, or you get hit with Zero Suit down B, and you think you're about to die, you can do this in a circle, and you get like 1,000 inputs. The other way people mash is they take their thumb off and they rub it like this. And so now you know how to mash. You pick one of those, you get really good at it because this game has too many mash mechanics.
And thank you, everybody. That was Smash Lessons with a Nurse. That'll be $50 for the lessons, $50 an hour for lessons if you want them. Shout outs to Metafy. He's on Metafy.
He's not on Metafy? Abort. Abort.
Oh, man, but you know what? I actually did not know that either. So you know what? But it makes sense now that you do say it. So definitely something that I will be putting into my bag. And everybody watching, put that into your bag as well. Especially again, characters like ZSS, like you mentioned, Donkey Kong, who has that the cargo throw, and other characters like that who can bury you. So yeah, put that into your bag. The tricks, everybody, because that will definitely save you a few stocks. And I feel
it's ridiculously relevant in this game. Yeah.
Yes. I feel like if NC was took a class at Nurse University, maybe they win that match. Who knows?
You know. So that's what happens. When you talk to us college-educated folk, we know how to match.
We know how to match. Matching the answers on the multiple choice test. Oh man. But anyways, next match up, we have Underdog from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign versus Castelia, the DDD from Rochester Institute of Technology. Should be another good one. And again, this is the lower half of bracket. So loser will be going home, or will be turning off their console at least, because they're probably already at home.
they'll be at home and disappointed about it. That's
Yes, they'll be at home disappointed. Rage tweet. But Castelia right here, again, the DDD underdog with the snake, and this is probably going to be a very long set.
This matchup is genuinely terrible for DDD. It's genuinely awful. So Castelia has quite the mountain to overcome right now, because this is not going to be the easiest time they've ever had.
I feel like Gordos are pretty much just irrelevant because of the amount of stuff Snake can just toss out at you that are going to bounce their Gordos right back.
Yeah, Gordos bounce off of grenades.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And Snake never has to approach you.
Yeah, not only that, but DDD's airspeed, despite having multiple jumps, his actual airspeed is god-awful, which makes hitting Nikita easier than expected.
And especially because DDD also has such a big body. Yeah, Nikita's going to be really, really good in this matchup. Watch
Yeah,
that
not
C4.
only Nikita, but the grenades, the C4, any sort of explosive is going to be easier to hit DDD with.
And okay, and right now, dead even game, both at 118%. You know what? We talked about how bad this was, but Castelia keeping it really close until that C4.
Yeah, man, and it's one of those things where you think you're out of the range, you think it's not that big, and it's always that big. It's always that big.
We talked about Snake's hitboxes earlier. Trust me, however big you think they are, they're probably a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and one of the things we're seeing here, and part of the reason that Castelia has been able to keep this close, is Underdog hasn't been, being that pure camping Snake. We're seeing the slow gameplay right now, but for the majority of this tournament, both Underdog and Castelia have been interacting with their opponents. And when Snake gives up that position for free and actually decides to interact with DDD, that's where Castelia has a chance to strike.
Yeah, and if I am Underdog, I'm doing exactly what you said. I'm just going to run away. I'm not going to play the boxing match because I really feel like DDD in that mid-range is a little bit better than Snake is. In that mid-range. So if I'm Snake, I want to keep this as long a range of a match as possible. I want to run away, I want to camp, and I want to force DDD to be the one to approach me.
Absolutely. And yeah, if you can keep that long range, you get your grenade set up, you get your C4 set up, you kind of box with down tilt and keep DDD out of your range. It's so hard, but Underdog is giving it up and honestly just giving Castelia a more generous game than he needs to.
Like, it's one of those things where you kind of just have to throw your pride out the window and just play very lame. Like, just do it if you want to win in this kind of matchup. Because again, in that mid-range, I don't really think Snake has the tools. Snake has a lot of tools, but in that mid-range against DDD, who's a character who thrives in the mid-range, I don't really think you're going to win that. So you just have to play incredibly lame. Just throw your pride out the window.
Yeah, and it sucks too, because there are characters and matchups in this game where you just have to play slow.
Like, yeah, you have to.
Like, that's just the matchup. The game does not allow you to play fast. And almost every character in this game has a matchup like that unless you play Roy or Fox. You know what I mean? Like, there's two characters that don't have to be lame. And
those characters are just charged forward all the time, no matter what.
Yeah. And considering that we don't see Roy or Fox on the screen, unfortunately, this is going to be one of those matchups where Underdog does have to play it slower, or else Castelia is just going to take this. And we're seeing it right now with Castelia on a huge lead, but the sticky
C4
on Castelia right now. Transferred over to Underdog. He's not going to be able to use it. Did it go? It transferred
I'm not
back?
actually sure where it is. Okay, it was back. It was back on Castelia, but you know what? Underdog bringing this back pretty much to a very doable deficit right here. Ooh,
oh no. My gosh.
Okay. Let's calm down. Let's calm down.
If that hit, I would have had a problem.
Oh my gosh. That should have been the whole set if that landed. But let's calm down a little bit, everybody. Getting that forward air and that victory, Castelia putting himself on the board, repping Rochester Institute of Technology. And from Underdog's perspective in that game, I really, really feel like, you kind of just have to throw your pride out the window. Play lame. Just do it. Just run away, throw the grenades. You know what? If you got to do it now, I'm not saying time them out, but
we're
if
here.
you got to, you got to. Yeah, but I really think just playing incredibly lame is the most valid option for Underdog right now because of the range that DDD has. I keep bringing up that mid range, but DDD thrives in that mid range area a little bit more than Snake does, and I feel like Underdog is trying to brute force a lot of options right now, and Castelia is just becoming privy to it and taking full
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah, we saw a lot of dash attacks, run up shields, kind of whiffed grabs. Those are the options that Castelia's been actively avoiding, that Underdog has just been giving up for, I hate to say it, but really no reason.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There's really no reason to do it, and if they keep doing it, Castelia is going to take full advantage, and we might see a 3-0. Right now,
man.
2 Gordos back to back. Oh no, that's disrespectful.
Oh.
Okay.
Dude, whenever I see the jet hammer out, I just prepare for the worst. Just mentally.
I clench up, man. I've been hit by one too many of those, okay? Granted, I'm very bad at the game, so that's probably why. But I have been hit by 1 or 2 of those. Whenever I see it, I clench up.
It's got that factor, too, where it's like such a bad move that it's embarrassing to get hit by.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. It's like a Falcon Punch almost. It's a crappy move, but if you get hit by it, it's because you deserved it.
And you just start making these dumb mistakes. And the DI from Underdog there was really bad.
Horrendous. That was quite horrendous there. But right now, Snake playing from behind is definitely not what you want to do. Forcing Snake to be the approacher in a match is where you want them, because this character's approach options typically are not the best. Best when they have the lead and are able to slow the pace of the match down.
Yeah, the best thing for Snake is playing at, his preferred range with the grenades, the down tilt, that sort of thing, and then using dash attack as a burst option to catch you off guard. When you have to use dash attack as your only approach option and someone knows it's coming, you're gonna have a bad time. But the fade back sticky was actually incredible there.
Yeah. Okay, even-ish percents right now, about 20 or so, 30 or so percent separating both players. Okay, you know what? Underdog with a bit of momentum right here, has DDD at the ledge. That Nikita, you brought up the point in the first match, but yeah, that Nikita, DDD just does not have the airspeed to get away from that thing.
And can we talk about how much damage Snake's moves do? Down air does like 25, neutral air does like 27 if you get the whole thing. Like, this character hits you and it's meaty.
Everything. I don't think this character has a move other than maybe Grenade that just doesn't do like at least 10%.
Grenade does 10%.
It does? Oh, there we go. Never mind.
Just everything hits, man.
That Nikita, again, it's falling down. Ooh, just missing. Good roll on the ledge from Castelia. You know what? Underdog has a pretty healthy lead at this point.
And we're seeing it right now where he's kept up that ledge pressure, he's stayed at his preferred range, and he hasn't overcommitted with dash attack or anything like that. He's just been playing his game, and Castelia's been having a lot of trouble dealing with it.
Yeah.
It's roll-ins like that got him, his stock loss last game. As Snake, you don't have to be rolling in. You can roll out, or you can honestly just walk with the grenade in hand.
And the reason why Castelia was able to kind of bring this to a close match right there is because we started to see Underdog pick those brute force options again and try to be a little bit too aggressive, which was what allowed Castelia to really get back into this game.
Oh, that was
with
nice.
All that being said, yeah, that was really nice. Underdog building a bit of a lead and some extra credit right here.
Oh, what? Fastball fair? You're talking about aggressive options that are unnecessary. Well, sometimes they work.
Hey, you know what? If you're shooting 1 for 20, but that one is really, really good, everyone's gonna forget the 19 you missed.
Man, we're talking about the dopamine hit. That's the whole thing right there.
Yep, absolutely. Neutral air coming through. Nikita shielding him from the Gordo shielding them from the Nikita right here. Castelia is still very much in this, but I feel like one Nikita right on cue is going to take it, and now Underdog putting themselves on the board. Pretty good shift from that first game. Did play a bit more defensively. We did see some of those brute force options come through. A lot of them worked in this match, so got to give credit where it's due. But with that being said, had a pretty decent lead and kind of let Castelia make a comeback because of those brute force options. If I'm Underdog again, I think just playing completely lame is the most optimal thing here.
Well, what I do like is, when Underdog slows the pace down, those options become more viable because your opponent starts expecting the slower pace. So when you switch the pace up and start going fast again, you can get those hits because it catches people off guard.
Yeah.
the caveat there is that you have to do the lame thing first. If you're just going in, they already expect it. You need to kind of condition first for one result, because people at this level are paying attention, right? They will adjust to what you're doing, and so you have to adjust for that.
And here we go. Game number 3 here, tied up at 1 apiece. Town and City, much bigger stage, a lot more room to toss projectiles and Gordos and grenades and Nikitas and whatever else they got in those pockets all around. So you know what? This is going to be a match I expect to go for quite a while. Not going to lie.
And he just jumps right into Gordo twice.
Oh, does it again. Does it again.
And we're seeing
no. Okay.
Underdog is at about 60% completely of his own doing. That being said, he's trying to make it all back speedrun style.
Oh my goodness. Jesus, damn it. I don't even know what's going on anymore. People are just getting hit. I'm seeing percentages go up.
Stellia does such a good job of capitalizing on panic options. I've been talking about kind of the ledge play this whole thing, which I think is where they're strongest. But the second best thing that they consistently do is pick the right options in scuttle situations. When both players are panicking, when both players have to pick a button really quick, it seems like more often than not, Castelia is coming out on top of those situations.
And we also saw that in the earlier set with Castelia when they were playing, what's it, Sensational, I believe. And whenever Seth would jump, we saw Castelia just get that read every single time.
Yeah.
So, and we're seeing that same thing again happen here.
Yeah, man, and now it's starting to get a little tricky. I think it's still fine to play the lane game here. As much as it sounds kind of counterintuitive, because Snake down throw is now a kill confirm, Snake is actually better than most characters at playing
Watch that Nikita.
Come on, man.
Literally had enough time to swing it around the platform.
He could have dash attack. That did 51!
What is this video game? My God.
Dude, we play this competitively. Can you believe that? No,
oh my gosh. Oh my God. You know what? Ugh. I just hate myself. That's probably why I do it. But either way, this damage output from both of these characters absolutely bonkers right now. As we see Snake at 118 falling back to the stage right here. Castelia, drifting down to avoid that up smash but getting hit with something else instead. Watch those Gordos. Nikita again.
You've been saying Underdog has been doing a great job at bringing it back into this. He's been getting hit with Gordos every now and again, but Snake is so heavy that the Gordos aren't actually taking the stock, and these grenade trades have allowed him to get back into it. Like we were saying, Snake is better than most characters at playing at those really high percents because his grab turns into a kill confirm.
Yep. And also has that up tilt as well, which is just a ridiculously dumb move.
Yeah, we haven't seen really a single one hit this set.
No, we've seen a couple get shielded. None have actually hit. Okay,
like situations like that is when you gotta let that up tilt rip.
Yep.
Because DDD's airspeed is so bad.
Oh,
come
65? Okay.
Was a platform? Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
Y'all, man, Underdog better be praying to whatever religious deity they believe into, because honestly, they should not have survived that.
Oh,
they should not have survived that. Oh my goodness.
Underdog, the Smash gods just said, man, you got a second chance.
Yes.
you got a second chance, we believe. We believe
Sakurai
in you.
is looking down on you, my friend. Because honestly, Underdog, if you don't win after that divine intervention, never mind. Not gonna happen. You know what? Had a second chance, did not take full advantage of it, and now Castelia is up 2-1, and is now 1 game away from moving on to losers semifinals. As we see some of these replays. Now that was it.
That's
Platform.
insane.
Oh my goodness.
Sakurai's grand vision. Here it is.
This is what Sakurai wanted when he was programming this game. This is exactly what he wanted.
Off stage. That's so insane, man.
Oh man, just as intended. Just as intended. Again, Underdog unfortunately unable to make do or take advantage of that new opportunity. Castelia up 2-1, again repping the Rochester Institute of Technology. And man, a DDD potentially making it into the next part of bracket again with a Wii Fit, with Bowser Jr. with all these crazy characters.
Bayonetta,
Oh yeah, DK, Bayonetta. Like it's just gonna be an absolute wild top four once we get to that point. And everybody who's watching right now, I'm glad you can be here with us. I hope everybody is enjoying this tournament so far because this is a very, very fun to cast. I love casting wacky characters like this.
Yeah, man, and there's no one I'd rather be doing it with. My good friend Me's on the mic. I always know you're down to have a good time, man. And I want to get back to what I was talking about before that game absolutely
go ahead.
went to shambles. But I was saying Castilia does a lot of these short hops or full hops right over you to either try and get a landing back air, a falling forward air mix up, or a B reverse neutral B mix up. That's kind of the mix when Castilia jumps over you. But because DDD's airspeed is so bad, he actually puts himself above you for a really long time. And something I want to see, especially in those last dog situations, is I want to see Underdog recognize that he's not in immediate danger, right? Castilia has not been doing falling nairs, right? So he's not in immediate danger when Castilia is right above him, and he can actually has time to drop shield and up tilt due to how slow it is.
Oh, okay, that's really a good option there. I definitely agree with that, but I think Underdog might be a little bit scared when you see DDD jump on you like that.
Man!
And that was 0 to death, folks. But yeah, I think Underdog might be a little bit hesitant to pick an option when you see DDD on top of you like that because of how hard this character can hit you. But I definitely agree with that assessment. You're totally right.
Oh, dude, and Castilia is like, I have the lead. I'm going to keep the lead. And honestly, this is a really good spot to be in versus Snake. You have a solid projectile like Gordo, you have an entire stock lead, and you're willing to just play this out?
Yep. Not approaching at all. This is what Sakurai wanted when he made this game, y'all.
I'm actually not convinced it is. When I saw him camp out the CPUs with Kazuya, I was like, dude, he meant it all along. He meant it all along.
I remember that. Oh, everyone was talking about that. Oh, my goodness gracious. You know what? That was like, what, the 4th, 5th time we've seen them go for that? They were due for one at some point in time.
Oh my gosh, if we were talking about the dopamine hit, I don't think it gets much better than that.
Nope. Between that move, like Falcon Punch, Warlock Punch, there are very few moves more satisfying to land than that Jet Hammer. And Castelia's doing their best to just end this match as early as possible, does not want to give Underdog even the faintest amount of hope that they can bring this back.
And this is one of the craziest things about Smash Bros. As a fighting game, especially compared to traditional fighting games. You know, Underdog lost 2 stocks off of maybe 3 bad options.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Like, that's the amount of leeway he had to make that happen. And honestly, that's just sometimes how this game works, due to the stock system as opposed to a life bar system. Sometimes it's only 1 or 2 options that make the difference in a game, and so Smash is just a game where you always have to be on, especially if you're trying to be consistent at a top level. Having an off day is not really an option.
And especially because you can, unlike other fighting games, you can lose your stock at any point in time. Damage doesn't actually matter. So one mistake in that, you're already playing from behind, whether that's a mistake on your end or maybe your opponent gets you in a position where they make you pick a panic option off stage, anything like that. One little wrong move can put you in a deficit right off the jump. So you got to be very, very careful in this game. And with all that being said right now, Castilia looking primed to take this from Underdog. One more back here or one more good Gordo is definitely going to do it.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot to be in because everything starts killing. The next fair is going to kill. Back throw will kill. Yep. Back air will kill. Up air will kill. Up tilt will kill. Down tilt will kill. Like, you've run out of options at 170, and unfortunately for Underdog, Castilia is going to capitalize on that every single time and take that 3-1.
Yep, ran out of options and ran out of stocks there at the end. That was an incredible match. Castilia is such a fantastic player to watch, and big shout out to Underdog as well, making it this far. There's a pretty high seed in the tournament too, so shout out to them for making it this far. We are going to see a few replays from that last match as well. This is game 1. Yes, it is. That's C4 right there that I think everyone kind of just forgot about.
It's so easy to forget about, and honestly, Castilia did an amazing job after that first C4, which seemed to kind of snap them back to reality. They didn't really get hit with another one.
Yeah. This is going to be, down there. I didn't even see that one. I thought that was a back air when I first saw it. And that Nikita, so good in this matchup against DD, like you said, because the airspeed. And look how he just trailed that all the way around the stage. And it was able to get that Nikita kill. Unfortunately, was not enough to take the game. But there's the stretcher
thing we've seen so far.
The stretcher. I really wish Underdog was able to kind of take advantage of that and take that game, because that would have been an incredible way to win.
Yeah, it would have. That's one of those, like, someone's watching out for you. You got the Guardian Angel type beat.
Here's broken
and shielding here.
Why? Like, that was a bad option.
It might have just been matchup inexperience. I don't know if he knew that it just broke a full shield.
Yeah.
But
like, I think air dodging through or rolling on would have been a better option, because honestly, if it hits you just raw, whatever, you get hit. But shielding it in that way is just probably not the best thing to do. Like
the best option there is probably trying to time a get up attack. With the landing, because DDD has such a predictable up and down on that. You can time a get up attack with the landing. He's not going to be able to shield it. You get back on for free, but you don't always make the right choice in these kind of clutch decisions. And it's like we said, one wrong choice can mean everything in this game.
Mm-hmm. And everybody, that is actually going to be it for me and Nurse here. I believe we're going to be kicking it to Rod and Dak for the rest of the tournament. But before we go, once again, big shout outs to the sponsors: Monster Energy, Corsair, Mavix, Medify, Twitch Students, Gunner Optics, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Dunkin' Donuts. And you know what? New sponsor, the University of Nurse, because he just gave you so much knowledge about that that Smash DI right there, stuff that I didn't even know. So shout outs to the University of Nurse as well. Coming in very, very clutch. But again, that's gonna be it for us. I hope everybody enjoyed the tournament as much as I enjoyed casting it with you, Nurse. This was fantastic. First time in a long time we got to rock together again, and this has been great.
Yeah, man, I had such a good time. It's always my pleasure when I get to come out, work with this crew behind the scenes, the guys putting on these tournaments, the production. Not only are they class acts to work with, but they're absolutely incredible people. So the people behind the scenes are also a huge part of what make the wheels go round. You know, we're just the face of it.
Yep.
There's so much more going on behind the scenes. So you got to give love to absolutely everyone involved. And it's always my pleasure to be a part of it.
Yeah, big shout outs to Waveform again, working hard behind the scenes. But yeah, that is going to be it for us. We'll take a quick break. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, everybody, and stay safe out there.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Top 4. We are finally here, the meat and potatoes portion of this bracket. It is the NACE Starleague Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Circuit Finals. It's Rod, it's legendary Dak. We're about to bring you the action. Dak, talk to me. How you feeling, man?
Oh, man, it has been a long day of some absolutely awesome Smash action, which of course we expect here on the Collegiate Circuit. I'm ready to get into it. I've been raring to go. Shout outs to Mies and Nurse for absolutely killing it on the last broadcast. But yeah, I'm ready to get into this. And of course, you all should be ready to sign up for some more action because you can absolutely do so. You can sign up for the NACE Starleague Challenger and Open Divisions. That registration closes on Tuesday, so don't delay. Check out cslesports.com for more details.
Get in there. Sign up, okay? It's not enough to just watch anymore. We got to interact. We got to get involved, all right? Sign up. Be a player, all right?
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what everyone else has to offer coming up as we continue through 2022. But of course, we got to finish up this bracket first. We have some big matchups coming our way. It is going to be our upper bracket matchup between Rusty Nerd and Noodle. And you can take a look at how we've gotten to this point so far. It's been an uphill climb for all these players, but certainly they have proven that they deserve to be in the spots that they're in.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Dak. Rusky Nerd and Noodle have been putting on an absolute clinic and absolute performance since day number one, but most specifically here since they joined the bracket. And I know we had quite a few individuals, of course, who fell a little early. Rusky Nerd and Noodle just, I mean, I'm telling you, they are just born killers. I don't know how they do it, but whatever they're doing, keep doing it, all right?
Yep, absolutely. Especially playing online, these characters are going to be so incredibly difficult to deal with, especially like a Nest, a Wii Fit Trainer. We've been seeing D2D. We've been seeing so many crazy picks in this kind of environment. It's definitely expected, and I'm expecting another awesome best of 5. I mean, Rusky Nerd just barely getting by Castelia with that 3-2, and that meant Castelia dropping down to the lower bracket to take on Davidia, which we will also be seeing right after this upper bracket matchup. So like you said, we're down to that top 4, that nitty gritty, the last 4 players playing for that big $2,000 prize pool.
Yes, a lot of money on the line right here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and break it down here. So of course we have Noodle, coming in from the Midwest, and of course we got Rusky Nerd coming in from that central time zone too, but down in the South, in the dirty South. That's right, Texas. This is actually going to be probably about a clash of two very similar metas, but very different metas. I know, the Texas scene gets down a little bit different than the Midwest scene does these days, just in terms of like how they approach the neutral, some of their exchanges back and forth. So this should be a really awesome clash with just two different types of ideologies coming together here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Noodle's a player that was just, had a lot slower and more methodical play with the Wii Fit trainers. We jump into this where Noodle has been schmixing with the Nest. Some absolutely crazy setups, some crazy cross-ups. This guy is definitely someone that you cannot at all underestimate.
No, absolutely not. Not at this portion of the bracket. Really not ever, but especially not this late, okay? You cannot sleep on your opponent because if they're here, then that means that they've been playing their asses off just like how you have as well. And I think these dead even percents here just about are certainly proving that case true. Another trade, this time it not going into the favor of Wii Fit here. Usually they're the ones looking for the trade, but wow, Rescue Nerd just having their way with Noodle here in the corner.
Yeah, this is still super even. That's what you love to see. But yeah, I mean, neither player really getting too much opportunity to really fully confirm these kills off stage. Has to come through that back throw, and Rusky Nerd, I feel like at this point they have like a kill to taunt macro. Like you have to get the taunt out. If you get the kill, at this point you got to seize on them. I'm with that.
Yeah, I'm with it too, man. A little style goes a long way here, and I think both of these two certainly are well aware of that now. As we know, the age-old saying with any character in this game, once they start glowing, it's best to proceed with caution there. Noodle, of course, letting that stun salutation rip just a little early. Nothing off of the down special to the PK fire, but tries to rinse and repeat the scenario.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Nessa's really solid ground tools are just outside of that, like, Wii Fit Trainer forward tilt range. So it's hard for Wii Fit to kind of counter poke back against PK fires, against these side magnet cross-ups. But once you get that deep breathing in, it's a whole nother ball game. You have a lot more potential to kill early, of course, but it just makes that offstage game a lot more volatile against the Nest. Gives you a little more opportunity to even things up here, which is exactly what Noodle is hoping for, as Noodle has the lead and doesn't want to give that up. Rescuer now having some trouble getting back to the stage because they are getting absolutely sniped here by Noodle. No way!
Now, this is actually going to bring me to my next point. Earlier, we talked about how you fight Nest at this level. Don't try to beat Nest to the swing. Don't try to trade with Nest. Let Nest swing first. And I feel like Noodle was certainly doing that, but just getting there a little too late to throw up shield and then go for the punish. As you can see there at that corner of the stage, just ran up, and of course, he got done up there. So Noodle right here, of course, still keeping it airtight for the most part, trying to regain the lead, but rescuing her, landing with some aerials.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving Ness an opportunity to get back into things. I mean, right there, that's something that you could probably just avoid on your own. Player mistakes at this point can certainly be expected. I mean, not only is this a test of skill, it's a test of stamina and endurance, right? These players have been playing all day. They've made it this far without making too many mistakes, but now both these players might start to slip a bit here and there, and with a very, very explosive character like Ness, that might work in Rusty Nerd's favor.
That's right. We'll see how it plays out here. Gets the directional air dodge back into the ledge. Now, yes, okay, very smart. Actually, is going to go for the up smash that time, just in case, you see that back air come out. You see Wii Fit leave those feet. Of course, hit him with that silent anti-air option and close it out. So great stuff there from Rescue Nerd.
Yeah, and you can tell with Noodle was being a bit careful not to salute the stun too much, doesn't want to try to regenerate Nessa's health in any kind of way. So you're kind of limited in options. And then, of course, when you're in those close quarters situations, Wii Fit does have those weird hitboxes that might point in different directions, but don't always cover the ground or right above them. There's a lot of blind spots in those hitboxes, and that yo-yo just fit right into one of those blind spots.
100%. Great stuff. Great finesse right there from Rescue Nerd, of course, just having to dig deep in those final moments. Wii Fit might not be blessed with the combo system that Nest has, but certainly blessed with the strength factor. And in moments like those, you don't want to have to go for any trades if you don't have to, especially into the corner. That was really, if anything, Noodle's time to really strike, and unfortunately ended up just striking incorrectly. Rescue Nerd was able to shut it down. That's only game one, though, here, friends. If you're just tuning in and this is best of 5 territory.
All day.
Of course, quite a bit on the line here in this top 4 portion of bracket. So this is going to be an awesome one and on finish.
Definitely, and that could have gone either way too, right? They were both at 100%, over 100% last stock. Like, you make a different choice there in the end, and that could have easily been Noodle's game. So I'm sure Rescue Nerd wants to make sure that this is a bit more of a definitive win, and already gets the string coast to coast with those PK fires, racking up some damage. Noodle hits about 90% before healing a little bit there, but already such an incredible start here by Rescue Nerd.
That's right, and Noodle just cutting this lead directly in half, if not regaining the lead ever so slightly here by 2%. That is just kind of the factor that, Wii Fit kind of plays into this match. If you're going to combo and try to get rid of this character, you better do it quick. Oh, you better do it quick, because then stuff like that happens. Great KO off the top, a bit of a cold start. But you know what, though? They're starting to heat up here ever so slightly.
Yeah, that is just Wii Fit trainer in a nutshell, right? Like, you think you got an opportunity, you get them to 70, 89%, but they get that deep breathing down. It's 2 or 3 hits and they're right back into the game. And they can keep zoning you if you want to try to stop that. So we're going to get even things out. Both players getting their kills down. 2 stocks apiece, 0% on either side.
There it is. Got to keep it air tight right now. You cannot allow one side to gain too much of a lead here. I'm sure both of these two have the clutch factor to chop away the lead, but why even let it get that far? Let's try to keep it close. As you can see, the PK fire strings not quite work like how they did in that first stock here. Oh no.
Definitely quite the punish there. Got to make sure you land that. Almost putting Rescue Nerd to 100% here. And I like this. Rescue Nerd still continuing to use these forward airs as poking opportunities. Of course, you saw a nice little drag down earlier, but mainly these forward airs coming out to just try and stifle these aerial approaches from Noodle. And then Rescue Nerd, not sure if that was a misinput, just got a bit too shook trying to recover, but nonetheless dying a bit earlier than they were expecting.
Yeah, that is most unfortunate. This is just not the position you want to be in versus a Wii Fit at this caliber. I mean, you let this character get the lead and they just become an absolute menace. As you know right now, gonna have to dig really deep to get the stock taken. Recovers a little bit percent just to get it taken away. Glowing red, This isn't good. Yeah, this ain't good.
Right at the peak of their second jump there, and Rescue Nerd taking an 0-2 loss there in the second game. And almost actually clearing themselves out. They used the PK Thunder to try and stop the ball from hitting them, but in doing so, it didn't last long enough to then get back to Nest and hit them with the Nest cannon. So in that way, they weren't able to get out of the corner. Wii Fit trainers ready and waiting, and then they get spiked as they try to recover back to the corner.
There it is. Love that breakdown there. At this, I just feel like there's a lot of there's a lot of prowess that has to go into dealing with Nest off stage. I think people think, okay, he's just sitting here or he's already jumped, so now's my time to strike. Keep in mind, has a really great directional air dodge. Of course, PK Thunder, even as it's going around Nest, still not the easiest feat in the world to get in between the Thunder and Nest. So, you really have to dig deep. And of course, Noodle certainly living up to that. However, Rusty Nerd, though, this is game 3, so let's see what they learned from that last one. Okay, great down air. Oh!
Almost got to taste their own medicine there. That was really scary. I mean, both of them, this is all full trade right here. Like, neither of them are trying to necessarily bait or whiff punish anything. They're just trying to throw hands and see if they can come out on top in these trades. But when you have deep breathing come into the mix, that can really more so work in Wii Fit Trainer's advantage than anything else here. And Ness really does have to be careful from dying a little too early and getting a little crazy with these pokes.
That's right. I mean, it's not out of character, for Ness to get very button happy on characters out of slower. Than they are. But I feel like in Rescue Nerd's case, there's a lot of finesse that goes into the buttons that they press. As you can see there, gets the up smash, catching them once more. Another solid anti-air option. Wii Fit Trainer likes to jump. They're going to spend a lot of time off of their feet, make them pay for it.
Whew. Just like that, another even game. This is what we saw pretty much last round, game 2 is evened up after that first stock, and it really could go either way. But now Rusty Nerd's the one who's running away with it this time. Noodle really hasn't been able to land here, and trying to get back, they're taking so much damage just to reset neutral.
Fighting to get those feet back onto solid ground. Gets up underneath Nest there that time, right before the PK Thunder comes around. And this is one thing I really love about Noodle, despite, again, Nest just doing what Nest is going to do to bigger characters, putting on a lot of percent and just slapping them around. Always staying composed, always staying cool, and knowing what options to go for to try to keep this thing close. There's the back throw. Let's see what Rescuer is going to turn it into. No platforms to land comfortably on, and it seems like Noodle is very well aware of that. Oh, delicious.
Yep, gonna take that any day. And Noodle just trying to keep things up, but Rusky Nerd somehow comes out on top of that. That was just not I think Noodle just overextending a bit too much there, trying to get that kill done, and again, evening things out. It's one stock apiece, and this could really be a definitive portion of this series, right? Because Noodle going back to this stage, and Rusky Nerd allowing themselves to go back to the stage they just lost on. Now things are tied up.
That's right. This is, these are the matches you sign up for. When you say, you want to pull up to a tournament, you want to see good matches, these are the ones that keep you in your seat. Oh my goodness. Noodle, though, trying to push this into another game, but with the W next to their name and doing it in such a dominant fashion, going up 2-1.
That was so smart by Noodle, forcing Rusky Nerd to burn all their options just to recover, but in doing so, Rusky Nerd had to recover low, in which case Wii Fit Trainer's down tilt can hit below the ledge against that low recovery. So that's just some great conditioning and force of a situation by Noodle, and Rusky Nerd feeling the pain as a result is now they are on a potential drop to lower bracket if they drop one more game.
Yeah, this is most unfortunate here for Rescue Nerd, but if there's a will, there's most certainly a way. I still think that a lot of what Rescue Nerd is doing, is certainly keeping them alive in this fight, but however, it's not enough to just stay alive. You also have to win, and, the combo system that Rescue Nerd is implementing on Noodle has been very, very good. I mean, it's like, PK Fire, use your magnet, get through there, really abuse the fact that, Weepa just has a big body, but I don't know what it is that Noodle's doing, but Noodle just knows how to take your lead and just take it away from you.
Well, one thing I'm noticing is, especially against like Nest, Noodle is not at all afraid of getting in grab range against Nest, where normally a lot of players might be afraid. They don't want to get PK fired or something. They might be afraid of that up B instead. But Noodle has, in general, been doing a good job of landing those grabs in those close quarter situations. It's just that, in that case, that's a completely different problem you got to deal with. And dying so early to Nest there, now Noodle has a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, and this is the issue here that, Rescue Nerd has been struggling with a little bit here. And I say this despite them also having the lead, is that when they get the lead, they just don't know how to hold on to it. And then Noodle is able to just come in and just really, again, throw their weight around with Wii Fit. But in this case here, kind of cooling their jets a little bit, staying a little bit further away, really relying on their PK Fire, spacing out with that turnaround F smash, just trying to catch an overextension.
Yep. That's Noodle getting the best of that cross-up situation, playing a little baseball right there. Flies back, PK Fire, will keep him at bay, but there's the jab to get some stage control. Rusky Nerd gets right back into it, still almost a full stock lead here. Noodle really has to start generating some more offense and just make it impossible for Rusky Nerd to get back on stage. Otherwise, this could be another death.
Yeah. Gonna have to bring some to this table and quick. This match is starting to trail out of control here. Gonna go for the up smash. Not gonna be enough, but wow, is that a lot of percent. Now, we fit at 60-something percent while you still have, all 3 of your stocks and they're on 2. That's still, certainly doable. That's very comfortable and familiar terrain for Wii Fit. However, situations like this, now you gotta work a little harder. You gotta kind of step out of your shell and, dare I say with Wii Fit, get a little aggressive.
Yeah, Noodle just really has to be careful of spending too much time off stage trying to recover, delaying with deep breathing, using their side B. Like, that's when Ness can just jump right out, double jump in forward air you, and immediately try to poke at you. Like, Ness is not at all going to be afraid to do that. So Noodle does have to be careful, spending too much time stalling off stage.
Back though. PK Thunder, just to try to pop him up and keep him away from snapping back to the ledge. Forcing Wii Fit to go high is not what they want to do, and Ness certainly has the tools to keep him in an uncomfortable spot.
Oh, that back air again, landing for Rusky Nerd. Big damage, big stage control. Again, walling out Noodle with that forward air. Noodle is unable to figure out how to get around that move, and now they're going to get clipped. Yeah, that yo-yo is ready and waiting for him. The welcome mat was more than thrown out ahead of time, and we're going to a game 5 here, Rod. Love to see it.
Love to see it. No 3-0s here. And I'm just being as completely as unbiased as possible, but we want to see more games, and especially with 2 talented individuals like Noodle and Rescue Nerd. I mean, they're of course putting on a great show, making Dak and myself, our jobs very, very easy. So with this in mind, here we are, friends. Game number 5 here is upon us. Ness and Wii Fit would never have thought in a million years that these would be the 2 characters to do it in a position of bracket like this. But hey, I like a bit of a break from the norm, all right? I'm digging the Wii Fit play.
And this must be maybe potentially getting to Rusky too, right? Like, that said, in this situation, Rusky just came off of a 3-2 win off of Castelia as well. So they've been here before. They know how to play that game 5. So will they be able to come out on top? Noodle just took a 3-0 and has been mostly dominating their opponents. I don't think they've even played a 3-2 set yet, except maybe the very first round they played Grimbo 3-2. Since then, it's been 3-1s, 3-1, 3-0. And now Rusky Nerd really taking them to task here.
Right. Into the corner we go, and this again another comfortable spot right here for Rescue Nerd. Regardless if they are the one that has their back into the corner, if they're the one keeping you in the corner, they don't mind playing from the corners at all. And yes, swinging for the fences is a Rescue Nerd once more with that phenomenal Ness gameplay. He's looking very clean right now, forcing Noodle to get a little uncomfortable here, has to get a little handsy with Ness, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do. I'm talking base roster, DLC, whatever you want. Ness just got some buttons on him.
Yeah, and when Nessa's starting to control the pace of the game, you can really tell that they're going to use that to their advantage. You can see Noodle is being a lot more proactive at trying to ledge trap, trying to go off stage. And snipe all the way in the top corner there. Again, evening things out around this 2-stock portion. But here's Rusky Nerd going in deep. The string continues, although it's got the read with the forward smash. But still continue to put pressure here on Noodle as they're backed up. They're shielding. They're trying to create some pressure and some space for themselves. But Rusky Nerd is not giving them an inch.
Oh, and great stall. Love that. Understanding the imminent threat of down smash at the legend. This is exactly what I talked about before. It's not enough for Rescue to get the lead. You also have to figure out a way to hold on to it and to stop your opponent from making that comeback, because Wii Fit, I mean, not saying that Noodle's relying on the comeback mechanics, but Wii Fit has some strong comeback mechanics, as you can see, getting right up underneath a Rescue Nerd and going for the up smash. Won't be able to survive too many more of those. Oh my God, that back air.
Still not enough. And then again, Rusky catching that neutral jump there that Noodle's willing to give up. And Noodle really just trying to create opportunities for themselves, but in doing so, they're taking so much damage. And there's another back throw, somehow able to get back, but now a full stock lead, and Rusky looking to clean things up. Needs a single grab, another forward air off stage. A back air will certainly do it, and Noodle just cannot get hit at all. There's the back air, and that is it. Rusky takes it. They're moving on to grand finals. They take that series 3-2.
That's right, and a nail-biting finish, but again, it goes back to kind of what we talked about earlier, just the anti-air, not really just anti-airing, but just the air movement manageability. I think, just when it came to every time Wii Fit left their feet, Rescue Nerd was like, hey, if you're going to jump, it at least has to be contested. I can't let you keep jumping around me for free. That is, I'm basically asking to get sent down to losers at that point.
No, you're 100% right. And you even saw that last stock. Every time the Wii Fit Trainer was jumping, Ness with the back air, Ness with the forward air, Ness with the side magnet, something to contest that. And you know that's going to come, that's going to happen because Noodle's trying to generate kill opportunities for themselves and not allowing Ness just freely get back to the stage. So you could see that that was taken advantage of, and Noodle unfortunately falling to the wayside and dropping down to the lower bracket. But they're not out of it. We're still in that top 4, and they're going to continue to move forward. But we're going to move forward into some replays to see how that action was broken down.
Let's relive the glory right there, that last second. There's a lot to talk about. First and foremost, again, running up and just shielding. Ness, there's a very specific way you have to fight this character if you cannot outframe that of them, and it comes down to letting them swing first, but unfortunately did not have shield up in time, made a PK missile for their trebles. However, it felt like, Noodle was certainly starting to come into themselves. I love that down there off stage. But of course, you're jumping around Ness too much, you're going to eat the yo-yo.
Yeah. And I really like that Rusty did not, wasn't swayed in terms of stage picks, right? Like, we got to FD and we didn't leave it. Despite the fact that Noodle, I believe, won that first game on FD, Rusty comes back and continues to play on this stage. Noodle, though, I mean, this ledge trap here was so clear.
That was just great resilience. I mean, wow. Didn't even think that they'd be able to rinse and repeat that situation, but was able to get it done in a big way. And then, of course, boom, gets the down smash at the ledge, send them out into the blast zone. Now, here we are, the final game here, friends. And, I mean, I got to give it to Noodle. That precision, second to none. I mean, that's a lot of practice that goes into that. But, however, we've all fallen victim to Ness back here once or twice in our life. So, that's how it goes.
More than once and twice, I would definitely say, Ron. More than once and twice, yeah. A little bit more than that. But yeah, we now have our first of 2 players in grand finals. Rusky Nerd now potentially in a position to take that top prize, first place, $1,000. At the very least, they're getting $500 for second place. So that's guaranteed money right now. Of course, the top 4 is already guaranteed. Third place getting $250, fourth place getting $150. So at this moment in time, all these players, now they're just playing extended money matches, right? Like, they're just trying to stack up that cash, and I can't blame him. Noodle, of course, still has an opportunity to get back, but Rusky Nerd already walking away with at least $500. That's pretty solid so far.
I will have to agree with you on that one, man. I mean, friends, if that's not an incentive right there to sign up and to, play with some of the best players in the world, I mean, I don't know what the heck is at this point. I mean, we've built it. The production's built it. Now you guys just got to show up and come interact with us. All right, friends. If you're just tuning in again, this is top 4. It's Dak, it's Rod, and we're just having a lot of fun. You just missed Rescue Nerd and Noodle, 2 very solid individuals, but we got more matches coming up.
Absolutely. Of course, let's shout out real quick. More people, more orgs, more that can really, help us bring this all together. Corsair, Dunkin' Donuts, Gunner, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, Mavix, Medify, Monster Energy, and Twitch Student, all making this happen, all making this possible. And we can't thank them enough for doing so because this tournament has been absolutely fantastic.
Yes, most definitely has. We need more tournaments of this type of format. I love the collegiate, whether it's singles or crew battles, whatever the case may be. I just feel like young people or younger people, I guess. I mean, I'm not, entirely all that old myself, but, younger people in an environment like this where we can really encourage them to be better, to do better, regardless if money's involved or not. I mean, I'm all about that. So, I'm really happy to be a part of this.
Yeah, me too. Definitely been an absolutely awesome day of Smash gameplay, and we're getting down to the, less and less of this top 4, right? Like, now we're going to be in a position where the rest of this top 4 are now in an elimination stage, right? We're going to be seeing Davidio versus Castelia. The winner of this moves on to face Noodle. The loser is down and out skis. So this is now do or die for these players. As we jump in to this series, it's going to be an absolute banger. Davidio has been doing work. Castelia, an incredible D2D from RIT. So both of these players have been showing out for their schools. I mean, RIT is definitely well known. Montgomery Community College, this is, it's certainly a crazy placement and showing for one of their players. So props for these schools for, fostering this kind of talent, for these players representing their schools in the way they do, and everyone's showing up to support their favorite players.
That's what it's all about. Again, if you've seen any sort of like college regular sports play, then that electrifying gameplay is not just limited to football and basketball. We can also get it done here in the esports standpoint as well too. Now, I've had the actual pleasure of commentating a couple other collegiate circuits, so I'm a little familiar with the Montgomery Mustangs, and they are a very powerful team. If I'm not mistaken, now it could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this team has I believe there are 2 teams. They have so many players, if I'm not mistaken. They have like a JV team and a varsity team with their esports orgs. But regardless, though, they know how to put on an absolute clinic. We have seen it from some of the other players in the past, and of course, we are certainly seeing it here.
And speaking of seeing here, this is actually a sequel to a set we saw already. Castelia defeating Dividio in winners quarters 3-2. And remember, this was a 3-2 series that went because Dividio was originally going Bayo and then swapped over to the DK, which now they've just elected to immediately go for DK here in this first stage. And so far, so good.
Yeah, this is looking very good right now for DK. I mean, when you just see 2 characters like this, if they were any lighter, then you would know that these matches would certainly trail on. But I think these 2 characters certainly have the power to do away with each other very quickly. In that same turn of breath as well, DK also has to be very careful, to keep their feet onto solid ground and to not approach too, just overzealous. Because Gordo, if you don't time Gordo correctly, that's going to be a lot of unnecessary percent.
Yeah, hitting back these Gordos is so key, not just for, staying alive percent-wise, but even just landing. I mean, every single time a Gordo comes out that's not hit, it's another 20, 30%. It's a lot more time spent on the clock, and it's another ledge trap potential here for Castelia. But no, the platform, just in time. I think they're just out of that kill range there, but also DD being huge as they are, not going to be enough, despite that rage Dividio has. Another up air, Sharky to the platform, not going to do it. And that's just more stage control for Dividio, but not a kill just yet.
We'll see. He's going to go deep for it that time. Yes, just yeets him right over into the blast zone. He said, this might not be the football team, but I got something that feels remotely close to that, and just throwing a DDD out. But wow, Castelia with the immediate answer back, and that's really good. Want to see the neutral airtight like this. I don't want to see one side steamroll the other. Okay, try to whack-a-mole that man.
Very, very good timing there from Dividio. Now looking for some cross-ups here, but have to respect that nair out of shield, right? Castelia is now recognizing, all right, you're going to start throwing out nairs of your own, back airs on my shield. You can't be just immediately, molly-whopping DDD shield. You're going to get grabbed, you're going to get naired, and I think Dividio's starting to realize that a little bit. Oh, but maybe a bit too late as they get hit with the dash attack and die.
We talked about how Gordo is probably one of DK's deterrents, one of his bigger deterrents in his match, if he can't time it properly, because Gordo will keep DK off of his feet. It's obviously not going to be enough to kill him at like moderately low percents like some of the other characters in the cast, but it keeps DK in an uncomfortable position. And I just completely spaced on the fact that down tilt and dash attack are something that certainly is a detriment to DK as they're trying to just snap back to the ledge. I mean, wow, that was just a match right there for Castelia.
Yeah, and it's kind of a mixed bag for DK recovering on DDD because you don't always want to recover high because then you're in Gordo territory. But then if you recover low, you're going to start getting hit by dash attacks and down tilts. So DK really has to avoid that as much as they can. Unfortunately, in this kind of game, you can't really avoid that at high percent. So it's really a balancing act of how high, how low you're going to recover as DK and what you're willing to give up in order to get back to the stage.
100%, man. I think all matches, are just about a generalized level of give and take here. And it just felt like Castelia was like, look, I give whatever I want. I'm taking that game number 1 from you. And they did it in a very dominant way, very comfortable way as well. I mean, Dividio too, not to take anything away from him, again, a very strong player. And I'm sure he's going to pull out something different here for this next game. We've seen the Bayo earlier. The Bayo is no slouch. But I just feel like in a matchup like this, at least in an online format, and this isn't, to take a shot at anybody or anything like that, Bayo, DDD, we might think it goes one way, but this is one of those matchups that needs to be played offline. Online, things get kind of weird.
Yeah, definitely. Like when you need to be accurate, you need to be on point in terms of executing your combos. When you have that, frame delay, when you have a little bit of inconsistency online, you can't always rely on that. Sometimes you want to keep things as simple as possible in this kind of environment. And DK certainly does that with the trade-off of the, potential offense you could have had with Bayo had it been offline. So it's certainly not out of this. I mean, Dividio's DK brought them to a game 5 last time. So it's definitely doable, but considering they brought it out so early and Castelia already getting that win, I'm wondering, does Dividio now rethink this opportunity? Do they keep the DK in and potentially lose another game? And by then, now you got to win 3 games with Bayo in a row, which they've been unable to do so far. So if this is going to be difficult for Dividio, this is really going to come down to stage pick and character selection more so than anything, I think.
I think so as well. I feel like DDD, DK. I mean, DK is a matchup that if you've been playing this game even remotely competitive, or at least watching, you should certainly know what DK can bring to the table. DDD was a character that kind of had like a very abrupt and brief stint. Into the meta. We had Adamus really pushing it forward, and we got a chance to kind of see what this character can do. But we don't really have a lot of DDD footage out there to really work off of. Not saying that YouTube doesn't exist, don't get it twisted, but you know how sometimes the Smash community is without with doing research. We know stuff exists on YouTube. We should probably lab it up, but if I don't see it in my Twitter 30-second clip, I don't think this character exists. So DDD is not to be slept on, friends. Oh, now I remember the player's name, Bunkus. Bunkus is another really, really strong DDD. Cannot remember for the life of me what school they went to, but when I did another collegiate circuit, he was another really strong DDD player. I don't know what it is about these college formats. They just keep bringing us the DDDs.
Oh, wow. This is a change now. I don't believe we've seen the Crom from Davidio just yet. But if there's one character that I think, or one of many characters that could start to really turn the tide against a character like DD, this is certainly the explosive option you want to go with.
Oh, but then see, stuff like this happens. You get a little too button happy with that jab, and then stuff like that happens. Yes,
yeah.
You're bonking his head right on the upper and knee part of Pokemon Stadium, and unfortunately enough, on the receiving end of the spanking, Crom, I mean, as quickly as they dish it out, they take it too. I mean, yo, your character can have the wackest combos in the world, but when you're slapping Crom and Roy around, it feels like you're playing Diddy Kong, okay? Like, your character can combo.
Yeah, definitely. This is very much an all or nothing character, right? Like, you better be hitting everything or you're gonna get nothing. And Davidio already feeling that, a full stock down. And Castelia now can really just slow things down. They also know Davidio's gonna play that close quarters game. They're gonna be able to land a lot of these grabs. And even like that, you can't be landing on stage with your RBs there. That's an easy punish at that range. It's gonna be really difficult to get back on stage with these Gordos in the way. And Davidio, this change might not be the one they're looking for. They had so much aggression those first couple seconds, and it went downhill from there.
That's right, and the immediate air dodge out of the push out there from the King DDD. Very smart. Oh my goodness. I tell you what ain't smart though. You see DDD swinging, you might want to get the heck out of the way. Don't even try to punish that.
Finally gets on the board. Finally, gotta get on. You can't get 3-0'd here in this set, right? Like you can't go out like that.
No, definitely not. Yeah, you gotta go down swinging at least. And I mean, nobody's gonna swing more than Crom and Roy. I'll put it that way. And cannot quite find this opening here. I mean, Crom again, a character that puts on percent really well, also KOs with some relative ease. Has to work just a little bit harder here for DDD, and we're certainly seeing that come true. There's the Nair. Okay, doesn't get anything off of it, but that's okay though. I have the ability just to stay out here for as long as possible. This is just uncharted terrain here for Crom. He has no business being off stage here versus me.
Definitely not. Oh, Davidio now being, picking and choosing their fights a little bit more there, but it was a little too late to get back into that game. But you could start to see they were slowing things down a little bit. They were starting to poke just outside D3's grab range. They were starting to change it up, but the damage had already been done in the first half.
That's right. Sometimes, some things are just met with good intent, like switching over to Crom. It looked good for the first 40 seconds or so, but I'm like, what's really the deciding factor for me is once you get the opponent in the corner and they're holding shield and you're still jabbing, that's when I know that you're in some trouble because you're still going to keep jabbing. They're going to throw you off stage. And if you aren't ready for the off stage Crom gameplay, you might as well put the character down. So with this in mind, I'm excited to see what we're going to get here for the next game. I mean, I would imagine for Castelia, going to stay DDD at this point. No real need to switch unless you wanted to get a little saucy, but this ain't really the part of bracket for that anymore. Davidio, we've seen the DK, we've seen the Bayonetta, and Dak, we've seen the Crom. What else is there? What else is there now?
Yeah, right? Like, are we thinking, do they dig even further into their player character pool, or do they go back to the Bayo? I don't think we're going to see the DK again. I think that was kind of convincing. And honestly, the Crom was kind of convincing as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bayo does come out. It's still a different kind of playstyle, still slows things down. But also, they have the counter pick on stage, right? So they might just end up sending things over to, like, maybe a town and city, give themselves some more space. Or they stay with the Crom and maybe just go to Battlefield, just give you no opportunity to breathe. So we'll see how this goes. They're going to swing back. Oh, they are going to go back to the DK. All right, that makes sense because they have the opportunity to counterpick to Pokemon Stadium 2. That's going to allow them to go for these platform cargo throw combos.
That's right. Here we are. DK is back into the business here. The monkey business is here. I'm excited to see how it's going to unravel. Oh my God. Okay. Looking to rinse and repeat from that Crom match. Just getting DK off stage early and slapping him around. However, down special is going to reset that situation. Just kind of cool DDD in their tracks.
Yep. Nope. Out of the percent range for that to work there. But doesn't matter. Calls out the inhale with an up smash of their own. The video with a double jump there to try and bait out a move. Nope, gets parried instead. All right, the video is now starting to sauce a little bit, starting to stir things up. And this could be just in time. But again, this is based off a counter pick. So even if this goes well, now Castelia is going to have an opportunity to essentially counter pick the rest of the series here, which could be dire against this DK.
My God, and yes, very, very dire. Almost as dire as F smash at the ledge, but the video letting him know I'm the king of the jungle here and looking damn good doing it. Love the manageability right here. These platforms taking them away from PvP, which is kind of like just ridiculous to think about. The PvP has multiple jump.
What an incredible rush there here by Davidio. 2 quick stocks, but now Castelia looking to work things back to just have a smaller margin of error here. There's the inhale to keep things, but I love how Davidio just like doesn't take time, just immediately rushes right back in, and no way you kill the up smash for another time. That is just huge mastery on a stage that Davidio knows they can rely on. But now what happens when Castelia takes that out of the stage pool? How do they deal?
That's a good question, and those are the matches where DK mains are really looking for. I mean, they're looking to steamroll you to just snowball, greatness into something even better, man. They're not there to play the long game. I think they can play it because they're big, and most characters in the cast are going to struggle to KO them. But in theory, matches like those are more of the speed where heavies want to play. And unfortunately enough, DDD just kind of got done up there in a lot of those exchanges. I can't stress it enough. Taking away those platforms from King DDD, I think, was just awesome to see. Of course, DDD, a character blessed with multiple jumps, still will have to think maybe twice before jumping around DK. Of course, you don't want to, get up aired or anything. But the fact that they were able to extend combos the way that they did on Pokemon Stadium 2 of all places, I don't want to call it Dak, but Stadia might be in some trouble. They better dig deep.
Okay. So I was thinking maybe Davidio might change characters off of the anticipated counter pick from Castelia, but no. Staying as DK. I'm trying to remember what their success was on Kalos last time, but certainly having this different setup is going to make a difference in terms of what Davidio can really get away with here. And Castelia, you can already see can run away, can poke and fall back and try to whiff punish here. Already seeing that game style come in. I love that. Baiting with these forward airs, and then Davidio's like, all right, I got it this time. Gets inhaled in the last attempt.
That's right. A lot of space right here for, DK to have to kind of work through. And I'm not saying that DDD has the best projectile system in the world, but the fact that you have to traverse a long stage like this just to get close, I think could really come back to bite you in. So you want to keep this match in close quarters, as you can see right there. Keeping Castelia close into that blast zone. Great stuff as we kick off this game. Oh!
Love that. We got a little bit of Gordo down tilt confirm action there, and it's tied up 2 stocks apiece. The video, though, has not let up. I mean, this pedal has been to the floor since they've picked DK, and I still don't think Castelia has really adapted to the change of pace that this set has moved into.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The video is just kind of, the heavy characters sometimes have 2 speeds, and that's like go as slow as possible or just obliterate the opponent. And I feel like both sides certainly have opposite ways of thinking. As you can see here, Castelia's the one that's kind of kicked it up a notch. That back here, kind of throwing the video out and off the stage here once more and just spacing so carefully here. Forward throw, no up throw, off the mark with the up air, but can we get a rinse and repeat with the down special?
Oh, like that side B to give himself some coverage. See, at that point, you should almost know that the cargo throw up air is not going to land, so just cargo throw forward air. At least give yourself some stage control and force a ledge trap if potentially possible. Looks like Davidio not electing to do so, and as a result, they're now down almost a full stock, trying to just trade or put some button pressure here on the DDD, but Castelia really not allowing them any kind of headway, no leverage. Love that shield call out with the inhale. Davidio trying to get out, and certainly they do as Castelia follows up with that forward air. It makes 2-1.
Tomahawk inhale, I've seen it all, my friends. Great stuff right there from Castelia. Of course, a strong performance right there from Davidio as well. I think, both sides certainly proved 2 different theories in a game like this, that you can certainly get it done with the solo main. if you put enough time and effort into them. But however, if the situation gets a little thick and a little bit not in your favor, it's okay to switch off and move to other characters, give one a break, come back to them with a fresh state of mind. And I think that's what we've seen with the DK play. Very, very clean. Just a little bit too much room on Kalos for a character like DK to work with. So let's go ahead and take, not a look at the replays. Let's go ahead and take a look at us.
Hey, yeah, we're going to take a look at those replays, though. Going to say hi to us. We're going to say hi to these replays. There we go. Yeah, the video had an opportunity to bring things back, but I think, starting out with this DK, I did not, I guess it makes sense. They had the most success there, but again, that coverage, the high to low recovery, the crown was maybe a bit of a desperation attempt here. Maybe Davidio wishes they could have kind of had a little bit of this back and maybe go for the DK again, but I respect the attempt for sure.
I most certainly do as well. It's not easy in matchups like this. Playing against King DDD is already a tough feat because of how he's designed. Can live forever, can float multiple jumps, has the Gordo, which is already difficult enough to deal with. Now you've added the online sauce, and it just becomes pretty much impossible. The video, though, played as well as they could, but however, that back air there just proved to be a bit of an issue there on that stock. And then, of course, the runoff forward air. Love that little trap. Made it seem like he was actually going to drop through the platform and actually just ran right off and went for forward air. That was so clean.
Yeah, I love that setup, right? You got the Gordo out, like, okay, the DK's going to nair the Gordo. Fine, totally nair that. I'm just going to forward air you off of that. No big deal.
That's
Castelia, 3-1 over Davidio. They will move forward. Davidio with a 4th place finish, walking away with 150 in that 4th place position there. So congrats to them for making it that far. Castelia now earning themselves a continued spot in the bracket as they will move on to face Noodle, who we just saw dropping to the Nest Rusky Nerds. Now we're in our top 3. This is pretty almost it right here. Noodle still should be warm after that previous set. Of course, the video absolutely going to be. We're going to get a D3 versus Wii Fit trainer set. I mean, literally think of the characters we have left. We have a Nest, a Wii Fit trainer, and a King Dedede. We're on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, we were definitely on the internet. We're playing Smash on the internet. But again, we got a bit of a break from the norm. I'm really excited to see how the Wii Fit and DDD matchup kind of goes at this level. I mean, I know we've all had family members and maybe little cousins or whoever, play these characters, and there's not really much to take away from it. But I feel like at this level, we don't really get to see these two characters duke it out in a position of bracket like this. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to unfold. If I'm just a betting man, a guessing man, I would imagine that some of the matches are going to be very quick, some of the exchanges at least. And then there's going to be times where both sides are just kind of kicking it off stage and just like, hey, you got to come and get me. So that's kind of been the reoccurring theme here this weekend.
Yeah, both of these players can do damage from afar as their opponents are recovering with Gordo and with their ball. The deep breathing from Wii Fit Trainer, like how does DDD really respond to that? Stop, try to run in and stop that in time. DDD doesn't really have the speed to do so, so Noodle's going to be able to get those off for free almost every time. At the same time, though, DDD doesn't have to necessarily really ever recover low if they don't need to in this matchup. So, we might not see those like ledge trap opportunities that we saw against like Crom or DK in the previous set. So I'm interested to see how they can fight against each other. Of course, it might be more zony and campy, or we're going to get just high aggression, looking for grabs. Both of these players have been really solid on their grab attempts, and they can get a lot off of those grabs. So it might be an ebb and flow of, all right, I'm going to try to get stage control with grabs, and then you're going to have to fight your way back against Gordos, against Salute the Sun, against the ball, and see what you can do without taking too much damage.
100%, man. I would imagine just slow exchanges, and then there's going to be like really explosive points and times of the match due to, again, just how strong DDD is, maybe a Gordo setup that you just weren't quite ready for, and then of course everything that is Wii Fit Trainer. You see Wii Fit Trainer start going red, and some of the heaviest characters turn into Squirtle because Wii Fit is just a powerful character at points in time. But yes, Castella and Noodle are here, friends. This is lower final, losers final, depending on which game you come from competitively. You know what part of bracket we're in. There's a lot on the line, a lot of bragging rights, of course, because you got school pride. But honestly, I feel like in these two players' position, it's also about money as well. Okay, I mean, I'm just saying our college players could use a little bit more money in their pockets. Let's look at it that way.
Yeah, and this is also not even just school pride. This is also like regional pride as well. I mean, we have 3 players from 3 completely different regions here. Castelia from Northeast, we have Noodle from Midwest, and then we have our last player here, Rusty Nerd, who's in the Southwest, right? So 3 completely different regions, 3 completely different schools, and 3 completely different players still remaining in this bracket.
That's right. A lot to put on your back here, but only the strong survive. So we'll see who's stronger between these two. As we can see right now, Noodle getting a lot off these aerial combos, just using the fact that, you know, KD big body, but the hammer, though, hits even harder. Going to close out Noodle's first shot.
Big body, big hammer. You got to swing a big hammer when you're out here, that's for sure. And Castelia now going to continue to poke a little bit at the ledge here. You can see that Noodle kind of has to go for that down tilt attempt, but otherwise has to respect the back air, and in fact challenges it and takes it out. So I like Noodle being proactive there, but trying to go for a deep breathing, gonna start to get put into the mixer there with these up airs from DDD. Oh, Castelia with the reverse inhale to get them off stage, and the continued punch from the Gordo. That was so nice.
That was Noodle right now, looking really lost in the sauce right now. Gets back to the corner. That's still not a good spot to be in versus DD because Nair covers so much distance from the ledge back onto solid ground. Okay, going to use the soccer ball for coverage. Back into the corner again. No inhale and no Gordo. Wow, narrowly escaping danger.
Castelia is just, some of these mix-ups are so crazy. I love their usage of inhale, not just to mix up their recovery, their landing, to land, you know, potential grab situations, but also to get the Gordo back moving in another trajectory. Like Castelia is in full mastery of this. Honestly, a pretty impressive DDD, not gonna lie. I mean, both these players are impressive, but, you know, considering it's King DDD, like, this is awesome to watch.
This is a phenomenal thing to see here. Noodle right now, this is still comfortable terrain for a Wii Fit to be in. I mean, yes, I don't have the lead here, but you know what though? I am still impossible to kill, so I still got one avenue of this game into my possession. I'm gonna go ahead and heal a little percent here. DDD coming out to get him. Castelia going deep.
Oh! Yeah, I have to be careful. Unfortunately, too close to the stage, so essentially goes vertical, and whether they cancel it or not, they were kind of screwed there. So Noodle catching him at the apex of that up B. Now it's Castelia who has to work from behind, and against eventual deep breathing that's likely going to come out. This is going to be hard as Castelia's already at 100% here and change. It's continuing to stack. Oh, and that is extended off the ball. Noodle missing the timing, and now Castelia still has a chance to get back into this.
You know, it is. Talk about stacking some hitboxes right there. Castelia, unfortunately, not able to stack it back up to the ledge. And unfortunately enough, Noodle is going to go ahead and close it out right there. Noodle, though, I'm going to be real. I mean, both sides were playing really well, but Noodle seemed to be very ready for the DDD matchup. Very ready. Very comfortable.
Yeah, and they were, you know, forcing those lower recoveries. So DDD has to commit to the up B, looking for, you know, trying to get the Gordo in the way instead of just, all right, I'm going to use my jumps. I'm going to land with Nair, maybe something like that. Like, that was actually impressive how often that Castelia was forced to recover low. And Wii Fit Trainer, especially Noodle, has been so effective at these ledge traps when someone's recovering from low. Like, they're setting themselves up for a success. So this is, you know, and that momentum too. I mean, once Castelia dropped and lost that lead, Noodle didn't even remotely look like they were going to give it up.
No, absolutely not. I mean, and that is just the mark of a beast right there. In a game like this, in a format like this, it's very easy for matches to go back and forth, but it never really felt like Noodle was like, hey, you know, I'm ready to play this like back and forth game with you. Wow. Just hold on to the lead. He wants the lead, and he's going to do his damnedest to hold on to it. However, though, it's going to be a little bit difficult to do when you're getting your items thrown back at you, which is something King DDD is very, very good at.
Yeah, Noodle is just deciding, I'm not respecting anything. I'm just going to challenge literally everything you do and see what you can do. Can you react in time? Wow! In 35 seconds, Noodle gets that first stock, and Castelia having trouble dealing with Noodle's offense. These, you know, they really, oh, that's a nice inhale. But overall, like, these balls have been hitting against Castelia almost every single time. The salute, the stun, forcing Noodle into Castelia into their shield. That shield was so low. It's gonna be poked every time, but no, staying alive just barely.
Barely staying alive, but still here for the most part. The down smash gets nothing off it. That should be a back throw, yes. Again, this is not unfamiliar terrain for both of these two characters, both of these two opponents. However, we're gonna have to try to make a play and quick. Love the parry system. I actually wanted to talk about that in game one, but I'll talk about it now. The parry game from Castelia has been on the point here, the majority of their time here in this tournament, and they have to be versus Wii Fit. Wii Fit's going to swing big, make them pay for it.
Another header coming out from Noodle, continuing to keep this pressure on and whittle down that shield so they can eventually poke. Oh, that's flying at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but Castelia overcommits and Noodle easily punishes with the back air. Now Castelia can't be fishing like that. Noodle's gonna be able to respond with the speed to whiff punish against DDD, so Castelia really has to be careful overcommitting for these kills.
Same for Noodle as well. I know you like to spend a lot of time in the air, but it might be best to keep those feet off the solid ground. Just got anti-aired a couple exchanges before that. Unfortunately, finding himself off stage. Forward air, no down air. Love the weight on the air dodge. DDD we're talking about. I have a great recovery system. This is not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, that DDD inhale combined with like a back throw or a back air is no way. Reads the jump, still not enough. But will Castelia commit to make sure that Noodle doesn't get back on stage? No, whips the back air. Noodle gets back, barely alive, and now slight lead.
Such a strange, I mean, you had literally seconds to make a decision on if you're gonna, jump with the hammer or if you're just gonna let it rip. Had they charged it, you run the risk of it whiffing, but if it hits their shield, it breaks it. And then of course you get the KO, but it might be best to just go for the percent too. Just go for the jump on the hammer. However, it feels like Noodle has to jump on these landing options. Castelia really struggling to land the soccer ball, courtesy of the Gordo, is going to shut it down for that game. And Noodle looking damn good here for the Midwest.
Yeah, that was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. If Castelia lands close, they might get grabbed. They might get hit with a close normal. But if they try to recover far away, they're getting hit with the header. Like, that was just such a hard landing situation there for Castelia. And now, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we go back to PS2 here. I almost think I wish I had my background set to PS2 instead of FD, because we've been going there almost the entire time. But I don't think it comes down to stage for these two players. This has been so evenly matched. When someone gets a lead, it's pulled right back. But Noodle is feeling themselves right now. Looks like they have the download on this matchup.
Hey, who you telling, man? I wish I could just change my background in general, man. But I'm not home. I'm somewhere else, man. But yes, we are changing the scenery up just a little bit. Pokemon Stadium, of course, and potential final game. I don't even want to call it. I don't want to speak it into existence for Castelia, because if I'm well aware of what's on the line, I'm sure Castelia is as well. But I just can't help but to bring it up. I mean, Noodle's just been playing so well here this set. You're really gonna have to show me something new and quick.
Oh, well, speaking of new and quick, Castelia very quickly on the new stock there. This Noodle just with a crazy string, and Castelia is really not landing anything. That's the big thing too, is that they might not, they might be getting out of these situations, but they're unable to respond very effectively here. They'll finally Noodle overcommitting, these back airs coming out, but Noodle wants that, right? If DD's gonna be spending jumps in neutral, they're gonna be able to poke below with the up air. They're gonna be able to charge up their deep breathing, and there it is. So this is an opportunity for Noodle to start stacking things up more as Castelia is trying to burn resources just to win these exchanges in neutral.
Yeah, quite literally, man. I mean, when I just think of like the survivability or just the manageability of their toolkit, I mean, Noodle, of course, has just been doing it in such a strong way. But I was getting ready to say I would like to see Castelia maybe calm it down a little bit. I just feel like the offense is definitely there. I mean, you have certainly proved that you know how to press the right buttons, but sometimes it's about the buttons you don't press when you want to really slow the match down. And if you want to get into a slugfest with Wii Fit, you might want to think twice about that.
Yeah, this is, we're still in January. This is still midterms territory, and I think Noodle's been studying pretty hard.
I think so.
Oof. Castelia now looking for a way.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, a collegiate format is certainly the area where you want to really stretch your knowledge, and Noodle, of course, really showing us what's up. Castelia, though, has great positional advantage here off the mark with the back air. We've seen that quite a few times, most notably in the video step, but not quite seeing it hit the mark here. Maybe, Wii Fit not as much body as DK, so a little bit harder to hit. Can't say the same for DDD, though. Very easy just to let it rip on.
Noodle using that Noodle to full effect here. There's the up tilt. Castelia still has a chance, but it's going to be so hard to work back here. The deep breathing, that does almost 40% to Castelia. That is incredible. And now Noodle really just needs one more neutral exchange to win this. Gets it off stage. The header just barely whiffing. A low recovery, forcing it. Can they get it? No, the aerial whiffs. But still, Castelia having trouble getting back on stage and potentially their last stock of the tournament.
Okay. 173% here and climbing. This is still okay for DDD to be in, but not while it's going red. You have to figure out how to make a play, and as quickly as possible, gets another soccer ball to the dome. Okay, off the mark. Up throw might be, oh, no up throw. Actually going to go for the fourth throw here this time. Forgot DDD got a little size on him, so that's not going to be enough to do it quite yet. I'm sure they don't want to stale it either.
No way. No way. If Castelia brings this back, I mean, that would mentally boom Noodle, I would think. But such a massive, crazy advantage here. 232 for Castelia, one of the highest percents we've seen in the broadcast. Oh! No, the Gorda, I don't think was the right option there, especially with that platform setup. It can't be whiffing opportunities here. And there it is, the forward tilt, powered up by the deep breathing, makes it a 3-0 victory for Noodle as they take that lower final and earn themselves a ticket to Grands to face off against one more opponent.
There it is. We have seen quite the back and forth exchanges here. And you know what, friends? We're actually going to get ready to see it here one more time. Big shout out to production again once more with these replays. I mean, there's even things that we miss as commentators, especially when it's we fit in these trades. Those hitboxes, those limbs come out really quick. Sometimes we gotta zero in on it. Let's go ahead and relive the magic.
How can we not? Yeah, this is a magical set right here. Even though it was a 3-0, I mean, Castelia really putting it all out there. But Noodle, you could see, had the download and really knew how to deal with DDD as they were recovering. But still, those cross-ups, that cover is really solid. Here we go. Another trade and an exchange there that, what do you even do in that situation? You're already committed to the Gordo, you're done. That right there, that's a full textbook read. And by then, Noodle knew exactly what Castelia was going to do at any time.
Yeah, that was just it was a tough one for Castelia. I will say this though, that there are a couple things that Castelia did that I really liked, that I felt like Noodle has just been struggling with really, just like this whole tournament series. Namely like the aerial combat, just making Noodle think twice before jumping, or maybe taking away that confidence that you would have versus other characters, whether it be because I have an up smash that covers the whole distance around me, or I just know that I can parry your hitbox on the way down and punish you with up tilt really quick. There was just a lot of things that Castelia really did that I thought, if done maybe in a different way, they could maybe push this to a different outcome for themselves. But however, it was Noodle that was able to shut it down and move themselves to grand finals. However, this is a matchup that we did kind of see earlier, so they're gonna have to be safe about this one.
It absolutely is, yeah. Noodle versus Rusky Nerd. That was our winners finals bout. It was 3-2 for Rusky Nerd, and Rusky Nerd has played in a bunch of 3-2s in close sets so far, but I mean, they have that clutch factor. And with Nest, that can be a scary, scary thing. So we're getting another Nest versus Wii Fit Trainer matchup here. Rusky Nerd waiting in the wings. They got to be ready to go, but of course, the momentum is riding on Noodle, who just took a 3-0 victory. So things are certainly looking good for both of them.
100%, friends. And if you're enjoying the action, like how Dak and I and the rest of production are as well too, and maybe watching's not really your thing, you want to get in and press the right buttons, well, we got something for you. Like, registration for NACE Starleague's Challenger and Open Divisions closes Tuesday. So visit cslesports.com for more details, friends. I cannot stress it enough. We're trying to make sure that, look, it's not enough to just build the next generation of players. We want to make sure that they're built the right way. And what better way to do it than in a format like this, where we have teams and organizations and coaches and players that really just, kind of push you to the next level comfortably, okay? We're in good hands in a collegiate format. All you got to do is just sign up and look into the information. At least do that for us.
And I think it was more than enough time and the right time for me to finally be on Pokemon Stadium 2 here. I think I'm finally on the right stage. I think that's the only stage we're probably going to see. And it's going to be absolutely awesome. Yeah, definitely make sure you register. Of course, big shout outs to all of our sponsors here: Monster Energy, Corsair, Mavix, Medify, Twitch Student, Gunner Optics, Leukemia and Lymphomia Society, and Dunkin' Donuts. There's $2,000 on the line. And now this is between $1,000 and $500 for first and second place, respectively. Of course, the bragging rights. I mean, we had 352 players qualifying all across the continent. Top 32 here today, all best of fives. It's been a crazy, crazy experience, and it all comes down to this.
Yes. Grand Finals is here, friends. I cannot stress it enough. This has been quite the wild ride, the wild journey. Not even just the matches we've been commentating, the matches that Nurse and Me's had the opportunity to commentate as well
Yes,
too. Big shout out to our friends from the north.
absolutely.
And especially Nurse too. I mean, just in a completely different time zone. I believe the Vancouver, if I'm not mistaken,
Mm.
and Mies is all the way over in Toronto. So yeah, I mean, Smash definitely brings the best out of the communities. Has connected us, Dak and I, and a handful of others, especially on the production end of things.
Yeah.
Connected us in ways I would never had imagined. And wow, just happy to be here.
Yeah, 100%. And we're going to take a look at how we got here literally on the brackets. Let's see how that road panned out here. You can see the lower bracket run. Castelia had dropped down into lowers quarters and made it all the way through before running into Noodle with that 3-0. Video, NC, all big players here. Sensational, a player that was the tournament favorite, I think, coming into this, dropping down in before losers or lower quarters, right? Like that was pretty unexpected, I would say. A lot of even us and Mies Nurse as well kind of expected Seth to be one of the top 2 players in this grand final and didn't even make it that far. Still, I mean that's nothing to say about them. That just goes to show how crazy the competition is here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, competition of course has been very, very thick. And yes, Seth is an absolute killer. When I first came into the community, it was 2 Stephs, that always got brought up. It was Steph Stational, then Steph, the Yoshi player from Chicago as well, aka Steph McBoogie Woogie. And so because of that, when I seen their name in bracket, I was like, yo, I'm very excited for this. However, yes, that is how the lower end of things played out. Noodle, of course, doing away with Castelia in a pretty handily fashion. But here we are on the winner side of things, and we had Choka and Rescue Nerd play earlier as well. Castella in the video. Simplicity and NC, I know we had the opportunity to commentate some of these as well. Rescue Nerd and Castelia played. Rescue Nerd, of course, was able to move to upper finals where they sent Noodle down into the losers portion of the bracket where they now sit comfortably as they wait for grand finals to kick off.
Yeah, I think that set against Choco's Rescue Nerd's only set that they had not dropped a game. So far, Rescue Nerd has been clawing their way back, has been winning it by whatever means necessary. And honestly, that's just as, good as winning by a 3-0. A win's a win, a dub's a dub. And when you're able to pull off multiple 3-2 victories going into grand finals, that's that kind of clutch factor that you want to have here. But now we're getting that Midwest versus Southwest matchup here. Rescue Nerd and Noodle, round 2, grand finals, the sequel. I mean, Batman Begins is good, but everyone knows The Dark Knight's the best of the trilogy, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out.
That's right. Talk to him, man. I guess when we look at it like this, Noodle, of course, an absolute terror for a lot of ways. Of course, Wii Fit. There's still a lot of head-scratching situations that go into fighting against a Wii Fit. Their ability to KO you at ridiculously low percent. Coupled with the fact that Noodle is also just an absolute monster at this game. However, Rescue Nerd, no slouch. Ness in Ultimate is kind of like just the good old classic. Ness is tough. Ness puts on percent. Ness takes shots. Ness struggles a little bit off stage, but if you don't got that prowess to get out there and go get him, you'll be all right. However, Noodle does not care about any of that. Noodle will get out there and go and get you.
Oh, absolutely. And here we go. Grand finals, best of 5 as it has been all day. In a matchup we've seen before, but will it go the same as we've seen previously? So far, it's already popping off as we've expected. What the coast to coast? All the way from left to right. Shane McMahon's it, and Rescue Nerd only taking 26% to earn themselves their first kill.
Wow. What an electrifying start right here. Rescue Nerd, just really pulling out all the stops here, not holding anything back. Okay, nothing off the forward air, but using the PK fire just to alleviate a little bit of pressure, understanding the imminent threat of Noodle in the corner. No up smash. Love that attempt, though. Going to try to rinse and repeat and keep Ness off their feet.
Absolutely. And Rescue Nerd, spending a little bit too much time on that platform, kind of playing with their food, and unfortunately, you better eat those greens before they fall off the plate. And Noodle will take advantage. They will get that kill. But just like that, Rescue Nerd can easily string a few of these PK fires, a few of these forward airs to get them back into this, but they have to worry about that deep breathing. It is, in fact, that aura is still there, and Noodle's going to do something with it, I'm sure.
There it is. I love, Rescue Nerd's manageability of PK fire. Even when it doesn't hit, even if you're caught in it, you have to hold shield, which is not a spot that you want to be in with Ness, because Ness, no matter what the percent is, can either combo you off of a throw or just absolutely KO you. And I think in a case like this, Noodle has to be very well aware of that. Yes, you are going red, but when I have PK Fire and Thunder, I have tools to keep you out. Uh-oh. I have tools to keep you away from that ledge, though. Back into the corner, getting bonked. You got to watch your head up there.
Yeah, those headers are so precise. Just hitting Rusky Nerd right as they're hanging on the ledge. Now Rusky Nerd finds himself the first time down in this, as Noodle also regenerating some health here. I'm sure Rusky Nerd would like to do the same, using that PK flash to try and stop any kind of pressure at the ledge, but stalling things out. And then the dash attack just out of range gets back thrown there by Rusky Nerd, who gets bared right off the Angel platform. And now it's one stock apiece.
There it is, keeping this thing airtight. Gets the down tilt, tough for most characters in the cast to work around. One of the quickest down tilts in the business. Can't quite find any real success here with PK Fire. The Sun and Salutation, though, keeping these percents as close as possible. But sooner or later in the match, Noodle's going to disengage and try to get their items set up in place.
No way.
No, you did not.
No, you can't be going for that. That's way too much. And you can even see Rusky Nerd is trying to like fish for these PK Fires a bit too often, and Noodle's just contesting with, you know, an anti-air right then and there. And then there's the dash attack, and that will be enough. And just like that, Noodle, remember, there's a grand finals reset potential here if Noodle wins these next two stages. So just like that, Rusky Nerd put on their heel and might have to change things up.
Yeah, Rusky Nerd may have been sitting and kind of cooling off a little bit. You know, when you go to grand finals, you do have to keep yourself warmed up, or at least if, you know, nothing else, keep your mindset ready for grands, because, you know, whoever's coming in is battle tested. They have played a handful of games, and they're ready to throw it down. And especially with Noodle, you know, you were kind of, I mean, I'll just put it this way. You weren't the nicest player to Noodle, you know, with the taunting and all that fun stuff. So, you know, they're ready to play.
Right? I mean, that's the thing is that okay. We're gonna rewind it back and see this in slow motion. The PK Fire, that was hot, by the way.
That was hot.
That relook right there, that was sick.
That was Thanos with the time stone right there on Vision. Had to reverse it for the one time, and no reverse needed. We're actually going to go ahead and run it right back, friends. Yes, Noodle went up a game, you know, just really dug deep, and of course, very warmed up. Came into this match with a lot of momentum. Rusky Nerd's going to have to shake the rust off. And we'll see what we can get here. We'll go ahead and go for the fake out on the charge. Very clean stuff. However, not clean enough. You know, in the past, it was Rusky Nerd kind of punishing Noodle for jumping around a lot. Now we're starting to see it the other way around.
Noodle has to be careful of those air dodges in. Ness totally wants that. You can get a jab, get a PK Fire off that. A great job by Rusky Nerd to challenge that header with the forward air, though. And that said, still very much a kill percent here. A back throw from Ness will not kill. There it is, but it will give him some stage control, do some more damage. Oh, reflects the header all the way back with the PK Thunder. And then, of course, things are going to get traded right back out. But, hey, that was a really solid play. There's Rusky Nerd trying to get the momentum going in their favor.
Rusky Nerd doing their damnedest. I mean, down tilts at the ledge. You know, before we were seeing down smash earlier when they played. Now we're seeing it kind of turn into down tilt. Really wanting some sort of opening there at the ledge. If not with the down smash, the KO, at least down tilt will keep Wii Fit off of their feet in the corner. Ooh, oh my God. Swinging big for the fence, though.
Oh, wow, I love that. The reverse forwarder to try and get a stage spike there on Noodle, but Noodle already recovered back onto the stage. And now things are almost as even as they possibly could get here, but Noodle taking a fat back air all the way off stage, responding just a little bit to get back on, but nice parry. Rusky Nerd is still feeling it. The jab comes through, but no, the mash from Rusky Nerd is crazy. Probably listening to Nurse's advice earlier and starting to spin that stick.
That's right. Nurse, one of the best player commentator combinations in the business. I would listen to what Nurse has to say if I was a player of this caliber. I'll put it that way.
Oh, for sure. Hey, as a commentator, I'm learning from Nurse. You know.
The Nurse is an absolute monster. As same could be said here for both of these two players. Now, right now, Rusky Nerd in a bit of a sticky situation here. Not to say Noodle is not 151%, though. It's a little different than 100% here in these situations. So, with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and, yes, use the header to take Ness's head off there. And Noodle looking to reset this bracket. This ain't looking good here for Rusky Nerd.
That's the thing, right? Like, if you're up, you have the advantage in grand finals, and you lose, like, almost definitively on the first set, and it gets reset, that's, like, mentally going to take you down so far. And now, like, okay, now I have to do this again and potentially win 3 more when I wasn't able to do it the first time. Like, that already speaks to Noodle's favor here, especially when they have the lead on this second game of a potential reset.
That's right. It is a bit draining. Noodle right now really trying to dig deep. Rusky Nerd, though, really struggling. I mean, these trades, they're just not going in your favor. That should be a back throw. There it is. Oh. Nothing off the header, but that's enough right there to keep them back into the corner. Oh, wow. And then tried to use the back hitbox turn jab. Very sneaky stuff. Very, very sneaky.
They're going to avoid that yo-yo, but a back air from Ness will kill now. So if Noodle jumps up, that's huge. That could be death. Oh, and almost goes out, or does go out, and almost lands with the forward air poke. There's a forward way. Yeah. That actually kills. And Noodle now up 2-0 in the first set of grand finals. They're looking to get this run back right now. They want some revenge after losing in the upper bracket.
Is Noodle about to do it? I mean, you know what? Let's look at the replays here again. All right. Love that. There's the back throw. Now here's the PK Thunder. A little bit of finesse right there. Finesse remix, if you will. Throws the header back at Wii Fit. Of course, that is always the risk you run when you throw that thing haphazardly, and I get it. I play Link. When I'm in disadvantage off stage, I just pull bomb, just unknowingly, not even thinking. You know, and it can't be used against you, sadly.
Yeah. And we're going back to PS2. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see PS2 for the remainder of this tournament. So, you know, this every single time, and certainly not coming down to stage selection here, but I almost wonder if you're Rusty Nerd, like, okay, like, sure, I can win this potentially on PS2, but I haven't been winning. So do I change things up just to try and give myself some kind of edge here with a surprise factor? You know, is it going to be enough?
That is the million-dollar question. We'll just have to wait and see. Pokemon Stadium, of course, is a stage I feel like both of these two characters benefit a lot on, but sometimes you put yourself in that position where, like, I benefit from this, but I know they do. I want to take it away from them because I know they like it, but I don't want to lose it for myself either. So I'm sure there's an internalized struggle. Runs up, goes for the up smash. Yeah, get the heck out of here, man. Oh, my God, Noodle. These are some spicy noodles.
Yeah, looks like Ruskiner was just out of grab range there and gets punished for it. Noodle, of course, at kill percent here, but Ruskiner has to commit and does so. Even things up at 2 stocks apiece. Ruskiner needs to start generating some momentum for themselves here. Unfortunately, if they don't, Noodle will be resetting these grand finals, and by then, it's anyone's game.
That's right. Using the PK Fire. Trying to open up there with a couple corridors off stage. There's another PK Fire though in the corner. Now, we haven't seen much of this. We have seen down smash at the ledge. We've even seen them elect to go for down tilt. Love that option. But it seems like it's the PK Fire that Noodle's just having a really tough time dealing with. Even though they're not like eating the majority of the damage they could be, the fact that they keep getting caught in it, I think that just is a sign that maybe we need to switch up our approach here a little bit. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Definitely getting a little too shook there, and air dodges into the stage. Trying to avoid that yo-yo. Likely looking for an air dodge up towards the ledge. Doesn't get it. And now, Rusty Nerd starting to feel themselves. Oh no! Oh my God.
Oh.
I was going to ricochet and hit him. That would have been crazy.
That would have certainly been absolutely crazy. Nair out of shield though right here just to keep the pressure going. Okay. I like that. Even though obviously force smash wasn't going to be enough to connect, just hey, this is an option. I will swing away and knock it back at you.
Yeah, I think he might have been looking to send back that Salute the Sun and try to just immediately line drive it back at the Wii Fit trainer. And that's certainly not a bad option to have against a character who has 2 projectile ball attacks, right? Like, you want to have that option with you. Ruskiner now with a almost full stock lead here over it. There's the back throw. That should do it. And Ruskiner finally gets on the board here in this first grand final set. It's not over just yet, Rod.
That was a wild ass jump in. That was like, yo, you are about to get thrown. Wow. I mean, damn, just kind of just jumped in his face. And then not only did that, but then touched his shield. Like, Ness is the one guy in the corner. Do not touch his shield. Like, you know, before the cage fight is like, hey, the guy over there, do what you want. Just don't touch his shield. All right. And wow, did just that. Great stuff right there from Rescue Nerd just to hold on to their winner side of life. Noodle right now going up in a commanding way, 2-1. But Rescue Nerd might be showing some signs of life here. Let's see.
Yeah, Rusky Nerd sticking to their guns. and not changing things up. I mean, I don't think either of these players really have a very deep character pool, which, just goes to show they're masters of their craft and their characters, but it's not a situation where they might be looking for a potential counterpick. I think they just play Wii Fit Trainer. I think they just play NES. So it's really coming down to, all right, we're going to keep running this on PS2, and eventually I'm going to adapt or I'm going to die. And Rusky Nerd adapting just in time to do so. One more game, and right there they can easily take it. So that momentum that they might have lost. Oh, no. Okay. So we are going to go to Kalos. So I love this by Noodle, right? Like, Rusky Nerd finally gets the feeling of doing things on PS2 and sends the Kalos, but no! Just like that. If you're going to change stages, I'm going to change your stock count.
Wow, maybe these noodles are not as spicy as I once thought here. Maybe these noodles are starting to cool off or something. I don't know what's going on here. But one thing I do know is that Rescue Nerd is certainly starting to come alive. Just took them a little bit too long. But that's all right, though. They're finally here.
Man, that is a devastating start for Noodle. I mean, Rusky Nerd, when it looked like they might have get reset on the grand finals, now it looks like they're about to take it to a game 5, and we know how good a Rusky Nerd is in a game 5 situation.
That we do. No lie. Gonna go for the upgrade there. Rescue Nerd, of course, really struggling to get back onto solid ground. That is the one trade-off on Kalos. Of course, the platform is just your position so far away from the center. I mean, it's always almost in your best interest to try to, play away from the middle of the stage at times, depending on what character you are. However, Rescue Nerd here trying to, again, anti-air the hell out of them. If not, keep them on their feet. Oh, what were you looking for, Rescue Nerd? Looking for something dirty.
Yes, oh wow, Rusky Nerd. I'm surprised they even tried to challenge that. Like that was a clear bait, and Noodle gets away with that. Lays the trap and springs it, and now Noodle is able to start putting on some damage right now, piling it on. Every hit's doing at least 12%, if not more. And then wow, the drag down forward air into the grab. That's so clean by Rusky Nerd.
Rusky Nerd is really turning this up here. I mean, again, there is always the imminent threat of, oh, delicious. I was just getting ready to say, there's the threat of me being able to absorb what you're tossing out at me because I have so much space on a stage like this to see it coming. So yes, PK Fire might be a little bit more difficult to lay out, but I tell you what, though, you shoot any of your projectiles, I'm going to absorb them, man.
And one back throw, one back air will do this for Rusky Nerd to get themselves in a game-winning potential stock here against Noodle. There's the back throw. And that'll do it. One more stock for Noodle, and then we're going to go into game 5 unless Noodle can change things up and bring it back.
We're going to have to see how deep they can dig here. I mean, this is, really what separates the strong from the weak. That separates, high professional from top professional. And I think in a space like this, I could certainly understand how this could be tough for you. However, you have got to dig deep and really stick to your guns. In that case, your gun happened to be a soccer or medicine ball there. Great stuff. Rescue Nerd, though, looking really strong here.
Yeah, they're dealing with this shield pressure very well. Oh, and look at that. The side magnet just in time, perfectly timed to completely re-heal their percent. Noodle wishes they could have that one back because now they're down by 64%, 75 and counting here as it's continued to stack up. You can see Noodle now trying to overcompensate a little bit here, constantly jumping in, and Rusky Nerd is starting to punish it every single time.
That's right, and that time, the down smash at the ledge is going to close it out. Great stuff right there from Rescue Nerd. Coming alive right there in that game number 4. Friends, we have ourselves a set here. I mean, no matter which way this was going to go, I mean, we're going to have ourselves a set regardless. However, Noodle opened up very strong those first 2 games. Rescue Nerd, especially in that last one, how they just closed out that corner, the back air right there when you wanted to go high. PK Thunder when you wanted to use your medicine ball. Rescue Nerd is just on an absolute tear right now.
This is now scary for Noodle. Last time these 2 players went to a game 5, it went the way of Rusky Nerd. If Rusky Nerd wins this, this will be their 3rd 3-2 series victory in a row. They have not lost a single series that has gone to 5 games. So this is all on Noodle to buck the trend, reset this grand finals, and secure their destiny here. And we are going to be changing over. I think this is the first time we've even seen this, a Smashville pick here.
That's right. So not a lot of, well, I'm not going to say not a lot of space. We got a little bit of room to work with since it's singles. I'm thinking of doubles, but, obviously not to the extent of Kalos or Battlefield, but this still gets it done. Now, I'm curious to see how the space, I'm curious to see how the space is going to play into effect.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. And hits it back. the yo-yo. No way. Rusky Nerd is all over him.
Good Lord, the gym equipment was out. We had bats and hula hoops and medicine balls. These guys were in the equipment room.
Flexing.
You got to get strong. That's how I feel them.
Yeah. Oof. And now Rusky Nerd, all right, has to start to slow things down a little bit. Can't get too crazy, but very solid shield. Gets an easy grab. No back throw. Certainly trying not to stale it out a little bit here. But now they can't be getting hit off stage. Just exactly what Noodle wants. They've been really accurate with these headers so far. No! The deep breathing had already been used, so it takes too long on the second attempt, and that's more than enough time for Rusky Nerd to get the grab and secure the kill.
That's right, 134% here. I'd like to say and climbing, but Noodle has yet to put on any more percent here. This is not good out of a jump. Well, actually, was not out of a jump. Very smart right there from Noodle to save it, especially after how that last match on Kalos went. Oh, swings big for the fence, 85%. This is not good.
Rusky Nerd is smelling blood in the water. They know this is their tournament right here, and all they need is 2 more kills to secure it. This is crazy as they are just relentless. Still getting a little bit crazy just on the platform. Noodle can shark through it, can immediately hit through that platform, so they got to be careful lingering right above Wii Fit Trainer's head.
That's right. Oh my goodness, the lingering thought here in this match is, can a Noodle dig deep enough to bring it back? Oh, hell.
Oh, no.
What the hell, Noodle? Oh, no.
Rusky Nerd not even taunting after that one. That's how you know they're like, oh, man, that is... We take those, but that's rough. And now 1 stock left for Noodle. Can they do this? Can they reset the bracket? Otherwise, Rusky Nerd's taking it home.
We'll see. He goes for the berry. I love the up close and personal, just confidence that you have to have versus Ness, especially with the delayed jab. Looking for the berry, but what a way to close it out. Rusky Nerd is your champion. The PK missile to shut it down on the left side of the screen. Wow, what a closeout that was.
Rusky Nerd does not lose game 5. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't. And we see it yet again. 3-2 victories in a row for Rusky Nerd to secure themselves this tournament. An absolutely fantastic play as they take it not only for the school, but for themselves, and they get that $1,000, that prize pool. So congrats to both these players, but certainly congrats to Rusky Nerd for our first place victor here at the NACE Collegiate, the NACE Starleague Collegiate Smash Ultimate Collegiate Finals.
Yes, I mean, we've come a long way to certainly get to this point, and wow, I mean, the matches were innovative, from the very start, nail biting to the very finish as well, too. I mean, Hero, DDD, DK, Bayonetta. We got so many different characters today, and Grand Finals was Ness and Wii Fit, and the Grand Finals also did not disappoint as well. I am, wow, what the hell? I'm just at a loss for words.
Yeah, this Grand Finals was so sick to the point where they were changing up stages. We went to Collegiate, to Smashville. Things were going crazy either way, and no matter what, neither of these players were willing to give an inch at all. And we're going to see some replays here. By the way, that was our 76th game of the broadcast, and that's what happens when you get best of 5s all across the board. And it all started in this set with a coast-to-coast right there from... Yes, that was crazy. Rusky Nerd just absolutely insane. And that said, it wasn't even a combo that got them the lead, right? Like, they had to work from behind.
Yeah, 100%, man. It just felt like both sides really had to work hard in a lot of ways. Of course, Noodle dropping games early had to come down to the loser side, and then because of that, had to just really keep the momentum in line, not to only force it to a game 5, but then also try to get the reset too. But I'm just a firm believer that, it's very easy for you, to cool off in some of these exchanges, especially going up against a Ness of this caliber. This character is just very demoralizing, can certainly beat you down, kick you while you're down, and the whole 9, as you can see here in some of these exchanges on Kalos.
Yeah, I would say like the first stock of this game right here was so pivotal. Like, this is where, okay, Rusky Nerd was not going to get shook no matter what stage we're on, no matter what situation they're in. And then you start to see Noodle trying to scramble a little bit to try and change things up. This first stock was an absolute mayhem here. And you can see how Rusky Nerd was able to wade through the waters regardless of how crazy it was. Always coming out on top. The reads were crazy. And Noodle just kind of a step behind every time.
That's right. And you can see here in this final game here, going to go for the PK missile right into Noodle to shut it down in a very electrifying way, no pun intended. I mean, if there was ever a way to make a statement for yourself and to let them know, hey, you were never going to reset this thing. I was always destined to win this. It is definitely what PK missed on the final moments.
Absolutely. And I think we are going to end up talking to Rescue Nerd at some point here to see if we have any thoughts from our champion here. Still, I mean, Rod, this has been an absolute crazy tournament, a crazy series. We're going to see if we can get Rescue Nerd on board here to talk about their thoughts, but any other thoughts you have so far?
Yeah, one thought is let's go ahead and actually throw it to the bracket one more time, just for our friends who are showing up late and who maybe didn't get the opportunity to see how everything unfolded and just wanted to see how it plays out. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. So here's the upper portion of bracket here.
Look at that.
We had, to kick off the upper quarters, we had Choka and Rescue Nerd. Of course, Rescue Nerd shut that down. Castelia, the DDD extraordinaire, going up 3-2 on the video, who also, played very well. NC and Simplicity, I believe that was the Bowser Jr. Pokemon trainer combination Diddy Kong of players, if I'm not mistaken. And then we had Noodle and Moonblast, who also put up just a great showing as well. Upper semis, we have Rescue Nerd and Castella, NC and Noodle. And then, as you can see here with how everything kind of played out in grands, Rescue Nerd goes up 3-2 on Noodle. Noodle gets sent down to the loser's portion of the bracket, where Rescue Nerd is able to rinse and repeat the scenario once more, and then another 3-2 finish. So big shout out to them.
Yeah, the character diversity we saw in this bracket, like you mentioned, NC, you were right, Bowser Jr., Pokemon Trainer, all these different characters, DK, Bayonetta, obviously the Nest, obviously the Wii Fit Trainer. These are characters that certainly flourish in this environment, but also, if you're going to play these kinds of characters, you got to know what you're doing, right? Like, these aren't necessarily the Pokemon Trainer is kind of a pocket pick, but otherwise, these are characters you got to know what you're doing if you're going to be using them this late into a tournament. And you can tell Rescue Nerd and Noodle know their character inside and out. Still, I got to, props to Rescue Nerd, who, again, winning 3-2 series in a row. I mean, that has to do something to your heart. You got to have some palpitations after that, I would have to imagine.
You got to, man. I mean, I'm getting anxious just even thinking about being in a scenario like that. I couldn't even imagine having to perform at the level that Rescue Nerd and Noodle did, twice. So big shout out to them. And of course, we do have an interview coming up here, friends. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we have Rescue Nerds getting ready to jump in after we break down this losers portions here. So we had, losers round 8, got the video, and I believe that is HSY. They were able to go up 3-0. Step Station, no, that's right, that is the legendary Step Station. Unfortunately, ended up dropping to underdog there 3-1. NC, of course, we had the opportunity to see a little bit earlier on the winner side of bracket, ends up dropping to the video. Castella goes up 3-1 on underdog. And then, of course, we've seen what Noodle can do, because Noodle, of course, made it all the way to losers final. So, again, big shout out to Noodle once more.
Absolutely, yeah. Castelia was definitely another favorite. Had a pretty solid run for a few rounds. Yes, Seth, another favorite. Didn't make it as far as we expected. The video, NC, both players that really showed their stuff. But Noodle surviving. A 3-0 win on Castelia was pretty solid right there. Like, that's how you know, all right, they're going to be giving this grand final set a run for their money. And they certainly did, bring it to 5 games. But the Game 5 extraordinaire came out on top.
That's right. It just goes to show that you have to have nerves of steel at times. I mean, it's not easy to compete at levels like this consistently. And I think, the way that Noodle and Rescue Nerd do it, they make it look easy, friends, but trust me, it is not easy. It is the furthest thing from that.
Oh, absolutely not. And I mean, not only that, considering you're playing that consistently with a character like Nest, who definitely requires a lot of stamina, requires that mastery of a lot of tech skill. Like, it's not a character that just kind of slows things down and plays a very methodical, simple kind of game. Like, you've got to keep up with that playstyle throughout the entirety of the tournament. That's not easy to do.
No, it's not. And I think, in a case like this too, matchup unfamiliarity certainly played into effect in a lot of the exchanges this weekend. We've seen a lot more DDD gameplay than what I feel like the average Smash viewer is probably used to, and I think that's a good thing. We got a lot of Bowser Jr. as well. And of course, we had some Bayonetta in there sprinkled throughout. So, but I think at the end of the day, the high tier hero himself, if you called, Ness a hero, that's how you classify him. But the high tier extraordinaire himself, Ness, was still able to shut it down. I still felt like that match could have been a little bit more close. I do think that Wii Fit has the tools to deal with Ness in some areas, but we just won't see it here in this tournament.
Well, we are going to see is our victorious grand final champion here. Bring him in for an interview. Ruskinerd joining us for an interview to talk about that performance. Ruskinerd, first off, congratulations. How you feeling after that huge win?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, I was a little nervous going into it because I just don't know what to expect from all the different regions. But I'm glad I was able to clutch out the game fives when I needed to, and I feel good about the win.
Yeah, same. I mean, it was, it was a bit of a nail biter to commentate it, so I can only imagine what it been what it is, for somebody like yourself in the driver's seat actually having to play this. My question is, what was going through your mind? I mean, here you are in grand finals, you haven't had a match in a while. Here this Wii Fit comes in, they're already up 2 games. What did you do to turn it around?
Yeah, so I think what kind of happened was I was put on my back foot, and I had to kind of wake up because after I won the set in the winners finals, I was feeling pretty confident about beating Noodle again, and then he came into the set with adaptations I wasn't prepared for, and it took me a little bit to recognize everything that was going on, and so I had to just kind of take a step back, cool down, take some deep breaths, and then start pushing forward with what I knew I would win with.
And honestly, I mean, it's pretty crazy considering that you won your last three series 3-2 across the board. Like you had game five, game five, game five. What do you think about your preparation or maybe your game style, your mindset that allows you to excel in those game five situations?
I just think, in general, my flow chart going into a game is not as good as it can be. So a lot of the times I'm reliant on picking out a couple key habits that they have in their disadvantage and pushing them, like exploiting those. And so I'll end up with in a lot of like clutch scenarios that maybe I wouldn't think I'd need to be in, but I end up in those. So I'm pretty experienced in kind of taking the adaptations that I've made and pushing them and getting the win in the end.
Now, speaking of experience, I mean, to win a tournament like this, you certainly have to know what you're doing. You know your way around a setup or two. Let's put it that way. I mean, what is your
Yeah.
training regimen like? Like, do you go to weeklies? Do you go to majors? I know that there's still culturally a slight disconnect from like the collegiate portion of Smash to like the actual, grassroots area of Smash. But I mean, what is your training schedule like?
So I do go to weeklies. Fortunately, the school I'm in, UT Austin, we have a Smash Club, Longhorn Smash. Great people there, great training partners. We host weeklies there, and we're also really close to the scene in Austin, Texas. So there's a lot of kind of sharing of knowledge and training and practice in that regard. So yeah, I go to peak like 2 or 3 weeklies a week, and I've been trying to go to majors more often, usually when they just happen to be in the city that I'm in.
And
Yeah,
honestly, that makes sense that you had all that kind of preparation, and I certainly showed in your gameplay. Overall, though, you only had one 3-0 victory, and a lot of this stuff was close. What would you say is probably the scariest moment in this tournament where you felt like maybe the most shook, maybe like, oh, things might not go my way? Or was there a moment like that for you, or were you confident all the way through?
Um, I think that the moment like that was when I was playing Castelia, and the game five, they got me to my last stock, and I'm just terrified of what DDD can do in a random burst because you just never know. So I was really nervous to get that in, and finish the game out as quickly as possible at that point.
yeah. I was kind of nervous for you too, because Ness. I mean, Ness obviously has the button advantage on a character like DDD, but there are times where Ness is like trying to recover to the ledge or just, air dodge in, and then you got to worry about DDD dash attack and down tilt just
Yeah.
keeping you back into the corner. But, you know, you were able to triumph and move through, and I'm really excited to see that. Really quick, man, before we let you go, because I know you're a busy person, is there anybody that you want to shout out? Like, do you share the school pride like some of the other players? Like, you got a team of homies you want to let know you love them? Or
Yeah, I mean, the whole Longhorn Smash club is just a great support. Specifically, my fellow team members on the current team. Also, we studs, Tubik and Shulker, and I also want to shout out my girlfriend Luna, because I'm in her apartment right now, using her monitor and her Ethernet.
That's love and support right there. You love to see that. Yeah, one more
Mhm.
for me. I mean, you just got a bunch of money in your pocket. I'm sure you're still going through your semester at school right now. What's next for
Mhm.
you as a player? What are you looking forward to next?
Um, I mean, I'm looking forward to the return of locals because they've been at a small delay because of the COVID cases, but also the summer majors. There's a couple in Texas that I'm really looking forward to going to and seeing if I could have a really good performance there.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your victory, that crazy run, the money you won, and everything else that comes with it. And we hope to see you in some more tournaments succeeding just as much as you did here.
Oh, thank you very much. I enjoyed listening to the commentary. It was great.
And you made it easy for us. You put on some absolutely crazy games. It was a lot of fun watching, man.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. That was our champion Rusky Nerd taking it 3-2 over Noodle. Rod, I mean, I think that wraps it up here for us, man. But you got any final words for us? Because there was a lot to say. I think it's all been said, but it's hard to sign off after such an awesome tournament like that. I wish we could have some more games, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to do these. I can't stress it enough. People say what they want to say about online, X, Y, and Z. But the fact of
Absolutely.
the matter is, I feel like in the Smash community, we always talk about what's next for us, what's going to be the future, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, if you really want to make sure that the future of the community is in proper hands, you have to support the collegiate environments. Okay. There are good people here trying to make sure that these players at a young and, impressionable age are moving into the community
Hmm.
with a lot of support, with a great, foundation, and just everything else that really makes a top player a top player. Some of the things that the community asks for that they're getting now, like metified coaching and, things like that. The collegiate circuits offer that. There's always a
Yeah.
team manager, there's always a team coach, somebody to help out these players. So I would like to see just a little bit more of this. Somebody like myself who used to work with young people, this is always an awesome thing to see. And, of course, you and I, we don't get to do this very often. So being able to
Mhm.
work with you the way we do is always a fun thing to see.
Absolutely, yeah. This has been absolutely. It's always a fun time with you on the mic, man. I mean, 100% every single time. So it's real. I was really happy that we got to do this together. Of course, shout outs to Mies and Nurse who absolutely killed it on the sticks and the mics and everything in between. Our awesome production team in the back with the Waveform group. Of course, NACE Starleague and CSL putting this on, and all of our amazing sponsors. I mean, we have so many to list off here, so why don't I do that right now? Monster Energy, Corsair, Mavix, Medify, Twitch Student, Gunner Optics, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, which is very important to me as well, and Dunkin' Donuts for making this all happen. So I think that's about it. I think we can wrap things up here. Thank you so much, all of you, for tuning in to the NACE Star League Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals, and we hope to see you soon for some more collegiate esports. Have a good night, and thanks for tuning in.